Chapter 1. It is difficult to know quite where to begin this story, but I have fixed my choice on a certain Wednesday at luncheon at the Vicarage. The conversation, though in the main irrelevant to the matter in hand, yet contained one or two suggestive incidents which influenced later developments. I had just finished carving some boiled beef, remarkably tough, by the way, and on resuming my seat, I remarked, in a spirit most unbecoming to my cloth, that anyone who murdered Colonel Protheroe would be doing the world at large a service. My young nephew, Dennis, said instantly, "That'll be remembered against you when the old boy is found bathed in blood. Mary will give evidence, won't you, Mary, and describe how you brandished the carving knife in a vindictive manner. Mary, who is in service at the vicarage as a stepping stone to better things and higher wages, merely said in a loud, businesslike voice, 'Greens,' and thrust a cracked dish at him in a truculent manner. My wife said, in a sympathetic voice, 'Has he been very trying?' I did not reply at once, for Mary, setting the greens on the table with a bang, proceeded to thrust a dish of singularly moist and unpleasant dumplings under my nose. I said, 'No, thank you,' and she deposited the dish with a clatter on the table and left the room. 'It is a pity that I am such a shocking housekeeper,' said my wife, with a tinge of genuine regret in her voice. I was inclined to agree with her. My wife's name is Griselda, a highly suitable name for a parson's wife. But there the suitability ends. She is not in the least meek. I have always been of the opinion that a clergyman should be unmarried. Why I should have urged Griselda to marry me at the end of 24 hours' acquaintance is a mystery to me. Marriage, I have always held, is a serious affair, to be entered into only after long deliberation and forethought. And suitability of tastes and inclinations is the most important consideration. Griselda is nearly 20 years younger than myself. She is most distractingly pretty and quite incapable of taking anything seriously. She is incompetent in every way and extremely trying to live with. She treats the parish as a kind of huge joke arranged for her amusement. I have endeavored to form her mind and failed. I am more than ever convinced that celibacy is desirable for the clergy. I have frequently hinted as much to Griselda, but she has only laughed. 'My dear,' I said, 'if you would only exercise a little care.' 'I do sometimes,' said Griselda, 'but, on the whole, I think things go worse when I'm trying. I'm evidently not a housekeeper by nature. I find it better to leave things to Mary and just make up my mind to be uncomfortable and have nasty things to eat.' 'And what about your husband, my dear?' I said reproachfully. And proceeding to follow the example of the devil in quoting scripture for his own ends, I added, 'She looketh to the ways of her household. Think how lucky you are not to be torn to pieces by lions,' said Griselda, quickly interrupting, 'or burnt at the stake. Bad food and lots of dust and dead wasps is really nothing to make a fuss about. Tell me more about Colonel Protheroe.' 'At any rate, the early Christians were lucky enough not to have church wardens.' 'Pompous old brute,' said Dennis. 'No wonder his first wife ran away from him.' 'I don't see what else she could do,' said my wife. 'Griselda,' I said sharply, 'I will not have you speaking in that way. Darling, said my wife affectionately, tell me about him. What was the trouble? Was it Mr. Hawes's becking and nodding and crossing himself every other minute? Hawes is our new curate. He has been with us just over 3 weeks. He has high church views and fasts on Fridays. Colonel Protheroe is a great opposer of ritual in any form. Not this time. He did touch on it in passing. No, the whole trouble arose out of Mrs. Price Ridley's wretched pound note. Mrs. Price Ridley is a devout member of my congregation, attending early service on the anniversary of her son's death. She put a pound note in the offertory bag. Later, reading the amount of the collection posted up, she was pained to observe that one 10-shilling note was the highest item mentioned. She complained to me about it, and I pointed out, very reasonably, that she must have made a mistake. We're none of us so young as we were, I said, trying to turn it off tactfully. And we must pay the penalty of advancing years. Strangely enough, my words only seemed to incense her further. She said that things had a very odd look, and that she was surprised I didn't think so also. And she flounced away and, I gather, took her troubles to Colonel Protheroe. Protheroe is the kind of man who enjoys making a fuss on every conceivable occasion. He made a fuss. It is a pity he made it on a Wednesday. I teach in the church day school on Wednesday mornings, a proceeding that causes me acute nervousness and leaves me unsettled for the rest of the day. Well, I suppose he must have some fun, said my wife, with the air of trying to sum up the position impartially. Nobody flutters round him and calls him the dear vicar, and embroiders awful slippers for him, and gives him bed socks for Christmas. Both his wife and his daughter are fed up to the teeth with him. I suppose it makes him happy to feel important somewhere. He needn't be offensive about it. I said with some heat. I don't think he quite realized the implications of what he was saying. He wants to go over all the church accounts in case of defalcations. That was the word he used, defalcations. Does he suspect me of embezzling the church funds? Nobody would suspect you of anything. Darling, said Griselda. You're so transparently above suspicion that really it would be a marvelous opportunity. I wish you'd embezzle the SIPG funds. I hate missionaries. I always have. I would have reproved her for that sentiment. But Mary entered at that moment with a partially cooked rice pudding. I made a mild protest, but Griselda said that the Japanese always ate half-cooked rice and had marvelous brains in consequence. I dare say, she said, that if you had a rice pudding like this every day till Sunday, you'd preach the most marvelous sermon. Heaven forbid, I said with a shudder. Protheroe's coming over tomorrow evening, and we're going over the accounts together. I went on. I must finish preparing my talk for the CEMS today, looking up a reference. I became so engrossed in Canon Shirley's reality that I haven't got on as well as I should. What are you doing this afternoon? Griselda. My duty, said Griselda. My duty as the vicaress. Tea and scandal at 4:30. Who is coming? Griselda ticked them off on her fingers with a glow of virtue on her face. Mrs. Price Ridley, Miss Weatherby, Miss Hartnell, and that terrible Miss Marple. I rather like Miss Marple. I said, she has at least a sense of humor. She's the worst cat in the village, said Griselda, and she always knows every single thing that happens and draws the worst inferences from it. Griselda, as I have said, is much younger than I am. At my time of life, one knows that the worst is usually true. Well, don't expect me in for tea. Griselda, said Dennis. Beast said Griselda. Yes, but look here. The Protheroes really did ask me for tennis today. Beast said Griselda again. Dennis beat a prudent retreat, and Griselda and I went together into my study. I wonder what we shall have for tea, said Griselda, seating herself on my writing table. Dr. Stone and Miss Cram, I suppose, and perhaps Mrs. Lestrange. By the way, I called on her yesterday, but she was out. Yes, I'm sure we shall have Mrs. Lestrange for tea. It's so mysterious, isn't it? Her arriving like this and taking a house down here, and hardly ever going outside. It makes one think of detective stories. You know, who was she? The mysterious woman with the pale, beautiful face. What was her past history? Nobody knew. There was something faintly sinister about her. I believe Dr. Haydock knows something about her. You read too many detective stories. Griselda, I observed mildly. What about you? She retorted. I was looking everywhere for the stain on the stairs the other day when you were in here writing a sermon. And at last, I came in to ask you if you'd seen it anywhere. And what did I find? I had the grace to blush. I picked it up at random. A chance sentence caught my eye, and I know those chance sentences, said Griselda. She quoted impressively. And then a very curious thing happened. Griselda rose, crossed the room, and kissed her elderly husband affectionately. She suited the action to the word. Is that a very curious thing? I inquired. Of course it is, said Griselda. Do you realize, Len, that I might have married a cabinet minister, a baronet, a rich company promoter, 3 subalterns, and a ne'er-do-weel with attractive manners? And that instead I chose you? Didn't it astonish you very much? At the time it did, I replied. I have often wondered why you did it. Griselda laughed. It made me feel so powerful, she murmured. The others thought me simply wonderful. And of course, it would have been very nice for them to have me, but I'm everything you most dislike and disapprove of. And yet, you couldn't withstand me. My vanity couldn't hold out against that. It's so much nicer to be a secret and delightful sin to anybody than to be a feather in their cap. I make you frightfully uncomfortable and stir you up the wrong way the whole time. And yet you adore me madly. You adore me madly, don't you? Naturally, I am very fond of you, my dear. Oh, Len, you adore me. Do you remember that day when I stayed up in town and sent you a wire you never got because the postmistress's sister was having twins and she forgot to send it round the state you got into, and you telephoned Scotland Yard and made the most frightful fuss? There are things one hates being reminded of. I had really been strangely foolish on the occasion in question. I said, if you don't mind, dear, I want to get on with the Griselda gave a sigh of intense irritation, ruffled my hair up on end, smoothed it down again, said, you don't deserve me. You really don't. I'll have an affair with the artist. I will, really and truly. And then think of the scandal in the parish. There's a good deal already. I said mildly. Griselda laughed. blew me a kiss, and departed through the window. Chapter 2. Griselda is a very irritating woman. On leaving the luncheon table, I had felt myself to be in a good mood for preparing a really forceful address for the Church of England Men's Society. Now I felt restless and disturbed. Just when I was really settling down to it, Lettuce Protheroe drifted in. I use the word drifted advisedly. I have read novels in which young people are described as bursting with energy, joie de vivre, the magnificent vitality of youth. Personally, all the young people I come across have the air of animal wraiths. Lettuce was particularly wraith-like this afternoon. She is a pretty girl, very tall and fair, and completely vague. She drifted through the French window, absently pulled off the yellow beret she was wearing, and murmured vaguely, with a kind of faraway surprise, "Oh, it's you." There is a path from Old Hall, through the woods, which comes out by our garden gate, so that most people coming from there come in at that gate and up to the study window, instead of going a long way round by the road and coming to the front door. I was not surprised at Lettuce coming in this way, but I did a little resent her attitude. If you come to a vicarage, you ought to be prepared to find a vicar. She came in and collapsed in a crumpled heap in one of my big armchairs. She plucked aimlessly at her hair, staring at the ceiling. "Is Dennis anywhere about? I haven't seen him since lunch. I understood he was going to play tennis at your place." "Oh," said Lettuce. "I hope he isn't. He won't find anybody there." "He said you asked him." "I believe I did. Only that was Friday. And today's Tuesday. It's Wednesday." I said, "Oh, how dreadful," said Lettuce. "That means that I've forgotten to go to lunch with some people for the third time." Fortunately, it didn't seem to worry her much. "Is Griselda anywhere about?" "I expect you'll find her in the studio, in the garden sitting to Lawrence Reading. There's been quite a schmozzle about him," said Lettuce. "With Father? You know. Father's dreadful." "What was the she whatever it was about?" I inquired. "About his painting me." "Father found out about it. Why shouldn't I be painted in my bathing dress if I go on a beach in it? Why shouldn't I be painted in it?" Lettuce paused, and then went on. "It's really absurd. Father forbidding a young man the house. Of course, Lawrence and I simply shriek about it. I shall come and be done here in your studio." "No, my dear," I said. "Not if your father forbids it." "Oh, dear," said Lettuce, sighing. "How tiresome everyone is. I feel shattered, definitely. If only I had some money, I'd go away. But without it, I can't. If only Father would be decent and die, I should be all right." "You must not say things like that, Lettuce." "Well, if he doesn't want me to want him to die, he shouldn't be so horrible over money. I don't wonder Mother left him. Do you know? For years, I believed she was dead. What sort of a young man did she run away with? Was he nice? It was before your father came to live here. I wonder what's become of her. I expect Anne will have an affair with someone soon. Anne hates me. She's quite decent to me. But she hates me. She's getting old, and she doesn't like it. That's the age you break out. You know." I wondered if Lettuce was going to spend the entire afternoon in my study. "You haven't seen my gramophone records." "Have you?" she asked. "No." "How tiresome. I know I've left them somewhere. And I've lost the dog. And my wristwatch is somewhere. Only it doesn't much matter because it won't go. Oh dear, I am so sleepy." I can't think why. Because I didn't get up till 11. But life's very shattering, don't you think? Oh dear, I must go. I'm going to see Dr. Stone's Barrow at 3 o'clock. I glanced at the clock and remarked that it was now 5:20 to 4. Oh, is it? How dreadful. I wonder if they've waited or if they've gone without me. I suppose I'd better go down and do something about it. She got up and drifted out again, murmuring over her shoulder, "You'll tell Dennis, won't you?" I said yes mechanically, only realizing too late that I had no idea what it was I was to tell Dennis. But I reflected that in all probability it did not matter. I fell to cogitating on the subject of Dr. Stone, a well-known archaeologist who had recently come to stay at the Blue Boar, whilst he superintended the excavation of a barrow situated on Colonel Protheroe's property. There had already been several disputes between him and the colonel. I was amused at his appointment to take Lettice to see the operations. It occurred to me that Lettice Protheroe was something of a minx out. I wondered how she would get on with the archaeologist's secretary, Miss Cram. Miss Cram is a healthy young woman of 25, noisy in manner, with a high color, fine animal spirits, and a mouth that always seems to have more than its full share of teeth. Village opinion is divided as to whether she is no better than she should be, or else a young woman of iron virtue who purposes to become Mrs. Stone at an early opportunity. She is in every way a great contrast to Lettice. I could imagine that the state of things at Old Hall might not be too happy. Colonel Protheroe had married again some 5 years previously. The second Mrs. Protheroe was a remarkably handsome woman in a rather unusual style. I had always guessed that the relations between her and her stepdaughter were not too happy. I had one more interruption. This time, it was my curate, Hawes. He wanted to know the details of my interview with Protheroe. I told him that the colonel had deplored his Romish tendencies, but that the real purpose of his visit had been on quite another matter. At the same time, I entered a protest of my own and told him plainly that he must conform to my ruling. On the whole, he took my remarks very well. I felt rather remorseful when he had gone for not liking him better. These irrational likes and dislikes that one takes to people are, I am sure, very unchristian. With a sigh, I realized that the hands of the clock on my writing table pointed to 4:45, a sign that it was really 4:30, and I made my way to the drawing room. 4 of my parishioners were assembled there with teacups. Griselda sat behind the tea table trying to look natural in her environment, but only succeeded in looking more out of place than usual. I shook hands all round and sat down between Miss Marple and Miss Weatherby. Miss Marple is a white-haired old lady with a gentle, appealing manner. Miss Weatherby is a mixture of vinegar and gush. Of the two, Miss Marple is much the more dangerous. "We were just talking," said Griselda in a honey-sweet voice, "about Dr. Stone and Miss Cram." A ribald rhyme concocted by Dennis shot through my head. Miss Cram doesn't give a damn. I had a sudden yearning to say it out loud and observe the effect. But fortunately, I refrained. Miss Weatherby said tersely, "No nice girl would do it," and shut her thin lips disapprovingly. "Do what I inquired. Be a secretary to an unmarried man," said Miss Weatherby in a horrified tone. "Oh, my dear," said Miss Marple, I think married ones are the worst. Remember poor Molly Carter? Married men living apart from their wives are, of course, notorious, said Miss Weatherby. And even some of the ones living with their wives, murmured Miss Marple. I remember. I interrupted these unsavory reminiscences. But surely, I said, in these days, a girl can take a post in just the same way as a man does. To come away to the country and stay at the same hotel, said Mrs. Price Ridley in a severe voice. Miss Weatherby murmured to Miss Marple in a low voice, and all the bedrooms on the same floor. Miss Hartnell, who is weather-beaten and jolly and much dreaded by the poor, observed in a loud, hearty voice, the poor man will be caught before he knows where he is. He's as innocent as a babe unborn. You can see that. Curious what turns of phrase we employ. None of the ladies present would have dreamed of alluding to an actual baby till it was safely in the cradle. Visible to all. Disgusting, I call it, continued Miss Hartnell, with her usual tactlessness. The man must be at least 25 years older than she is. 3 female voices rose at once, making disconnected remarks about the choir boy's outing. The regrettable incident at the last mothers' meeting and the drafts in the church. Miss Marple twinkled at Griselda. Don't you think, said my wife, that Miss Cram may just like having an interesting job and that she considers Dr. Stone just as an employer? There was a silence. Evidently none of the 4 ladies agreed. Miss Marple broke the silence by patting Griselda on the arm. My dear, she said, you are very young. The young have such innocent minds. Griselda said indignantly that she hadn't got at all an innocent mind. Naturally, said Miss Marple, unheeding of the protest, you think the best of everyone. Do you really think she wants to marry that bald-headed, dull man? I understand he is quite well off, said Miss Marple. Rather a violent temper, I'm afraid. He had quite a serious quarrel with Colonel Protheroe the other day. Everyone leaned forward interestedly. Colonel Protheroe accused him of being an ignoramus. How like Colonel Protheroe! And how absurd, said Mrs. Price Ridley. Very like Colonel Protheroe. But I don't know about it being absurd, said Miss Marple. You remember the woman who came down here and said she represented welfare, and after taking subscriptions, she was never heard of again, and proved to having nothing whatever to do with welfare. One is so inclined to be trusting and take people at their own valuation. I should never have dreamed of describing Miss Marple as trusting. There's been some fuss about that young artist, Mr. Redding. Hasn't there? Asked Miss Weatherby. Miss Marple nodded. Colonel Protheroe turned him out of the house. It appears he was painting lettuce in her bathing dress. I always thought there was something between them, said Mrs. Price Ridley. That young fellow is always mooching off up there. Pity the girl hasn't got a mother. A stepmother is never the same thing. I dare say Mrs. Protheroe does her best, said Miss Hartnell. Girls are so sly, deplored Mrs. Price Ridley. Quite a romance, isn't it? Said the softer-hearted Miss Weatherby. He's a very good-looking young fellow. But loose, said Miss Hartnell. Bound to be. An artist Paris models the altogether, painting her in her bathing dress, said Mrs. Price Ridley. Not quite nice. He's painting me too, said Griselda. but not in your bathing dress. Dear, said Miss Marple. It might be worse, said Griselda solemnly. Naughty girl, said Miss Hartnell, taking the joke broad-mindedly. Everybody else looked slightly shocked. Did dear Lettuce tell you of the trouble? Asked Miss Marple of me. Tell me. Yes. I saw her pass through the garden and go round to the study window. Miss Marple always sees everything. Gardening is as good as a smokescreen, and the habit of observing birds through powerful glasses can always be turned to account. She mentioned it. Yes, I admitted. Mr. Hawes looked worried, said Miss Marple. I hope he hasn't been working too hard. Oh, cried Miss Weatherby excitedly. I quite forgot. I knew I had some news for you. I saw Dr. Haydock coming out of Mrs. Lestrange's cottage. Everyone looked at each other. Perhaps she's ill, suggested Mrs. Price Ridley. It must have been very sudden. If so, said Miss Hartnell, for I saw her walking round her garden at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and she seemed in perfect health. She and Dr. Haydock must be old acquaintances, said Mrs. Price Ridley. He's been very quiet about it. It's curious, said Miss Weatherby, that he's never mentioned it. As a matter of fact, said Griselda in a low, mysterious voice, and stopped. Everyone leaned forward excitedly. I happen to know, said Griselda impressively. Her husband was a missionary. Terrible story. He was eaten, you know, actually eaten, and she was forced to become the chief's head wife. Dr. Haydock was with an expedition and rescued her. For a moment, excitement was rife. Then Miss Marple said reproachfully, but with a smile, Naughty girl. She tapped Griselda reprovingly on the arm. Very unwise thing to do, my dear. If you make up these things, people are quite likely to believe them, and sometimes that leads to complications. A distinct frost had come over the assembly. Two of the ladies rose to take their departure. I wonder if there is anything between young Lawrence Redding and Lettuce Protheroe, said Miss Weatherby. It certainly looks like it. What do you think, Miss Marple? Miss Marple seemed thoughtful. I shouldn't have said so myself. Not Lettuce. Quite another person, I should have said. But Colonel Protheroe must have thought. He has always struck me as rather a stupid man, said Miss Marple. The kind of man who gets the wrong idea into his head and is obstinate about it. Do you remember Joe Bucknell, who used to keep the Blue Boar, such a to-do about his daughter carrying on with young Bailey, and all the time it was that minx of a wife of his. She was looking full at Griselda as she spoke, and I suddenly felt a wild surge of anger. Don't you think, Miss Marple, I said, that we're all inclined to let our tongues run away with us too much? Charity thinketh no evil. You know, inestimable harm may be done by foolish wagging of tongues and ill-natured gossip. Dear Vicar, said Miss Marple, you are so unworldly. I'm afraid that observing human nature for as long as I have done, one gets not to expect very much from it. I dare say the idle tittle-tattle is very wrong and unkind, but it is so often true. Isn't it that last Parthian shot went home? Chapter 3. Nasty old cat, said Griselda. As soon as the door was closed, she made a face in the direction of the departing visitors, and then looked at me and laughed. Len, do you really suspect me of having an affair with Lawrence Redding? My dear, of course not. But you thought Miss Marple was hinting at it, and you rose to my defense simply beautifully. Like an angry tiger. A momentary uneasiness assailed me. A clergyman of the Church of England ought never to put himself in the position of being described as an angry tiger. I felt the occasion could not pass without a protest. I said, "But Griselda, I wish you would be a little more careful in what you say." "Do you mean the cannibal story?" she asked. "Or the suggestion that Lawrence was painting me in the nude? If they only knew that he was painting me in a thick cloak with a very high fur collar, the sort of thing that you could go quite purely to see the Pope, in not a bit of sinful flesh showing anywhere. In fact, it's all marvelously pure. Lawrence never even attempts to make love to me. I can't think why. Surely knowing that you're a married woman, don't pretend to come out of the ark. Len, you know very well that an attractive young woman with an elderly husband is a kind of gift from heaven to a young man. There must be some other reason. It's not that I'm unattractive. I'm not. Surely you don't want him to make love to you. And no, said Griselda, with more hesitation than I thought becoming. If he's in love with Lettuce Protheroe, Miss Marple didn't seem to think he was. Miss Marple may be mistaken. She never is. That kind of old cat is always right. She paused a minute and then said, with a quick, sidelong glance at me, "You do believe me, don't you? I mean, that there's nothing between Lawrence and me?" "My dear Griselda," I said, surprised. "Of course. My wife came across and kissed me. I wish you weren't so terribly easy to deceive. Len, you'd believe me, whatever I said." "I should hope so. But, my dear, I do beg of you to guard your tongue and be careful of what you say. These women are singularly deficient in humor. Remember, and take everything seriously. What they need," said Griselda, "is a little immorality in their lives. Then they wouldn't be so busy looking for it in other people's." And on this, she left the room. And glancing at my watch, I hurried out to pay some visits that ought to have been made earlier in the day. The Wednesday evening service was sparsely attended as usual, but when I came out through the church, after disrobing in the vestry, it was empty save for a woman who stood staring up at one of our windows. We have some rather fine old stained glass, and indeed the church itself is well worth looking at. She turned at my footsteps, and I saw that it was Mrs. Lestrange. We both hesitated a moment, and then I said, "I hope you like our little church." "I've been admiring the screen," she said. Her voice was pleasant, low, yet very distinct, with a clear-cut enunciation. She added, "I'm so sorry to have missed your wife yesterday." We talked a few minutes longer about the church. She was evidently a cultured woman who knew something of church history and architecture. We left the building together and walked down the road, since one way to the vicarage led past her house. As we arrived at the gate, she said pleasantly, "Come in, won't you? And tell me what you think of what I have done." I accepted the invitation. Little Gates had formerly belonged to an Anglo-Indian colonel, and I could not help feeling relieved by the disappearance of the brass tables and Burmese idols. It was furnished now very simply, but in exquisite taste. There was a sense of harmony and rest about it. Yet I wondered more and more What had brought such a woman as Mrs. Lestrange to St. Mary Mead? She was so very clearly a woman of the world that it seemed a strange taste to bury herself in a country village. In the clear light of her drawing room, I had an opportunity of observing her closely for the first time. She was a very tall woman. Her hair was gold, with a tinge of red in it. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were dark. Whether by art or by nature, I could not decide. If she was, as I thought, made up, it was done very artistically. There was something sphinx-like about her face when it was in repose, and she had the most curious eyes I have ever seen. They were almost golden in shade. Her clothes were perfect, and she had all the ease of manner of a well-bred woman. And yet there was something about her that was incongruous and baffling. You felt that she was a mystery. The word Griselda had used occurred to me sinister, absurd, of course. And yet was it so absurd? The thought sprang unbidden into my mind. This woman would stick at nothing. Our talk was on most normal lines. Pictures, books, old churches. Yet somehow, I got very strongly the impression that there was something else, something of quite a different nature that Mrs. Lestrange wanted to say to me. I caught her eye on me once or twice, looking at me with a curious hesitancy, as though she were unable to make up her mind. She kept the talk, I noticed, strictly to impersonal subjects. She made no mention of a husband or relations, but all the time there was that strange, urgent appeal in her glance. It seemed to say, "Shall I tell you I want to? Can't you help me?" Yet in the end it died away, or perhaps it had all been my fancy. I had the feeling that I was being dismissed. I rose and took my leave. As I went out of the room, I glanced back and saw her staring after me with a puzzled, doubtful expression. On an impulse, I came back. "If there is anything I can do," she said doubtfully. "It's very kind of you." We were both silent. Then she said, "I wish I knew. It's difficult. No, I don't think anyone can help me. But thank you for offering to do so." That seemed final. So I went. But as I did so, I wondered. We are not used to mysteries in St. Mary Mead. So much is this the case that as I emerged from the gate, I was pounced upon. Miss Hartnell is very good at pouncing in a heavy and cumbrous way. "I saw you," she exclaimed with ponderous humor. "And I was so excited. Now you can tell us all about it." "About what, the mysterious lady? Is she a widow, or has she a husband somewhere I really couldn't say? She didn't tell me." "How very peculiar. One would think she would be certain to mention something casually. It almost looks, doesn't it, as though she had a reason for not speaking. I really don't see that. But as dear Miss Marple says, you are so unworldly, dear Vicar. Tell me, has she known Dr. Haydock long? She didn't mention him, so I don't know." "Really? But what did you talk about then? Pictures, music, books," I said truthfully. Miss Hartnell, whose only topics of conversation are the purely personal, looked suspicious and unbelieving, taking advantage of a momentary hesitation on her part as to how to proceed next. I bade her good night and walked rapidly away. I called in at a house farther down the village and returned to the vicarage by the garden gate. Passing, as I did so, the danger point of Miss Marple's garden. However, I did not see how it was humanly possible for the news of my visit to Mrs. Lestrange to have yet reached her ears. So I felt reasonably safe. As I latched the gate, it occurred to me that I would just step down to the shed in the garden which young Lawrence Redding was using as a studio, and see for myself how Griselda's portrait was progressing. I append a rough sketch here, which will be useful in the light of after happenings, only sketching in such details as are necessary. I had no idea there was anyone in the studio. There had been no voices from within to warn me, and I suppose that my own footsteps made no noise upon the grass. I opened the door and then stopped awkwardly on the threshold. For there were two people in the studio, and the man's arms were round the woman, and he was kissing her passionately. The two people were the artist, Lawrence Redding, and Mrs. Protheroe. I backed out precipitately and beat a retreat to my study. There I sat down in a chair, took out my pipe, and thought things over. The discovery had come as a great shock to me, especially since my conversation with Lettuce that afternoon. I had felt fairly certain that there was some kind of understanding growing up between her and the young man. Moreover, I was convinced that she herself thought so. I felt positive that she had no idea of the artist's feelings for her stepmother. A nasty tangle. I paid a grudging tribute to Miss Marple. Oh, she had not been deceived, but had evidently suspected the true state of things with a fair amount of accuracy. I had entirely misread her meaning glance at Griselda. I had never dreamt of considering Mrs. Protheroe in the matter. There has always been rather a suggestion of Caesar's wife about Mrs. Protheroe, a quiet, self-contained woman whom one would not suspect of any great depths of feeling. I had got to this point in my meditations when a tap on my study window aroused me. I got up and went to it. Mrs. Protheroe was standing outside. I opened the window and she came in, not waiting for an invitation on my part. She crossed the room in a breathless sort of way and dropped down on the sofa. I had the feeling that I had never really seen her before. The quiet, self-contained woman that I knew had vanished. In her place was a quick-breathing, desperate creature. For the first time, I realized that Anne Protheroe was beautiful. She was a brown-haired woman with a pale face and very deep-set gray eyes. She was flushed now, and her breast heaved. It was as though a statue had suddenly come to life. I blinked my eyes at the transformation. I thought it best to come. She said, You saw just now." I bowed my head. She said very quietly, "We love each other." And even in the middle of her evident distress and agitation, she could not keep a little smile from her lips. The smile of a woman who sees something very beautiful and wonderful. I still said nothing. And she added presently, "I suppose to you that seems very wrong. Can you expect me to say anything else?" Mrs. Protheroe. No, I suppose not. I went on, trying to make my voice as gentle as possible. "You are a married woman." She interrupted me. "Oh, I know. Do you think I haven't gone over all that again and again? I'm not a bad woman, really. I'm not. And things aren't as you might think they are," I said gravely. "I'm glad of that." She asked rather timorously, "Are you going to tell my husband?" I said rather dryly. There seems to be a general idea that a clergyman is incapable of behaving like a gentleman. That is not true. She threw me a grateful glance. I'm so unhappy. Oh, I'm so dreadfully unhappy. I can't go on. I simply can't go on, and I don't know what to do. Her voice rose with a slightly hysterical note in it. You don't know what my life is like. I've been miserable with Lucius from the beginning. No woman could be happy with him. I wish he were dead. It's awful, but I do. I'm desperate. I tell you, I'm desperate. She started and looked over at the window. What was that? I thought I heard someone. Perhaps it's Lawrence. I went over to the window, which I had not closed as I had thought. I stepped out and looked down the garden, but there was no one in sight. Yet I was almost convinced that I, too, had heard someone. Or perhaps it was her certainty that had convinced me. When I re-entered the room, she was leaning forward, drooping her head down. She looked the picture of despair. She said again, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I came and sat down beside her. I said the things I thought it was my duty to say, and tried to say them with the necessary conviction, uneasily conscious all the time that same morning I had given voice to the sentiment that a world without Colonel Protheroe in it would be improved for the better. Amen. Above all, I begged her to do nothing rash. To leave her home and her husband was a very serious step. I don't suppose I convinced her. I have lived long enough in the world to know that arguing with anyone in love is next door to useless. But I do think my words brought to her some measure of comfort. When she rose to go, she thanked me and promised to think over what I had said. Nevertheless, when she had gone, I felt very uneasy. I felt that hitherto I had misjudged Anne Protheroe's character. She impressed me now as a very desperate woman, the kind of woman who would stick at nothing once her emotions were aroused, and she was desperately, wildly, madly in love with Lawrence Redding, a man several years younger than herself. I didn't like it. Chapter 4. I had entirely forgotten that we had asked Lawrence Redding to dinner that night, when Griselda burst in and scolded me, pointing out that it lacked 2 minutes to dinner time. I was quite taken aback. I hope everything will be all right. Griselda called up the stairs after me. I've thought over what you said at lunch, and I've really thought of some quite good things to eat. I may say, in passing, that our evening meal amply bore out Griselda's assertion that things went much worse when she tried than when she didn't. The menu was ambitious in conception, and Mary seemed to have taken a perverse pleasure in seeing how best she could alternate undercooking and overcooking. Some oysters, which Griselda had ordered, and which would seem to be beyond the reach of incompetence. We were, unfortunately, not able to sample, as we had nothing in the house to open them, with an omission which was discovered only when the moment for eating them arrived. I had rather doubted whether Lawrence Redding would put in an appearance. He might very easily have sent an excuse. However, he arrived punctually enough, and the four of us went into dinner. Lawrence Redding has an undeniably attractive personality. He is, I suppose, about 30 years of age. He has dark hair, but his eyes are of a brilliant, almost startling blue. He is the kind of young man who does everything well. He is good at games, an excellent shot, a good amateur actor, and can tell a first-rate story. He is capable of making any party go. He has, I think, Irish blood in his veins. He is not, at all, one's idea of the typical artist. Yet I believe he is a clever painter in the modern style. I know very little of painting myself. It was only natural that on this particular evening he should appear a shade distrait. On the whole, he carried off things very well. I don't think Griselda or Dennis noticed anything wrong. Probably, I should not have noticed anything myself if I had not known beforehand. Griselda and Dennis were particularly gay, full of jokes about Dr. Stone and Miss Cram, the local scandal. It suddenly came home to me with something of a pang that Dennis is nearer Griselda's age than I am. He calls me Uncle Len, but her Griselda. It gave me, somehow, a lonely feeling. I think, have been upset by Mrs. Protheroe. I'm not usually given to such unprofitable reflections. Griselda and Dennis went rather far now and then, but I hadn't the heart to check them. I have always thought it a pity that the mere presence of a clergyman should have a dampening effect. Lawrence took a gay part in the conversation. Nevertheless, I was aware of his eyes continually straying to where I sat, and I was not surprised when after dinner he maneuvered to get me into the study. As soon as we were alone, his manner changed. "You've surprised our secret, sir," he said. "What are you going to do about it?" I could speak far more plainly to Redding than I could to Mrs. Protheroe, and I did so. He took it very well, of course. He said, when I had finished, "You're bound to say all this. You're a parson. I don't mean that in any way offensively. As a matter of fact, I think you're probably right. But this isn't the usual sort of thing between Anne and me." I told him that people had been saying that particular phrase since the dawn of time, and a queer little smile creased his lips. "You mean everyone thinks their case is unique? Perhaps so. But one thing you must believe." He assured me that so far, there was nothing wrong in it. "Anne," he said, "was one of the truest and most loyal women that ever lived. What was going to happen, he didn't know. If this were only a book," he said gloomily, "the old man would die, and a good riddance to everybody." I reproved him. "Oh, I didn't mean I was going to stick him in the back with a knife, though I'd offer my best thanks to anyone else who did so. There's not a soul in the world who's got a good word to say for him. I rather wonder the first Mrs. Protheroe didn't do him in. I met her once, years ago, and she looked quite capable of it, one of those calm, dangerous women. He goes blustering along, stirring up trouble everywhere, mean as the devil, and with a particularly nasty temper. You don't know what Anne has had to stand from him. If I had a penny in the world, I'd take her away without any more ado." Then I spoke to him very earnestly. I begged him to leave St. Mary Mead by remaining there. He could only bring greater unhappiness on Anne Protheroe than was already her lot. People would talk. The matter would get to Colonel Protheroe's ears, and things would be made infinitely worse for her. Lawrence protested. "Nobody knows a thing about it except you. Padre, my dear young man, you underestimate the detective instinct of village life. In St. Mary Mead, everyone knows your most intimate affairs. There is no detective in England equal to a spinster lady of uncertain age with plenty of time on her hands. He said easily that that was all right. Everyone thought it was lettuce. Has it occurred to you, I asked, that possibly lettuce might think so herself? He seemed quite surprised by the idea. Lettuce, he said, didn't care a hang about him. He was sure of that. She's a queer sort of girl, he said, always seems in a kind of dream. And yet underneath I believe she's really rather practical. I believe all that vague stuff is a pose. Lettuce knows jolly well what she's doing. And there's a funny, vindictive streak in her. The queer thing is that she hates Anne, simply loathes her. And yet Anne's been a perfect angel to her always. I did not, of course, take his word for this last. To infatuated young men, their inamorata always behaves like an angel. Still, to the best of my observation, Anne had always behaved to her stepdaughter with kindness and fairness. I had been surprised myself that afternoon at the bitterness of Lettuce's tone. We had to leave the conversation there, because Griselda and Dennis burst in upon us and said I was not to make Lawrence behave like an old fogey. "Oh dear," said Griselda, throwing herself into an armchair. "How I would like a thrill of some kind, a murder or even a burglary." "I don't suppose there's anyone much worth burgling," said Lawrence, trying to enter into her mood, "unless we stole Miss Hartnell's false teeth." "They do click horribly," said Griselda. "But you're wrong about there being no one worthwhile. There's some marvelous old silver at Old Hall, trencher salts, and at Charles II Taza, all kinds of things like that, worth thousands of pounds, I believe." "The old man would probably shoot you with an army revolver," said Dennis. "Just the sort of thing he'd enjoy doing." "Oh, we'd get in first and hold him up," said Griselda. "Who's got a revolver?" "I've got a Mauser pistol," said Lawrence. "Have you? How exciting." "Why do you have it souvenir of the war?" said Lawrence briefly. "Old Protheroe was showing the silver to Stone today," volunteered Dennis. "Old Stone was pretending to be no end interested in it." "I thought they'd quarreled about the barrow," said Griselda. "Oh, they've made that up," said Dennis. "I can't think what people want to grub about in barrows for." "Anyway, the man Stone puzzles me," said Lawrence. "I think he must be very absent-minded. You'd swear sometimes he knew nothing about his own subject." "That's love," said Dennis. "Sweet Gladys Cram, you are no sham. Your teeth are white and fill me with delight. Come, fly with me, my bride-to-be." And at the Blue Boar, on the bedroom floor. "That's enough." "Dennis," I said. "Well," said Lawrence Redding, "I must be off. Thank you very much, Mrs. Clement, for a very pleasant evening." Griselda and Dennis saw him off. Dennis returned to the study alone. Something had happened to ruffle the boy. He wandered about the room aimlessly, frowning and kicking the furniture. Our furniture is so shabby already that it can hardly be damaged further. But I felt impelled to utter a mild protest. "Sorry," said Dennis. He was silent for a moment, and then burst out, "What an absolutely rotten thing gossip is." I was a little surprised. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I don't know whether I ought to tell you." I was more and more surprised. "It's such an absolutely rotten thing," Dennis said again. "Going round and saying things, not even saying them, hinting them. No, I'm damned sorry if I'll tell you it's too absolutely rotten." I looked at him curiously, but I did not press him further. I wondered very much, though it is very unlike Dennis to take anything to heart. Griselda came in at that moment. Miss Weatherby's just rung up. She said Mrs. Lestrange went out at 8:15 and hasn't come in yet. Nobody knows where she's gone. Why should they know? But it isn't to Dr. Haydock's. Miss Weatherby does know that, because she telephoned to Miss Hartnell, who lives next door to him, and who would have been sure to see her. It is a mystery to me. I said, how anyone ever gets any nourishment in this place. They must eat their meals standing up by the window so as to be sure of not missing anything. And that's not all, said Griselda, bubbling with pleasure. They found out about the blue boar. Dr. Stone and Miss Cram have got rooms next door to each other. But she waved an impressive forefinger. No communicating door. That, I said, must be very disappointing to everybody. At which Griselda laughed. Thursday started badly. 2 of the ladies of my parish elected to quarrel about the church decorations. I was called in to adjudicate between 2 middle-aged ladies, each of whom was literally trembling with rage. If it had not been so painful, it would have been quite an interesting physical phenomenon. Then I had to reprove 2 of our choir boys for persistent sweet sucking during the hours of divine service, and I had an uneasy feeling that I was not doing the job as wholeheartedly as I should have done. Then our organist, who is distinctly touchy, had taken offense and had to be smoothed down, and 4 of my poor parishioners declared open rebellion against Miss Hartnell, who came to me bursting with rage about it. I was just going home when I met Colonel Protheroe. He was in high good humor, having sentenced 3 poachers. In his capacity as magistrate, firmness. He shouted in his stentorian voice. He is slightly deaf and raises his voice accordingly, as deaf people often do. That's what's needed nowadays. Firmness. Make an example. That rogue archer came out yesterday and is vowing vengeance against me. I hear, impudent scoundrel. Threatened men live long, as the saying goes. I'll show him what his vengeance is worth next time I catch him taking my pheasants. Lax. We're too lax nowadays. I believe in showing a man up for what he is. You're always being asked to consider a man's wife and children. Damn nonsense. Fiddlesticks. Why should a man escape the consequences of his acts just because he whines about his wife and children? It's all the same to me, no matter what a man is. Doctor, lawyer, clergyman, poacher, drunken wastrel if you catch him on the wrong side of the law. Let the law punish him. You agree with me, I'm sure. You forget. I said, my calling obliges me to respect one quality above all others, the quality of mercy. Well, I'm a just man. No one can deny that. I did not speak, and he said sharply, why don't you answer? A penny for your thoughts. Man. I hesitated. Then I decided to speak. I was thinking. I said that when my time comes, I should be sorry if the only plea I had to offer was that of justice, because it might mean that only justice would be meted out to me. Pah! What we need is a little militant Christianity. I've always done my duty. I hope. Well, no more of that. I'll be along this evening. As I said, we'll make it 6:15 instead of 6, if you don't mind. I've got to see a man in the village. That will suit me quite well. He flourished his stick and strode away. Turning, I ran into Hawes. I thought he looked distinctly ill this morning. I had meant to upbraid him mildly for various matters in his province, which had been muddled or shelved, but seeing his white, strained face, I felt that the man was ill. I said as much, and he denied it, but not very vehemently. Finally, he confessed that he was not feeling too fit and appeared ready to accept my advice of going home to bed. I had a hurried lunch and went out to do some visits. Griselda had gone to London by the cheap Thursday train. I came in about 3:45 with the intention of sketching the outline of my Sunday sermon. But Mary told me that Mr. Redding was waiting for me in the study. I found him pacing up and down with a worried face. He looked white and haggard. He turned abruptly at my entrance. "Look here, sir. I've been thinking over what you said yesterday. I've had a sleepless night thinking about it. You're right. I've got to cut and run." "My dear boy," I said, "you were right in what you said about Anne. I'll only bring trouble on her by staying here. She's too good for anything else. I see I've got to go. I've made things hard enough for her as it is. Heaven help me. I think you have made the only decision possible." I said, "I know that it is a hard one, but believe me, it will be for the best in the end." I could see that he thought that that was the kind of thing easily said by someone who didn't know what he was talking about. "You'll look after Anne. She needs a friend. You can rest assured that I will do everything in my power." "Thank you, sir." He wrung my hand. "You're a good sort." "Padre, I shall see her to say goodbye this evening, and I shall probably pack up and go tomorrow. No good prolonging the agony. Thanks for letting me have the shed to paint in. I'm sorry not to have finished Mrs. Clement's portrait. Don't worry about that. My dear boy, goodbye, and God bless you." When he had gone, I tried to settle down to my sermon, but with very poor success. I kept thinking of Lawrence and Anne Protheroe. I had rather an unpalatable cup of tea, cold and black. And at 5:30 the telephone rang. I was informed that Mr. Abbott of Lower Farm was dying, and would I please come at once. I rang up Old Hall immediately, for Lower Farm was nearly 2 miles away, and I could not possibly get back by 6:15. I have never succeeded in learning to ride a bicycle. I was told, however, that Colonel Protheroe had just started out in the car, so I departed, leaving word with Mary that I had been called away, but would try to be back by 6:30 or soon after. Chapter 5. It was nearer 7 than 6:30 when I approached the Vicarage gate on my return. Before I reached it, it swung open and Lawrence Redding came out. He stopped dead on seeing me, and I was immediately struck by his appearance. He looked like a man who was on the point of going mad. His eyes stared in a peculiar manner. He was deathly white, and he was shaking and twitching all over. I wondered for a moment whether he could have been drinking, but repudiated the idea immediately. "Hello," I said. "Have you been to see me again?" "Sorry I was out. Come back now. I've got to see Protheroe about some accounts, but I dare say we shan't be long." "Protheroe," he said. He began to laugh. "Protheroe. You're going to see Protheroe." "Oh, you'll see Protheroe, all right." "Oh, my God, yes." I stared. Instinctively, I stretched out a hand towards him. He drew sharply aside. "No," he almost cried out. "I've got to get away to think. I've got to think. I must think." He broke into a run and vanished rapidly down the road towards the village, leaving me staring after him. My first idea of drunkenness recurring. Finally, I shook my head and went on to the vicarage. The front door is always left open, but nevertheless I rang the bell. Mary came, wiping her hands on her apron. "So you're back at last," she observed. "Is Colonel Protheroe here?" I asked. "In the study. Been here since 6:15, and Mr. Redding's been here. Come a few minutes ago. Asked for you. I told him you'd be back at any minute, and that Colonel Protheroe was waiting in the study, and he said he'd wait too, and went there. He's there now." "No, he isn't." I said, "I've just met him going down the road." "Well, I didn't hear him leave. He can't have stayed more than a couple of minutes. The mistress isn't back from town yet." I nodded absent-mindedly. Mary beat a retreat to the kitchen quarters, and I went down the passage and opened the study door. After the dusk of the passage, the evening sunshine that was pouring into the room made my eyes blink. I took a step or two across the floor and then stopped dead. For a moment, I could hardly take in the meaning of the scene before me. Colonel Protheroe was lying sprawled across my writing table in a horrible, unnatural position. There was a pool of some dark fluid on the desk by his head, and it was slowly dripping onto the floor with a horrible drip, drip, drip. I pulled myself together and went across to him. His skin was cold to the touch. The hand that I raised fell back lifeless. The man was dead shot through the head. I went to the door and called Mary. When she came, I ordered her to run as fast as she could and fetch Dr. Haydock, who lives just at the corner of the road. I told her there had been an accident. Then I went back and closed the door to await the doctor's coming. Fortunately, Mary found him at home. Haydock is a good fellow, a big, fine, strapping man with an honest, rugged face. His eyebrows went up when I pointed silently across the room. But, like a true doctor, he showed no signs of emotion. He bent over the dead man, examining him rapidly. Then he straightened himself and looked across at me. "Well," I asked. "He's dead, right enough. Been dead half an hour. I should say, suicide out of the question. Man, look at the position of the wound. Besides, if he shot himself, where's the weapon?" True enough. There was no sign of any such thing. "We'd better not mess around with anything," said Haydock. "I'd better ring up the police." He picked up the receiver and spoke into it. He gave the facts as curtly as possible and then replaced the telephone and came across to where I was sitting. "This is a rotten business." "How did you come to find him?" I explained. Is it murder?" I asked, rather faintly. "Looks like it." "Mean to say, what else can it be?" "Extraordinary business. Wonder who had a down on the poor old fellow. Of course I know he wasn't popular, but one isn't often murdered for that reason, worse luck. There's one rather curious thing. I said I was telephoned for this afternoon to go to a dying parishioner. When I got there, everyone was very surprised to see me. The sick man was very much better than he had been for some days, and his wife flatly denied telephoning for me at all. Haydock drew his brows together. "That's suggestive, very. You were being got out of the way. Where's your wife gone up to London for the day?" "And the maid in the kitchen right at the other side of the house, where she wouldn't be likely to hear anything that went on in here. It's a nasty business. Who knew that Protheroe was coming here this evening?" He referred to the fact this morning in the village street at the top of his voice as usual, meaning that the whole village knew it, which they always do, in any case. Know of anyone who had a grudge against him. The thought of Lawrence Redding's white face and staring eyes came to my mind. I was spared answering by a noise of shuffling feet in the passage outside. "The police," said my friend, and rose to his feet. Our police force was represented by Constable Hurst, looking very important, but slightly worried. "Good evening, gentlemen," he greeted us. "The inspector will be here any minute. In the meantime, I'll follow out his instructions. I understand Colonel Protheroe's been found shot in the vicarage." He paused and directed a look of cold suspicion at me, which I tried to meet with a suitable bearing of conscious innocence. He moved over to the writing table and announced, "Nothing to be touched until the inspector comes." For the convenience of my readers, I append a sketch plan of the room. He got out his notebook, moistened his pencil, and looked expectantly at both of us. I repeated my story of discovering the body. When he had got it all down, which took some time, he turned to the doctor. "In your opinion, Dr. Haydock, what was the cause of death? Shot through the head at close quarters. And the weapon I can't say with certainty until we get the bullet out. But I should say, in all probability, the bullet was fired from a pistol of small caliber, say a Mauser 25. I started, remembering our conversation of the night before and Lawrence Redding's admission. The police constable brought his cold, fish-like eye round on me. "Did you speak?" "Sir," I shook my head. Whatever suspicions I might have, they were no more than suspicions, and as such to be kept to myself. "When, in your opinion, did the tragedy occur?" The doctor hesitated for a minute before he answered. Then he said, "The man has been dead just over half an hour, I should say. Certainly not longer." Hurst turned to me. "Did the girl hear anything?" "As far as I know, she heard nothing." I said, "But you had better ask her." But at this moment, Inspector Slack arrived, having come by car from Much Benham, 2 miles away. All that I can say of Inspector Slack is that never did a man more determinedly strive to contradict his name. He was a dark man, restless and energetic in manner, with black eyes that snapped ceaselessly. His manner was rude and overbearing in the extreme. He acknowledged our greetings with a curt nod, seized his subordinate's notebook, perused it, exchanged a few curt words with him in an undertone, then strode over to the body. "Everything's been messed up and pulled about, I suppose," he said. "I've touched nothing," said Haydock. "No more have I," I said. The inspector busied himself for some time peering at the things on the table and examining the pool of blood. "Ah," he said in a tone of triumph. "Here's what we want. Clock overturned when he fell forward. That'll give us the time of the crime. 22 minutes past 6. What time did you say death occurred?" "Doctor, I said about half an hour, but the inspector consulted his watch. 5 minutes past 7. I got word about 10 minutes ago. At 5 minutes to 7, discovery of the body was at about 6:45. I understand you were fetched immediately. Say you examined it at 10 minutes to... Why, that brings it to the identical second almost. I don't guarantee the time, absolutely, said Haydock. That is an approximate estimate. Good enough, sir. Good enough. I had been trying to get a word in. About the clock. If you'll excuse me, sir, I'll ask you any questions I want to know. Time's short. What I want is absolute silence. Yeah, but I'd like to tell you absolute silence, said the inspector, glaring at me ferociously. I gave him what he asked for. He was still peering about the writing table. What was he sitting here for? He grunted. Did he want to write a note? Hello, what's this? He held up a piece of notepaper triumphantly. So pleased was he with his find that he permitted us to come to his side and examine it with him. It was a piece of Vicarage notepaper, and it was headed at the top, 6 stubs 20. Dear Clement, it began, sorry I cannot wait any longer, but I must. Here the writing tailed off in a scrawl. Plain as a pikestaff, said Inspector Slack triumphantly. He sits down here to write this. An enemy comes softly in through the window and shoots him as he writes. What more do you want? I'd just like to say, I began, out of the way, if you please. Sir, I want to see if there are footprints. He went down on his hands and knees, moving towards the open window. I think you ought to know, I said obstinately. The inspector rose. He spoke without heat, but firmly. We'll go into all that later. I'd be obliged if you gentlemen will clear out of here. Right out, if you please. We permitted ourselves to be shooed out like children. Hours seemed to have passed, yet it was only 7:15. Well, said Haydock, that's that. When that conceited ass wants me, you can send him over to the surgery. So long, the mistress is back, said Mary, making a brief appearance from the kitchen. Her eyes were round and agog with excitement. Come in about 5 minutes ago. I found Griselda in the drawing room. She looked frightened, but excited. I told her everything, and she listened attentively. The letter is headed 6:20. I ended, and the clock fell over and has stopped at 6:22. Yes, said Griselda. But that clock, didn't you tell him that it was always kept 1/4 of an hour fast? No, I said, I didn't. He wouldn't let me. I tried my best. Griselda was frowning in a puzzled manner. But, Len, she said, that makes the whole thing perfectly extraordinary. Because when that clock said 6:20, it was really only 5 minutes past. And at 5 minutes past, I don't suppose Colonel Protheroe had even arrived at the house. Chapter 6. We puzzled over the business of the clock for some time, but we could make nothing of it. Griselda said I ought to make another effort to tell Inspector Slack about it. But on that point, I was feeling what I can only describe as mulish. Inspector Slack had been abominably and most unnecessarily rude. I was looking forward to a moment when I could produce my valuable contribution and affect his discomfiture. I would then say, in a tone of mild reproach, if you had only listened to me, Inspector Slack. I expected that he would at least speak to me before he left the house. But to our surprise, we learned from Mary that he had departed, having locked up the study door and issued orders that no one was to attempt to enter the room. Griselda suggested going up to Old Hall. It will be so awful for Anne Protheroe with the police and everything. She said, perhaps I might be able to do something for her. I cordially approved of this plan, and Griselda set off with instructions that she was to telephone to me if she thought that I could be of any use or comfort to either of the ladies. I now proceeded to ring up the Sunday school teachers, who were coming at 7:45 for their weekly preparation class. I thought that, under the circumstances, it would be better to put them off. Dennis was the next person to arrive on the scene. Having just returned from a tennis party, the fact that murder had taken place at the vicarage seemed to afford him acute satisfaction. Fancy being right on the spot in a murder case. He exclaimed, "I've always wanted to be right in the midst of one. Why have the police locked up the study? Wouldn't one of the other door keys fit it?" I refused to allow anything of the sort to be attempted. Dennis gave in with a bad grace. After extracting every possible detail from me, he went out into the garden to look for footprints, remarking cheerfully that it was lucky it was only old Protheroe, whom everyone disliked. His cheerful callousness rather grated on me, but I reflected that I was perhaps being hard on the boy. At Dennis's age, a detective story is one of the best things in life, and to find a real detective story, complete with corpse, waiting on one's own front doorstep, so to speak, is bound to send a healthy-minded boy into the seventh heaven of enjoyment. Death means very little to a boy of 16. Griselda came back in about an hour's time. She had seen Anne Protheroe, having arrived just after the inspector had broken the news to her. On hearing that Mrs. Protheroe had last seen her husband in the village about 5:45, and that she had no light of any kind to throw upon the matter, he had taken his departure, explaining that he would return on the morrow for a fuller interview. "He was quite decent in his way," said Griselda grudgingly. "How did Mrs. Protheroe take it?" I asked. "Well, she was very quiet, but then she always is." "Yes," I said. "I can't imagine Anne Protheroe going into hysterics. Of course it was a great shock. You could see that. She thanked me for coming and said she was very grateful, but that there was nothing I could do. What about Lettuce? She was out playing tennis somewhere. She hadn't got home yet." There was a pause, and then Griselda said, "You know, Len, she was really very quiet, very queer indeed, the shock." I suggested, "Yes, I suppose so." And yet Griselda furrowed her brows perplexedly. It wasn't like that. Somehow, she didn't seem so much bowled over as well terrified. Terrified. Yes, not showing it, you know, at least not meaning to show it, but a queer, watchful look in her eyes. I wonder if she has a sort of idea who did kill him. She asked again and again if anyone were suspected. "Did she?" I said thoughtfully. "Yes. Of course, Anne's got marvelous self-control. But one could see that she was terribly upset. More so than I would have thought. For after all, it wasn't as though she were so devoted to him. I should have said she rather disliked him. If anything, death alters one's feelings sometimes." I said, "Yes, I suppose so." Dennis came in and was full of excitement over a footprint he had found in one of the flower beds. He was sure that the police had overlooked it and that it would turn out to be the turning point of the mystery. I spent a troubled night. Dennis was up and about and out of the house long before breakfast to study the latest developments, as he said. Nevertheless, it was not he, but Mary, who brought us the morning's sensational bit of news. We had just sat down to breakfast when she burst into the room, her cheeks red and her eyes shining, and addressed us with her customary lack of ceremony. "Would you believe it? The bakers just told me They've arrested young Mr. Redding. Arrested Lawrence, cried Griselda incredulously. Impossible. It must be some stupid mistake. No mistake about it. Mum, said Mary, with a kind of gloating exultation. Mr. Redding. He went there himself and gave himself up. Last night, last thing, went right in, threw down the pistol on the table, and I did it, he says, just like that. She looked at us both, nodded her head vigorously, and withdrew satisfied with the effect she had produced. Griselda and I stared at each other. Oh, it isn't true, said Griselda. It can't be true. She noticed my silence and said, Len, you don't think it's true? I found it hard to answer her. I sat silent, thoughts whirling through my head. He must be mad, said Griselda. Absolutely mad. Or do you think they were looking at the pistol together and it suddenly went off? That doesn't sound at all a likely thing to happen. But it must have been an accident of some kind, because there's not a shadow of a motive. What earthly reason could Lawrence have for killing Colonel Protheroe? I could have answered that question very decidedly, but I wished to spare Anne Protheroe as far as possible. There might still be a chance of keeping her name out of it. Remember, they had had a quarrel. I said, about lettuce in her bathing dress. Yes, but that's absurd. And even if he and Lettuce were engaged secretly well, that's not a reason for killing her father. We don't know what the true facts of the case may be. Griselda, you do believe it. Len, oh, how can you, I tell you? I'm sure Lawrence never touched a hair of his head. Remember, I met him just outside the gate. He looked like a madman. Yes, but oh, it's impossible. There's the clock, too. I said, this explains the clock. Lawrence must have put it back to 6:20 with the idea of making an alibi for himself. Look how Inspector Slack fell into the trap. You're wrong, Len. Lawrence knew about that clock being fast. Keeping the vicar up to time, he used to say. Lawrence would never have made the mistake of putting it back to 6:22. He'd have put the hands somewhere possible, like 6:45. He may have known what time Protheroe got here. Or he may have simply forgotten about the clock being fast. Griselda disagreed. No. If you were committing a murder, you'd be awfully careful about things like that. You don't know, my dear, I said mildly. You've never done one. Before Griselda could reply, a shadow fell across the breakfast table, and a very gentle voice said, I hope I am not intruding. You must forgive me. But in the sad circumstances, the very sad circumstances, it was our neighbor, Miss Marple. Accepting our polite disclaimers, she stepped in through the window, and I drew up a chair for her. She looked faintly flushed and quite excited. Very terrible. Is it not poor Colonel Protheroe? Not a very pleasant man, perhaps, and not exactly popular, but it's none the less sad for that. And actually shot in the vicarage study. I understand I said that had indeed been the case. But the dear vicar was not here at the time Miss Marple questioned of Griselda. I explained where I had been. Mr. Dennis is not with you this morning, said Miss Marple, glancing round. Dennis, said Griselda, fancies himself as an amateur detective. He is very excited about a footprint he found in one of the flower beds, and I fancy has gone off to tell the police about it. Dear, Dear, said Miss Marple, such a to-do, is it not? And Mr. Dennis thinks he knows who committed the crime. Well, I suppose we all think we know. You mean it is obvious, said Griselda. No, dear, I didn't mean that at all. I dare say everyone thinks it is somebody different. That is why it is so important to have proofs. I, for instance, am quite convinced I know who did it. But I must admit, I haven't one shadow of proof. One must. I know. Be very careful of what one says. At a time like this criminal libel, don't they call it? I had made up my mind to be most careful with Inspector Slack. He sent word he would come and see me this morning. But now, he has just phoned up to say it won't be necessary after all. I suppose, since the arrest, it isn't necessary, I said. The arrest. Miss Marple leaned forward, her cheeks pink with excitement. I didn't know there had been an arrest. It is so seldom that Miss Marple is worse informed than we are that I had taken it for granted that she would know the latest developments. It seems we have been talking at cross purposes. I said, yes, there has been an arrest, Lawrence Redding. Lawrence Redding, Miss Marple seemed very surprised. Now, I should not have thought Griselda interrupted vehemently. I can't believe it even now. No, not though he has actually confessed. Confessed, said Miss Marple. You say he has confessed. Oh dear, I see I have been sadly at sea, yes. Sadly at sea. I can't help feeling it must have been some kind of an accident, said Griselda. Don't you think so? Len, I mean, his coming forward to give himself up looks like that. Miss Marple leant forward eagerly. He gave himself up. You say, yes. Oh, said Miss Marple, with a deep sigh. I am so glad, so very glad. I looked at her in some surprise. It shows a true state of remorse. I suppose. I said, remorse. Miss Marple looked very surprised. Oh, but surely, dear, dear Vicar, you don't think that he is guilty. It was my turn to stare. But since he has confessed, yes, but that just proves it, doesn't it? I mean that he had nothing to do with it. No, I said, I may be dense, but I can't see that it does. If you have not committed a murder, I cannot see the object of pretending you have. Oh, of course. There's a reason, said Miss Marple. Naturally. There's always a reason, isn't there? And young men are so hot-headed and often prone to believe the worst. She turned to Griselda. Don't you agree with me? My dear, I don't know, said Griselda. It's difficult to know what to think. I can't see any reason for Lawrence behaving like a perfect idiot. If you had seen his face last night, I began. Tell me, said Miss Marple. I described my homecoming while she listened attentively. When I had finished, she said, I know that I am very often rather foolish and don't take in things as I should, but I really do not see your point. It seems to me, if a young man had made up his mind to the great wickedness of taking a fellow creature's life, he would not appear distraught about it afterwards. It would be a premeditated and cold-blooded action. And though the murderer might be a little flurried and possibly might make some small mistake, I do not think it likely he would fall into a state of agitation such as you describe. It is difficult to put oneself in such a position, but I cannot imagine getting into a state like that myself. We don't know the circumstances. I argued. If there was a quarrel, the shot may have been fired in a sudden gust of passion, and Lawrence might afterwards have been appalled at what he had done. Indeed, I prefer to think that this is what did actually occur. I know. Dear Mr. Tolmino, Clement, that there are many ways we prefer to look at things, but one must actually take facts as they are. Must one not? And it does not seem to me that the facts bear the interpretation you put upon them. Your maid distinctly stated that Mr. Redding was only in the house a couple of minutes. Not long enough, surely, for a quarrel such as you describe. And then again, I understand the colonel was shot through the back of the head while he was writing a letter. At least that is what my maid told me. Quite true, said Griselda. He seems to have been writing a note to say he couldn't wait any longer. The note was dated 6:20, and the clock on the table was overturned and had stopped at 6:22. And that's just what has been puzzling Len and myself so frightfully. She explained our custom of keeping the clock a quarter of an hour fast. Very curious, said Miss Marple. Very curious indeed. But the note seems to me even more curious still. I mean, she stopped and looked around. Lettice Protheroe was standing outside the window. She came in, nodding to us and murmuring, "Morning." She dropped into a chair and said, with rather more animation than usual, "They've arrested Lawrence, I hear." "Yes," said Griselda. "It's been a great shock to us." "I never really thought anyone would murder father," said Lettice. She was obviously taking a pride in letting no hint of distress or emotion escape her. Lots of people wanted to, I'm sure. There are times when I'd have liked to do it myself. Won't you have something to eat or drink? Lettice asked Griselda. No, thank you. I just drifted round to see if you'd got my beret here, a queer little yellow one. I think I left it in the study the other day. If you did, it's there still, said Griselda. Mary never tidies anything. I'll go and see, said Lettice, rising. Sorry to be such a bother, but I seem to have lost everything else in the hat line. I'm afraid you can't get it now. I said. Inspector Slack has locked the room up. Oh, what a bore. Can't we get in through the window? I'm afraid not. It is latched on the inside. Surely, Lettice, a yellow beret won't be much good to you at present. You mean mourning and all that. I shan't bother about mourning. I think it's an awfully archaic idea. It's a nuisance about Lawrence, yes. It's a nuisance. She got up and stood frowning abstractedly. I suppose it's all on account of me and my bathing dress. So silly, the whole thing. Griselda opened her mouth to say something, but for some unexplained reason, shut it again. A curious smile came to Lettice's lips. I think, she said softly, I'll go home and tell Anne about Lawrence being arrested. She went out of the window again. Griselda turned to Miss Marple. Why did you step on my foot? The old lady was smiling. I thought you were going to say something, my dear. And it is often so much better to let things develop on their own lines. I don't think, that child is half so vague as she pretends to be. She's got a very definite idea in her head, and she's acting upon it Mary gave a loud knock on the dining room door and entered hard upon it. "What is it?" said Griselda. And Mary, "You must remember not to knock on doors. I've told you about it before." "Thought you might be busy," said Mary. "Colonel Melchett's here. Wants to see the master." Colonel Melchett is chief constable of the county. I rose at once. "I thought you wouldn't like my leaving him in the hall. So I put him in the drawing room," went on Mary. "Shall I clear?" "Not yet," said Griselda. "I'll ring." She turned to Miss Marple, and I left the room. Chapter 7. You knew it wasn't that simple. You wake before the sun does. The house is too still, too silent for what's just happened. A man has been murdered in your study. And the man who claims to have done it turned himself in like he was handing over lost property. You tell yourself it's over, that the law will unravel the mess, that you're a bystander again. But you know better. Something isn't right. It doesn't feel right. Lawrence Redding's confession. It had been too easy, too clean. As though he was reading from a script rehearsed in front of a cracked mirror and a guilty conscience. But guilt can lie. Guilt can wear someone else's skin. You go to the window. The morning mist hasn't burned off yet, curling like cigarette smoke over the hedges. Dennis is already in the garden again, poking around with that boyish gleam in his eye, like this is all one grand detective story. He doesn't see the blood. Not really. Not like you do. You pour a bitter cup of coffee and stare at the shut study door. The police sealed it, but it might as well be a tomb. Inside is the echo of a bullet and the scent of a man who died mid-sentence. You can still see Protheroe's face, fixed, accusing, as if death didn't stop him from suspecting everyone in the room. At 9, Caesar. Me. Griselda's footsteps sound behind you. You don't turn. Her voice is soft, cautious. "Oh, you didn't sleep, did you?" You don't answer right away. She walks around you and looks you in the eye. "You think he didn't do it?" She says it like it's a fact, like she's already read your mind. You sigh. He loved her too much to kill her husband, or not enough to lie about it. She nods slowly. "And Anne, do you think she could have done it?" There's a long pause. You want to say no. You want to say that Anne Protheroe isn't capable of murder, but then you remember her face in your study, pale, wild, desperate. That wasn't the face of a grieving wife or a secret lover. That was the face of someone who'd already crossed the line and couldn't find her way back. She's capable. You say finally, under the right pressure. Anyone is. Griselda stirs her tea without sipping. You can feel something turning in her. She's watching you closely. You wonder if she's seen something she hasn't told you. "You should talk to Miss Marple," she says at last. You wince. She's already made up her mind. Whatever it is. Exactly. And she might be right. You dress and head out. Not to visit the sick or soothe the widow, but to walk straight to the one person in the village who already knows more than you do. Miss Marple's garden looks innocuous enough, petunias in bloom. A lace shawl drying on the hedge, but you know it's a front. She sees more through those twitching curtains and flower pots than half the detectives in the county. She doesn't pretend to be surprised when you arrive. She only offers you tea and waits. The silence presses until you speak first. "I don't believe Lawrence Redding did it." She nods, serene. "No, I shouldn't think he did." You lean forward. "Then why would he confess?" She sips her tea. Men in love do foolish things, especially when they're trying to protect women who don't need protecting. You pause. You're not talking about Anne Protheroe. Her eyes sparkle. Oh, I might be, or I might not. What did you see? Vicar. That day in your study, when she came to you, you hesitate. The memory is still fresh, the way her hands shook, how she kept glancing at the window like someone was listening. She said she couldn't go on, that she wished her husband was dead. Miss Marple sets her cup down. That, dear Vicar, is not a confession. It's a test. You frown. A test. She was seeing what you'd do with that information. If you'd hide it. If you'd protect her. Or betray her. You sit back, stunned. She didn't need absolution. Miss Marple adds, she needed a witness. The truth hangs in the air like incense. You were a pawn in someone's plan, and you still don't know whose. Then you think she did it. Miss Marple smiles faintly. I think you should go visit Mrs. Lestrange. The name hits like a bell toll. You'd nearly forgotten her. The golden-eyed woman who walked through the village like she was waiting for the past to catch her. Why? She lied to me, Miss Marple says, very politely, but quite thoroughly. And I think the timing of her arrival, well, it's too convenient by half us. You leave, your head spinning. The pieces don't fit, not yet, but they're beginning to shift, to move. Someone's story is wrong. Maybe all of them. As you pass the lane back to the vicarage, you see Anne Protheroe at her gate, speaking to no one, staring at the ivy on the wall like it holds the answer. And for one cold, breathless moment, you think she sees you, and she knows you know. Chapter 8. You know she knows. She doesn't speak, just stands there in the garden. Her fingers wrapped too tightly around the handle of the gate, like she's holding on to something invisible. Or maybe trying not to fall apart. You think about walking on, pretending you didn't see her, but you don't. You cross the lane slowly, like you're approaching a wounded animal. Because that's what Anne Protheroe looks like now, not grieving, not shocked, just hunted. You shouldn't be out here, you say gently. She turns her eyes to you. They're dry, too dry. And for the first time, you realize she hasn't cried, not once. Not when she came to your study. Not when she heard her husband was dead. And not now. They'll arrest him, she says. You don't ask who. You don't need to. He already confessed. Mead, a pause. Her breath catches for half a second. Then they'll believe him. She says it like it's a death sentence. Like belief itself is more dangerous than guilt. Is it true? The question sits there between you, like a weapon laid on the grass. Anne looks away. Her fingers unclench, one by one. She doesn't answer. And that silence is answer enough. You feel it then, that shift in the air. The slow, creeping certainty that this story has never been about one crime. It's about what people do to survive the life they're stuck in, what they trade, who they betray. Anne, you say, tell me what happened. She steps back. You're the vicar. You're supposed to save souls, not dig up bodies. She disappears into the house before you can stop her. And you're left standing there, wondering if she just confessed without saying a word. The village is whispering again. By the time you reach the bakery, Mrs. Price Ridley already knows that Lawrence Redding used a Mauser, that Miss Marple has seen someone crying near the old studio, that Lettuce Protheroe hasn't eaten since the night of the murder. No one mentions Anne, and that silence is the loudest rumor of all. You keep walking, past the Blue Boar, where Miss Cram is outside, sweeping the steps like her life depends on it. She glances up once and then down again. Too fast. She's afraid. Or ashamed. Maybe both. You stop. Miss Cram. She freezes. Slowly. Straightens. Yes. Vicar, you were here that night. The night Colonel Protheroe died. Of course I was. I stay here. Did you see Mr. Redding? A long beat. No, she says, but her eyes flick left when she says it. You look past her, toward the alley beside the inn, the one that leads to the back road, the one that curves toward the vicarage if you follow it far enough. Kapishaka, did Dr. Stone? She opens her mouth, closes it again. You see the sweat forming near her hairline. You should talk to him. She says, finally, he'll explain. But she doesn't believe that. You can see it in the way she hugs her arms close, like she's bracing for something to collapse. You leave her there. You'll come back. It's past noon when you finally walk into Miss Marple's garden again. She doesn't look up from her dahlias. She's lying. Isn't she, you say? Which one? All of them. She smiles. Now you're thinking like me. You sit on the bench beside her. Why would he confess? Because it's easier than telling the truth. I see. You think someone's protecting someone. Always. The flowers sway in the breeze. Miss Marple continues trimming them with delicate precision. You know what I find interesting? She says that Colonel Protheroe wasn't writing a letter when he was shot. He was writing a note, a quick note, on vicarage paper. Sorry, I cannot wait any longer, but I must. She looks at you then. Must what? You whisper it before you realize you've said it out loud. Go. Exactly, says Miss Marple. And yet, he stayed. Your blood chills. You hadn't noticed it before. But she's right. He said he couldn't wait, but he did, long enough to die at your desk. You stand abruptly. I have to go. She doesn't stop you. She knows the truth is already unraveling, and once it starts, it never goes back. Back at the vicarage, the study door is still locked. You stand there a long time, staring at the knob. Behind it is blood, silence, and a mystery that's beginning to twist around your own name. Then something catches your eye, a shadow at the top of the stairs. It's Lettuce. She's watching you, still as a painting, and you wonder, how long has she been standing there? And what did she hear? Chapter 9. You didn't raise your voice, but she heard everything. She doesn't flinch when you meet her eyes. Not like most girls her age would. No guilt, no fear. Just a slow, steady blink, like a cat trying to decide whether you're a threat or a toy. You speak first. How long have you been standing there? She shrugs. Long enough. To hear what? Another shrug. She steps down the stairs slowly, like gravity has forgotten her weight. When she reaches the bottom, she stops just short of you. She didn't do it. She says, my stepmother. No. Her voice is flat, but her pupils are sharp. She only wanted to. You let that sit, because that's not a denial. That's a redirection. And Lawrence, she smiles faintly, bitterly. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless the fly got in his way or made Anne cry. You study her. And what about you? Lettuce. She cocks her head. Her hair swings like a blade. You mean, did I kill my father? You don't answer. Everyone wanted him dead. She continues. But only I meant it. That smile again. It's not real. It's something borrowed from someone braver. You hated him. I hated how he made people small. Her voice cracks. Just a little. Mother, Anne, even me. He didn't just hit you with his hands. He shrank you until you couldn't recognize yourself anymore. You nod slowly. And now I feel nothing. She walks past you into the drawing room, drops onto the sofa like her bones are glass, and curls up with her back to you. I didn't do it, she mutters. You believe her. You think, but you're also starting to understand. Lettuce is damaged in ways you didn't want to see. She's not afraid of murder. She's afraid of being ignored. You leave her with the silence she wants and step out into the heat of the afternoon. The village is quieter now, but the quiet is brittle like porcelain before it cracks. Someone's lying. Not just Lawrence, not just Anne. Someone in this village, someone you've spoken to, knows what happened in your study. You just haven't asked the right question yet. You decide to try again. This time, not with suspicion, but with kindness. Dr. Stone greets you with his usual distracted air. His coat is stained, his hair half-combed, but he doesn't seem surprised when you ask to speak in private. Miss Cram is in much Benham for supplies, he says as he leads you into the back room of the Blue Boar. So unless you've come to accuse me of murder, I suppose you're here about archaeology. You don't smile? I'm here about Protheroe. That gets his attention. Slightly. What about him? You had a quarrel. He waves a hand. He insulted my methods, my degrees, my entire discipline. Did he threaten to revoke your excavation? A pause, then a sigh. Yes, he said if I didn't make my findings more exciting, he'd cut off my access. Said this was just another excuse to waste parish funds and dig up rocks. Did you make them more exciting? Dr. Stone looks up sharply. I don't appreciate the implication. And yet, that barrow has been attracting quite a few people lately, including Lettuce. She's curious. She's dangerous. That hits. Just a flicker behind his eyes. He leans back. What do you really want from me? Always figured. The truth. About where you were the night he died. He hesitates. Then, in my room, until 6:10. Miss Cram left at 6. She says I never left my room, but she wouldn't have heard if I had. The door between us doesn't lock. So you could have slipped out. He smiles, tight, as could she. You leave him pacing, the scent of chalk and guilt clinging to the walls. That evening, the phone rings just after sunset. It's Griselda. Come to Little Gates, now. She hangs up before you can ask why. When you arrive, the gate is open, the lights are dim, and Mrs. Lestrange is standing in her doorway, like she's been waiting for you since morning. She doesn't invite you in. He's innocent, she says. Lawrence. No, the boy. Dennis. Not that boy. She snaps. The one who confessed. You pause. Her hands are shaking. Her eyes, those golden, unnatural eyes, are wide and dark. How do you know? Her voice drops. Because I saw who did it. The world stills. Your breath catches. Why didn't you come forward? Because it wasn't my place, she whispers. Not until now. You step closer. Who? She looks over your shoulder. Behind you, and then says the last thing you expect. It's not one person, it's two. Chapter 10. You didn't expect to hear both names. Two, she says again. Her voice doesn't rise. It sinks like a weight into water. You don't speak. You let silence do the asking. Sometimes, that's the only way truth breathes. Mrs. Lestrange steps back into the doorway, and this time, She lets you follow. The room is dim, cool, lit only by a single table lamp. The curtains are drawn, the air close with lavender and something older like dried flowers and secrets. She sits without grace, like her body's only now catching up to the past. And tell me what you saw. You say. She doesn't look at you. I wasn't supposed to see anything. I wasn't even supposed to be walking. Where were you? Behind your house. On the old lane near the beech trees. You know the place. You do. The lane that cuts from the Blue Boar to the Vicarage's back hedge. It's rarely used except by people who want not to be seen. She closes her eyes. It was just after 6. I'd left here to clear my head. I thought I might write something down. A letter. To whom? Her eyes flicker. My daughter? You freeze. Your voice lowers. Lettuce. She nods. Slowly. A single tear creeps down her cheek. Unfamiliar on her porcelain face. I left when she was 5. Lucius made sure no one ever found me. He told her I was dead, and she believed it. Until I arrived. Why did you come back? To make peace. To see what damage he'd done. To fix what I could. Before it was too late. You sit across from her. Pulse in your throat. You said you saw 2 people. I did. At 6:10. I was near the hedge. The window to your study was open. I saw movement. I saw Lucius at your desk. He was angry, gesturing, pacing. Who was with him? She looks directly at you now. Her voice, low, but certain. Anne was there? His wife? Yes. Standing near the bookcase. She said something. He shouted. She flinched, but didn't leave. Then someone else stepped in. Who? Lettuce. The air drains from the room. You almost ask her to repeat it. She walked in like she belonged there. Calm. Too calm. She looked straight at her stepmother, then at her father. She said, "He won't stop. That's all." Mrs. Lestrange's hands clench her skirt. Lucius turned to her, furious, raised his hand, and then her voice trembles. Then a shot. You wait. I didn't see the gun. I don't know who pulled the trigger. But when I looked back, he was slumped on the desk. Anne was shaking. Lettuce was still, just watching the blood pool on the floor like it didn't mean anything. And then Anne reached out to Lettuce, took her hand, said something I couldn't hear. And then Lettuce kissed her on the cheek and left. She breaks, just slightly, and I ran. You stare into the quiet, your mind spinning. You're sure it was Lettuce? I would know my own daughter's walk, her posture, even after all these years. You stand, you cannot help it. You walk to the window. You stare into the darkness. Somewhere out there, Lettuce Protheroe is sitting in your drawing room or reading on her bed or watching the trees move without blinking. Dudon, why are you telling me this now? Mrs. Lestrange stands, wraps a shawl around her shoulders like armor, because Lawrence Redding didn't kill Lucius, and because Anne didn't either. Not alone, if at all. She steps close. Her voice is softer now, but if Lettuce did, would you want to see her hang? You leave in silence. The air outside is thick. The moon has risen, and with it, your doubts. You thought you could walk this cleanly, that justice was about facts. But facts are twisted in this place, bent by grief, by memory, by need. And now you have 3 names: Anne, Lettuce, Lawrence. One is lying, one is protecting, and one is capable of murder. But which is which? You reach the vicarage gate and pause. The study is still locked. The blood wiped clean. But it's in the walls, in the carpet, in your hands. The door creaks open behind you. You turn. Lettuce stands there, pale in her nightgown. Her eyes catch the moonlight like mirrors. Did she tell you? She asks. You don't answer. You don't need to, because she already knows. Chapter 11. You don't know if she wants to be saved or exposed. Did she tell you? Lettuce's voice barely ripples the air, but it hits you like cold iron. You don't answer. You just look at her long enough that the silence becomes its own kind of confession. She leans against the doorframe like she's tired of pretending. You shouldn't have gone to her. You step forward. You watched your father die. She doesn't flinch. He wasn't my father. He was just the man who made everyone worse. That doesn't make you innocent. She tilts her head. I didn't say I was. You motion for her to step outside. She doesn't. You realize something then. She's not afraid of punishment. She's afraid of being forgotten. You speak gently, like you're coaxing truth from a skittish animal. Tell me what happened, Lettuce. She stares past you, toward the dark trees behind the vicarage. He was yelling at Anne again, going through her bag, accusing her of letters, of jewelry, of being unfaithful. Was she? Not yet. And Lawrence, he would have taken her away, but not with me there. I was in the way. You hated her. I hated him for making me hate her. Gita, you let that hang. A strange, sad kind of logic. So you came to the study. Yes, I knew he'd be here. I knew Anne would follow him. He never did anything without an audience. And then she looks at you. I wanted to scare him. I said things I knew would get under his skin. That mother was alive. That Anne was going to leave. That I knew about his little drawer in the library. You feel the chill then. What drawer? He kept cuttings, articles, obituaries of people he'd ruined, even Mother. He liked proof of his control. And then what? She closes her eyes. Anne told me to leave. She looked terrified, not of what I'd done, but of what I might. She reached for me. And he reached for her. You ask the question slowly. Did you shoot him? She opens her eyes again and says nothing. Lettuce. No. Then who? I told you. I left. Anne stayed. You study her face for a lie. But if it's there, it's buried too deep for the surface to show it. And the gun? I don't know. But you do know Lawrence confessed. Of course he did. Anne would have let herself take the fall. He couldn't let her. So he stepped in. You feel your stomach twist. So all 3 of you, each one willing to burn for the other. She smiles faintly. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? In a horrible, doomed sort of way. You don't answer, because it is, and it isn't. That night, you write nothing in your journal. You don't sleep. You sit by the fire in your study where Protheroe died and try to think like a man of faith. But all you can do is think like a man of doubt. By morning, the village is a pressure cooker. Dr. Haydock comes by, unannounced. Says Inspector Slack is readying a formal charge against Lawrence. The police found a pair of gloves behind the hedgerow that match paint-stained ones from Redding's studio. And the gun. It's gone, but a box of .25 caliber ammunition was found under the artist's cot. Everything fits, too perfectly. You ask Haydock if he believes it. I believe in liver damage and second chances. Not much else, he mutters. But I will say this: Mrs. Protheroe came to my office this morning. Why? To ask how long a person could survive a gunshot wound to the temple. Hello. You stare at him. Did you report it? No. Because she looked like she wasn't asking about Protheroe. She was asking about herself. You go to Old Hall. Anne isn't there? Lettuce says she left after breakfast. Said she had something to do. No one has seen her since. Not even Miss Marple. You call the train station. No passengers matching her description. You check with Dr. Stone. No visits. You ask Griselda. Nothing. By noon, a note arrives delivered by hand. No signature. It reads, "You still have time to stop the wrong truth from becoming the right lie." Beneath it is a single line. She's at the barrow. You don't wait. You run down the narrow lanes, past the hedgerows, toward the field Protheroe hated, toward the barrow the archaeologist dug up and abandoned it. The wind picks up as you approach. The sky turns heavy. Thunder murmurs behind the clouds, and there, standing at the edge of the open grave, is Anne Protheroe, holding the gun. Chapter 12. You didn't know if you came to stop her or to hear her say it. Sit. The wind catches her hair first, whipping it sideways across her cheek like punishment from the sky. She doesn't turn when you call her name. She knows it's you. There's no one else left who would come. The Mauser pistol is in her hand, held low, but her fingers are wrapped around it like it belongs to her, like it always has. Anne! She still doesn't face you. Instead, she looks down into the hollow in the ground. The barrow they dug open 2 weeks ago. Stone walls, ancient dust, nothing inside now but space. Do you believe in curses? She asks. You pause, then step closer. The dirt shifts under your shoes. No, but I believe in guilt. There's not much difference. She turns finally. Her eyes are swollen. Not from crying, but from holding everything back. She's been quiet too long. Controlled too long. Held together by skin and social expectation. Now, she looks like something hollowed out and filled with someone else's sorrow. He used to bring me here, she says, before we were married. Said it was peaceful, that it made him feel powerful. Being near Bones, being near something older than anyone alive. She smiles bitterly. I should have known then. Anne, you say softly. Put the gun down. She doesn't. It's not what you think, she says. Or maybe it is. I honestly don't know anymore. I replay it over and over. Different ways, different versions, but it always ends the same. You glance at the barrow. You came here to bury something. She nods. Myself. She holds up the gun, not to you, not to herself, but level with the open grave. Then lowers it. That night, he was worse than usual. He was gleeful because he thought he'd caught me. Letters, perfume, one of Lettuce's silk scarves. He said I was filth. He used that word over and over. Said he'd ruin Lawrence. Said he'd make Lettuce watch. She breathes hard, steadying herself. And I believed him because he always did what he said. You step closer. Did you shoot him? A long silence. Then, very quietly, no. You wait. But she isn't finished. Lettuce came in. She was so calm, so frighteningly calm. She said, "Don't let him do it again." I thought she meant to herself. I was wrong. What did she mean? She meant me. Another pause. The wind kicks dust into the barrow. He reached for her. She didn't move, just stared at him. And that's when Lawrence came in. Your pulse stirs. He saw it too. He saw the whole thing. All three of us frozen in this awful tableau. Like one of those Greek tragedies you read at school where no one moves because everyone's waiting to see who dies first. She turns to face you again. Fully this time. And then he took the gun from my drawer. Your breath catches. He did shoot him. She shakes her head. He held the gun. But before he could use it, someone else already had. Your voice cracks. Lettuce. A single tear slips from Anne's eye. I didn't even see her move. Just the sound. The smell. And then he was slumped, like a curtain falling. She looks down at the pistol in her hand. Lawrence grabbed it from her, wiped the handle, shoved it in his coat. You try to speak, but she cuts you off. He told her to go, told me to sit still, said he'd fix it, and I let him, because I couldn't speak. Because in that moment, I was grateful. You step forward, slowly. Anne, this isn't justice. None of this is justice. Justice? She laughs hollowly. Justice would have been if someone had shot him 10 years ago. You gently reach for the gun. She lets you take it. What are you going to do? She asks. You look at the weapon, then at her. That depends. Do you want to save her? Anne's mouth trembles. I don't know. I don't know who I want to save anymore. You pocket the gun. It feels too heavy for its size. Then I'll decide. You say, and this time, she lets herself cry. Not for Protheroe, not even for herself. But for the moment, she became something she never thought she could be. A mother again. Chapter 13. You know the truth. But truth doesn't decide what you do next. You walk back to the vicarage with the gun tucked inside your coat pocket and something heavier tucked inside your chest. The truth. You've got it now, but it isn't clean. It doesn't absolve anyone. It just complicates them. Lettuce, Anne, Lawrence, none of them innocent, none of them evil. All of them standing on a ledge. And now, you're the one holding the rope. Inside, the house is too quiet. No footsteps, no clinking of dishes. Even Mary has taken her gossip elsewhere. You sit in your study, back in the chair where Colonel Protheroe's blood once pooled across your desk. You can still see the stain, faint as memory. You don't look at the drawer. You know what's in it. Old letters, sermon notes, probably a paperclip or two. Nothing useful. Nothing that would point a finger. Unlike the gun, the Mauser lies on your lap like a final exam. You don't want to touch it, but you do, because you know what happens next. You're going to have to speak wild day or not. And either choice costs someone everything. At dusk, there's a knock on your door. You already know who it is. Miss Marple stands there, gloved, with a straw hat tilted just so. Her eyes, soft blue and deceptively gentle, land straight on yours. Oh, may I come in? You nod. She steps over the threshold and removes her gloves like a nurse about to tend to something septic. You don't offer tea. She doesn't sit. You've been somewhere. She says, so have you? She smiles faintly. Did Anne tell you the truth? You raise an eyebrow. You knew. Of course I knew. But knowing and proving are different things. Then why didn't you go to the police? Because there are some stories the law isn't equipped to carry. She takes a breath. But I do worry you might be. You exhale. She didn't kill him. You say, not really. No. But she let it happen. And she let a man who loves her take the blame. That's still a sort of death, don't you think? You nod. Slowly. So now what you ask, you have the gun, I assume. You glance toward the drawer. Yes. She folds her hands over her bag. Then you have the power, not to punish, but to choose who gets to walk free with the weight of what they've done. You blink. You want me to bury it? I want you to decide whether mercy is a form of truth or another kind of lie. Her eyes lock on yours. You don't have much time. Inspector Slack will be back tomorrow. The gloves, the ammunition, the motive, it's enough. Lawrence will hang, and Anne will let him. You rub your temples. And lettuce will grow up with silence where her soul should be. Miss Marple walks to the window and peers out at the lane. You can save one, maybe two, but not all three. She turns to you. The question is, who do you think deserves it? That night, you do not sleep. You go to the study, close the door, and place the gun on the desk where Protheroe died. You light a candle, not for prayer, for sight. You write 3 letters. One for Inspector Slack, one for Lawrence Redding, and one for Lettuce Protheroe. Each is a truth. Each is a lie. And by morning, you will choose which one to send. Because not everyone who confesses is guilty. And not everyone who stays silent is clean. Chapter 14. You chose a version of the truth, but he came looking for the other one. Morning breaks without ceremony. No thunderclap, no bird song, just gray light seeping through the curtains like regret. You leave the letters on your desk. Only one is sealed. The other 2 are tucked inside your Bible between Psalms and Proverbs, between lament and instruction. The gun is gone. You buried it last night behind the shed, under the hawthorn bush, deep enough that it would take more than curiosity to find it, but not deep enough to forget where you left it. You tell yourself this is protection, but it feels more like premeditation. Inspector Slack arrives at 10:37 a.m. Exactly 7 minutes earlier than expected. That tells you something about him. He doesn't like being predictable, but he does like being early enough to unsettle. He doesn't wait to be invited in. You've been busy, he says as he steps into your study. You keep your face blank. The sealed letter rests beside your hand. Have I? Slack tosses his notebook on the desk. Found a second witness? You stiffen. He sees it. Mrs. Lestrange. You lean back. Slowly. You didn't expect that. What did she say? Slack opens the book. Said she saw Anne Protheroe and her daughter near the study the night of the murder. Says she can't be sure who pulled the trigger. You exhale. Carefully. Then you've got nothing. On the contrary, he taps his pencil. I've got motive, means, opportunity. And now I've got hesitation. That's usually the first sign of guilt. You say nothing. Slack watches you. Where's the gun? Vicar. You meet his eyes. I don't know. A lie. Clean. Polished. Slack nods once. He knows it's a lie. But he also knows it won't hold in court. Lawrence Redding is ready to be charged. You still believe he did it? I believe he wants us to believe it. That's enough for now. You slide the sealed envelope toward him. This might change your mind. Slack stares at it, doesn't touch it. What is it? A statement. From who? You pause. Someone who matters. He lifts the envelope. turns it in his fingers, doesn't open it yet. You're protecting someone. I'm protecting more than one. Slack tucks the letter in his coat. You're a man of God, Reverend. I'd like to think you're telling me the truth. I am. I'd also like to think you're not obstructing justice. I'm not. He smiles tight, not warm. Then we'll see which truth survives the paper trail. He leaves without shaking your hand. That afternoon, the village is still. Even the gossip has gone quiet. Like everyone is waiting for the next note in a symphony they didn't realize they were part of. You see Lettuce in the churchyard. She's sitting beneath the yew tree, tearing petals from a flower she doesn't name. Her eyes are distant. You don't speak. You don't have to. She already knows what you did and what you didn't. At sundown, Anne Protheroe returns to Old Hall. No one meets her at the gate. No officers. No shackles. Only Miss Marple, waiting on the far side of the lane with a tin of fresh-baked shortbread and a look that could unravel kingdoms. They nod to each other like soldiers who've served on opposite sides of the same war. Lawrence Redding leaves town 3 days later, without trial, without pardon, without absolution. Caution, and the gun stays buried. You keep the other 2 letters. Facure. The one addressed to Lawrence still unopened. The one addressed to Lettuce read, folded, and returned without a word. Some truths don't need to be spoken. Some are shared in silence between those who survived them. Chapter 15. Miss Marple knows, but she writes it down anyway. The entry is dated in her tidy, cursive script. Mary Mead, March 12th. The matter of Colonel Protheroe's murder has been put to rest. Officially, no trial, no headline. Just a quiet retreat of a young man with paint on his hands and a weight on his conscience. She pauses to blot the ink, then continues. Lawrence Redding confessed to protect Anne Protheroe. Anne stayed silent to protect Lettuce. And Lettuce, she never said a word, not out of fear, but because she doesn't see what she did as wrong. A line is drawn in the margin. Children don't always recognize evil when it wears the face of a parent. Another line longer, harder. The vicar made the only choice he could. Or rather, the only one he could live with. He buried the weapon, buried the truth, and now he walks lighter. Though he would deny it. She leans back in her chair, glances out the window. Griselda is passing by, waving to young mothers in their prams. She doesn't look like the wife of a man who carries secrets. But then again, Miss Marple knows very few people who look like what they are. She returns to her journal. The gun is still behind the hawthorn. I mark the branch in case someone someday comes asking. Perhaps no one will. But I believe in loose threads. And I've learned to knot them. Another pause. Then, almost as an afterthought, Lettuce will leave this place. Not yet, but one day. I wonder who she'll become. There's something cold in her now, but it may still melt or sharpen. As for Anne, she's quieter now, not in voice, but in the way women become quiet after surviving something they never speak of again. She smiles more, not out of happiness, out of relief. She closes the book, places it on the shelf beside 24 others just like it. Every village mystery, every lie, every mercy. Cataloged, not for justice, but for understanding. Chapter 16. As I went out, I ran into Haydock on the doorstep. He glanced sharply after Slack, who was just passing through the gate, and demanded, "Has he been questioning her?" Yet, he's been civil. I hope civility, to my mind, is an art which Inspector Slack has never learnt. But I presumed that, according to his own lights, civil he had been. And anyway, I didn't want to upset Haydock any further. He was looking worried and upset as it was, so I said he had been quite civil. Haydock nodded and passed on into the house, and I went on down the village street, where I soon caught up to the inspector. I fancy that he was walking slowly on purpose. Much as he dislikes me, he is not the man to let dislike stand in the way of acquiring any useful information. Do you know anything about the lady he asked me, point blank? I said I knew nothing whatever. She's never said anything about why she came here to live, no. Yet, you go and see her. It is one of my duties to call on my parishioners, I replied, evading to remark that I had been sent for. I suppose it is. He was silent for a minute or two, and then, unable to resist discussing his recent failure, he went on fishy business. It looks to me. You think so? If you ask me, I say blackmail. Seems funny. When you think of what Colonel Protheroe was always supposed to be. But there, you never can tell. He wouldn't be the first churchwarden who'd led a double life. Faint remembrances of Miss Marple's remarks on the same subject floated through my mind. You really think that's likely? Well, it fits the facts. Sir, why did a smart, well-dressed lady come down to this quiet little hole? Why did she go and see him at that funny time of day? Why did she avoid seeing Mrs. and Miss Protheroe? Yes, it all hangs together. Awkward for her to admit blackmail's a punishable offense. But we'll get the truth out of her. For all we know, it may have a very important bearing on the case. If Colonel Protheroe had some guilty secret in his life, something disgraceful, well, you can see for yourself what a field it opens up. I suppose it did. I've been trying to get the butler to talk. He might have overheard some of the conversation between Colonel Protheroe and Lestrange. Butlers do sometimes, but he swears he hasn't the least idea of what the conversation was about. By the way, he got the sack through it. The colonel went for him, being angry at his having let her in. The butler retorted by giving notice. Says he didn't like the place anyway, and had been thinking of leaving for some time. Really? So that gives us another person who had a grudge against the colonel. You don't seriously suspect the man, what's his name? By the way, his name's Reeves, and I don't say I do suspect him. What I say is you never know. I don't like that soapy, oily manner of his. I wonder what Reeves would say of Inspector Slack's manner. I'm going to question the chauffeur now. Perhaps, then, I said, you'll give me a lift in your car. I want a short interview with Mrs. Protheroe. What about the funeral arrangements? Oh. Inspector Slack was slightly taken aback. The inquest tomorrow? Saturday. Just so. The funeral will probably be arranged for Tuesday. Inspector Slack seemed to be a little ashamed of himself for his brusqueness. He held out an olive branch in the shape of an invitation to be present at the interview with the chauffeur. Manning was a nice lad, not more than 25 or 6 years of age. He was inclined to be awed by the inspector. Now, then, my lad, said Slack, I want a little information from you. Yes, sir, stammered the chauffeur. Certainly, sir. If he had committed the murder himself, He could not have been more alarmed. You took your master to the village yesterday. Yes, sir. What time was that? 5:30. Mrs. Protheroe went too. Yes, sir. You went straight to the village, yes. Sir, you didn't stop anywhere on the way. No. Sir, what did you do when you got there? The colonel got out and told me he wouldn't want the car again. He'd walk home. Mrs. Protheroe had some shopping to do. The parcels were put in the car. Then she said that was all. And I drove home. Leaving her in the village, yes, sir. What time was that? 6:15. Sir, 6:15 exactly? Where did you leave her? By the church, sir. Had the colonel mentioned at all where he was going? He said something about having to see the vet. Something to do with one of the horses? I see. And you drove straight back here? Yes, sir. There are 2 entrances to Old Hall, by the South Lodge and by the North Lodge. I take it that going to the village, you would go by the South Lodge, yes. Sir? Always. And you came back the same way? Yes. Sir? I think that's all. Here's Miss Protheroe. Lettuce drifted towards us. I want the Fiat. Manning, she said. Start her for me, will you? Very good, miss. He went towards a 2-seater and lifted the bonnet. Just a minute. Miss Protheroe, said Slack. It's necessary that I should have a record of everybody's movements yesterday afternoon. No offense meant. Lettuce stared at him. I never know the time of anything, she said. I understand you went out soon after lunch yesterday. She nodded. Where to? Pleased to play tennis. Who with the Hartley Napiers? At Much Benham, yes. And you returned. I don't know. I tell you, I never know these things. You returned, I said. About 7:30. That's right, said Lettuce. In the middle of the chamazel, Anne having fits, and Griselda supporting her. Thank you, miss, said the inspector. That's all I want to know. How queer, said Lettuce. It seems so uninteresting. She moved towards the Fiat. The inspector touched his forehead in a surreptitious manner. A bit wanting, he suggested. Not in the least, I said. But she likes to be thought so. Well, I'm off to question the maids now. One cannot really like Slack, but one can admire his energy. We parted company, and I inquired of Reeves if I could see Mrs. Protheroe. She is lying down, sir. At the moment. Then I'd better not disturb her. Perhaps if you would wait. Sir, I know that Mrs. Protheroe is anxious to see you. She was saying as much at luncheon. He showed me into the drawing room, switching on the electric lights since the blinds were down. A very sad business, all this. I said, Yes, sir. His voice was cold and respectful. I looked at him. What feelings were at work under that impassive demeanor? Were there things that he knew and could have told us? There is nothing so inhuman as the mask of the good servant. Is there anything more? Sir, was there just a hint of anxiety to be gone behind that correct expression? There's nothing more. I said, I had a very short time to wait before Anne Protheroe came to me. We discussed and settled a few arrangements, and then, what a wonderfully kind man Dr. Haydock is, she exclaimed. Haydock is the best fellow I know. He has been amazingly kind to me, but he looks very sad, doesn't he? It had never occurred to me to think of Haydock as sad. I turned the idea over in my mind. I don't think I've ever noticed it. I said at last, I never have. Until today. One's own troubles sharpen one's eyes sometimes. I said, that's very true. She paused and then said, Mr. Clement, there's one thing I absolutely cannot make out. If my husband were shot immediately after I left him, how was it that I didn't hear the shot? They have reason to believe that the shot was fired later. But the 6:20 on the note was possibly added by a different hand. The murderer's, her cheek paled. It didn't strike you that the date was not in his handwriting, how horrible none of it looked like his handwriting. There was some truth in this observation. It was a somewhat illegible scrawl, not so precise as Protheroe's writing usually was. You are sure they don't still suspect Lawrence? I think he is definitely cleared. But, Mr. Clement, who can it be? Lucius was not popular, I know, but I don't think he had any real enemies. Not that kind of enemy. I shook my head. It's a mystery. I thought wonderingly of Miss Marple's 7 suspects. Who could they be? After I took leave of Anne, I proceeded to put a certain plan of mine into action. I returned from Old Hall by way of the private path. When I reached the stile, I retraced my steps, and choosing a place where I fancied the undergrowth showed signs of being disturbed, I turned aside from the path and forced my way through the bushes. The wood was a thick one, with a good deal of tangled undergrowth. My progress was not very fast, and I suddenly became aware that someone else was moving amongst the bushes not very far from me. As I paused irresolutely, Lawrence Redding came into sight. He was carrying a large stone. I suppose I must have looked surprised, for he suddenly burst out laughing. No, he said, it's not a clue. It's a peace offering. A peace offering. Well, a basis for negotiations. Shall we say I want an excuse for calling on your neighbor, Miss Marple, and I have been told there is nothing she likes so much as a nice bit of rock or stone for the Japanese gardens she makes. Quite true, I said. But what do you want with the old lady? Just this. If there was anything to be seen yesterday evening, Miss Marple saw it. I don't mean anything necessarily connected with the crime that she would think connected with the crime. I mean some outre or bizarre incident. Some simple little happening that might give us a clue to the truth. Something that she wouldn't think worthwhile mentioning to the police. It's possible. I suppose. It's worth trying anyhow. Clement, I'm going to get to the bottom of this business. For Anne's sake. If nobody's else. And I haven't any too much confidence in Slack. He's a zealous fellow. But zeal can't really take the place of brains. I see, I said, that you are that favorite character of fiction, the amateur detective. I don't know that they really hold their own with the professional in real life. He looked at me shrewdly and suddenly laughed. What are you doing in the wood? Padre, I had the grace to blush. Just the same as I am doing. I dare swear. We've got the same idea, haven't we? How did the murderer come to the study? First way, along the lane and through the gate. Second way, by the front door. Third way, is there a third way? My idea was to see if there was any sign of the bushes being disturbed or broken anywhere near the wall of the vicarage garden. That was just my idea. I admitted, I hadn't really got down to the job. Though, continued Lawrence, because it occurred to me that I'd like to see Miss Marple first, to make quite sure that no one did pass along the lane yesterday evening whilst we were in the studio. I shook my head. She was quite positive that nobody did. Yes, nobody whom she would call anybody sounds mad, but you see what I mean? But there might have been someone like a postman or a milkman or a butcher's boy, someone whose presence would be so natural that you wouldn't think of mentioning it. You've been reading G. K. Chesterton? I said, and Lawrence did not deny it. But don't you think there's just possibly something in the idea? Well, I suppose there might be, I admitted. Without further ado, we made our way to Miss Marple's. She was working in the garden and called out to us as we climbed over the stile. You see, murmured Lawrence, she sees everybody. She received us very graciously and was much pleased with Lawrence's immense rock, which he presented with all due solemnity. It's very thoughtful of you, Mr. Redding, very thoughtful indeed. Emboldened by this, Lawrence embarked on his questions. Miss Marple listened attentively. Yes, I see what you mean, and I quite agree. It is the sort of thing no one mentions or bothers to mention. But I can assure you that there was nothing of the kind. Nothing whatever. You are sure, Miss Marple? Quite sure. Did you see anyone go by the path into the wood that afternoon? I asked. Or come from it? Oh, yes, quite a number of people. Dr. Stone and Miss Cram went that way. It's the nearest way to the barrow for them. That was a little after 2 o'clock, and Dr. Stone returned. That way, as you know, Mr. Redding, since he joined you and Mrs. Protheroe. By the way, I said, that shot the one you heard. Miss Marple, Mr. Redding, and Mrs. Protheroe must have heard it too. I looked inquiringly at Lawrence. Yes, he said, frowning. I believe I did hear some shots. Weren't there 1 or 2 shots? I only heard one, said Miss Marple. It's only the vaguest impression in my mind, said Lawrence. Curse it all. I wish I could remember. If only I'd known. You see, I was so completely taken up with, he paused, embarrassed. I gave a tactful cough. Miss Marple, with a touch of prudishness, changed the subject. Inspector Slack has been trying to get me to say whether I heard the shot after Mr. Redding and Mrs. Protheroe had left the studio or before. I've had to confess that I really could not say definitely, but I have the impression, which is growing stronger the more I think about it, that it was after. Then that lets the celebrated Dr. Stone out anyway, said Lawrence, with a sigh. Not that there has ever been the slightest reason why he should be suspected of shooting poor old Protheroe. Ah, said Miss Marple, but I always find it prudent to suspect everybody just a little. What I say is, you really never know. Do you? This was typical of Miss Marple. I asked Lawrence if he agreed with her about the shot. I really can't say. You see, it was such an ordinary sound. I should be inclined to think it had been fired when we were in the studio. The sound would have been deadened, and one would have noticed it less there. For other reasons than the sound being deadened, I thought to myself, I must ask Anne. Said Lawrence, she may remember. By the way, there seems to me to be one curious fact that needs explanation. Mrs. Lestrange, the mystery lady of St. Mary Mead, paid a visit to old Protheroe after dinner on Wednesday night, and nobody seems to have any idea what it was all about. Old Protheroe said nothing to either his wife or Lettuce. Perhaps the vicar knows, said Miss Marple. Now, how did the woman know that I had been to visit Mrs. Lestrange that afternoon? The way she always knows things is uncanny. I shook my head and said I could throw no light upon the matter. What does Inspector Slack think? Asked Miss Marple. He's done his best to bully the butler, but apparently the butler wasn't curious enough to listen at the door. So there it is, no one knows. I expect someone overheard something. Though, don't you, said Miss Marple? I mean, somebody always does. I think that is where Mr. Redding may find out something. But Mrs. Protheroe knows nothing. I didn't mean Anne Protheroe, said Miss Marple. I meant the women servants. They do so hate telling anything to the police. But a nice-looking young man, you'll excuse me. Mr. Redding, and one who has been unjustly suspected. Oh, I'm sure they'd tell him at once. I'll go and have a try this evening, said Lawrence with vigor. Thanks for the hint. Miss Marple, I'll go after a little job the vicar and I are going to do. It occurred to me that we had better be getting on with it. I said goodbye to Miss Marple, and we entered the woods once more. First we went up the path, till we came to a new spot, where it certainly looked as though someone had left the path on the right-hand side. Lawrence explained that he had already followed this particular trail and found it led nowhere. But he added that we might as well try again. He might have been wrong. It was, however, as he had said. After about 10 or 12 yards, any sign of broken and trampled leaves petered out. It was from this spot that Lawrence had broken back towards the path to meet me earlier in the afternoon. We emerged on the path again and walked a little farther along it. Again, we came to a place where the bushes seemed disturbed. The signs were very slight, but, I thought, unmistakable. This time the trail was more promising. By a devious course, it wound steadily nearer to the vicarage. Presently we arrived at where the bushes grew thickly up to the wall. The wall is a high one and ornamented with fragments of broken bottles on the top. If anyone had placed a ladder against it, we ought to find traces of their passage. We were working our way slowly along the wall when a sound came to our ears of a breaking twig. I pressed forward, forcing my way through a thick tangle of shrubs, and came face to face with Inspector Slack. So it's you, he said. And Mr. Redding? Now, what do you think you two gentlemen are doing slightly crestfallen? We explained. Quite so, said the inspector. Not being the fools we're usually thought to be. I had the same idea myself. I've been here over an hour. Would you like to know something? Yes, I said meekly. Whoever murdered Colonel Protheroe didn't come this way to do it. There's not a sign either. On this side of the wall, nor the other. Whoever murdered Colonel Protheroe came through the front door. There's no other way he could have come. Impossible. I cried. Why impossible? Your door stands open. Anyone's only got to walk in. They can't be seen from the kitchen. They know you're safely out of the way. They know Mrs. Clement is in London. They know Mr. Dennis is at a tennis party, simple as a BC, and they don't need to go or come through the village. Just opposite the Vicarage gate is a public footpath, and from it you can turn into these same woods and come out whichever way you choose. Unless Mrs. Price Ridley were to come out of her front gate at that particular minute, it's all clear sailing. A great deal more so than climbing over walls. The side windows of the upper story of Mrs. Price Ridley's house do overlook most of that wall. No, depend upon it, that's the way he came. It really seemed as though he must be right. Chapter 17. Inspector Slack came round to see me the following morning. He is, I think, thawing towards me. In time. He may forget the incident of the clock. Well, sir, he greeted me. I've traced that telephone call that you received. Indeed, I said eagerly. It's rather odd. It was put through from the North Lodge of Old Hall. Now that lodge is empty. The lodge keepers have been pensioned off, and the new lodge keepers aren't in yet. The place was empty and convenient. A window at the back was open. No fingerprints on the instrument itself. It had been wiped clear. That's suggestive. How do you mean? I mean that it shows that call was put through deliberately to get you out of the way. Therefore, the murder was carefully planned in advance. If it had been just a harmless, practical joke, the fingerprints wouldn't have been wiped off so carefully. No, I see that. It also shows that the murderer was well acquainted with Old Hall and its surroundings. It wasn't Mrs. Protheroe who put that call through. I've accounted for every moment of her time that afternoon. There are half a dozen other servants who can swear that she was at home till 5:30. Then the car came round and drove Colonel Protheroe and her to the village. The colonel went to see Quinton, the vet, about one of the horses. Mrs. Protheroe did some ordering at the grocer's and at the fish shop, and from there came straight down the back lane where Miss Marple saw her. All the shops agree she carried no handbag with her. The old lady was right. She usually is, I said mildly. And Miss Protheroe was over at Much Benham at 5:30. Quite so. I said, my nephew was there too. That disposes of her. The maid seems all right, a bit hysterical and upset. But what can you expect? Of course, I've got my eye on the butler, what with giving notice and all. But I don't think he knows anything about it. Your inquiries seem to have had rather a negative result. Inspector, they do and they do not. Sir, there's one very queer thing has turned up quite unexpectedly. I may say, yes, you remember the fuss that Mrs. Price Ridley, who lives next door to you, was kicking up yesterday morning about being rung up on the telephone, yes. I said, well, we traced the call just to calm her, and where on this earth do you think it was put through from? A call-offs, I hazarded. No, Mr. Clement. That call was put through from Mr. Lawrence Redding's cottage. What I exclaimed, surprised. Yes, a bit odd, isn't it? Mr. Redding had nothing to do with it. At that time, 6:30, he was on his way to the Blue Boar with Dr. Stone in full view of the village. But there it is, suggestive. Someone walked into that empty cottage and used the telephone. Who was it? That's two queer telephone calls in one day. Makes you think there's some connection between them. I'll eat my hat if they weren't both put through by the same person. But with what object, Al? That's what we've got to find out. There seems no particular point in the second one, but there must be a point somewhere. And you see the significance Mr. Redding's house used to telephone from. Mr. Redding's pistol? All throwing suspicion on Mr. Redding. It would be more to the point to have put through the first call from his house. I objected. But I've been thinking that out. What did Mr. Redding do most afternoons? He went up to Old Hall and painted Miss Protheroe. And from his cottage, he'd go on his motor bicycle, passing through the north gate. Now you see the point of the call being put through from there. The murderer is someone who didn't know about the quarrel, and that Mr. Redding wasn't going up to Old Hall anymore. I reflected a moment, to let the inspector's points sink into my brain. They seemed to me logical and unavoidable. Were there any fingerprints on the receiver in Mr. Redding's cottage, I asked. There were not, said the inspector bitterly. That dratted old woman who goes and does for him had been and dusted them off yesterday morning. He reflected wrathfully for a few minutes. She's a stupid old fool. Anyway, can't remember when she saw the pistol last. It might have been there on the morning of the crime, or it might not. She couldn't say. She's sure. They're all alike, just as a matter of form. I went round and saw Dr. Stone. He went on. I must say, he was pleasant as could be about it. He and Miss Cram went up to that mound or barrow, or whatever you call it, about 2:30 yesterday, and stayed there all the afternoon. Dr. Stone came back alone, and she came later. He says he didn't hear any shot, but admits he's absent-minded, but it all bears out what we think. Only, I said, you haven't caught the murderer. Said the inspector. It was a woman's voice you heard through the telephone. It was in all probability a woman's voice, Mrs. Price. Ridley heard. If only that shot hadn't come hard on the close of the telephone call, well, I'd know where to look. That's just what it's best not to say, sir. Unblushingly, I suggested a glass of old port. I have some very fine old vintage port. 11 o'clock in the morning is not the usual time for drinking port, but I did not think that mattered with Inspector Slack. It was, of course, cruel abuse of the vintage port, but one must not be squeamish about such things. When Inspector Slack had polished off the second glass, he began to unbend and become genial. Such is the effect of that particular port. I don't suppose it matters with you. Sir, he said, you'll keep it to yourself, no letting it get round the parish. I reassured him. Seeing as the whole thing happened in your house, it almost seems as though you have a right to know. Just what I feel myself. I said, well then, sir, what about the lady who called on Colonel Protheroe the night before the murder, Mrs. Lestrange? I cried, speaking rather loud in my astonishment. The inspector threw me a reproachful glance. Not so loud. Sir, Mrs. Lestrange is the lady I've got my eye on. You remember what I told you, blackmail. Hardly a reason for murder. Wouldn't it be a case of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, that is, assuming that your hypothesis is true, which I don't for a minute admit? The inspector winked at me in a common manner. Ah, she's the kind the gentleman will always stand up for. Now look here, sir, Suppose she successfully blackmailed the old gentleman in the past. After a lapse of years, she gets wind of him, comes down here and tries it on again. But in the meantime, things have changed. The law has taken up a very different stand. Every facility is given nowadays to people prosecuting for blackmail names are not allowed to be reported in the press. Suppose Colonel Protheroe turns round and says he'll have the law on her. She's in a nasty position. They give a very severe sentence for blackmail. The boot's on the other leg. The only thing to do to save herself is to put him out good and quick. I was silent. I had to admit that the case the inspector had built up was plausible. Only one thing to my mind made it inadmissible: the personality of Mrs. Lestrange. I don't agree with you, Inspector, I said. Mrs. Lestrange doesn't seem to me to be a potential blackmailer. She's, well, it's an old-fashioned word, but she's a lady. He threw me a pitying glance. Ah, well, sir, he said tolerantly, you're a clergyman. You don't know half of what goes on. Lady indeed. You'd be surprised if you knew some of the things I know. I'm not referring to mere social position. Anyway, I should imagine Mrs. Lestrange to be a déclassée. What I mean is a question of personal refinement. You don't see her with the same eyes as I do, sir. I may be a man, but I am a police officer. 2. They can't get over me with their personal refinement. Why? That woman is the kind who could stick a knife into you without turning a hair. Curiously enough, I could believe Mrs. Lestrange guilty of murder much more easily than I could believe her capable of blackmail. But, of course, she can't have been telephoning to the old lady next door and shooting Colonel Protheroe at one and the same time, continued the inspector. The words were hardly out of his mouth when he slapped his leg ferociously. Got it, he exclaimed. That's the point of the telephone call. Kind of alibi. Knew we'd connect it with the first one. I'm going to look into this. She may have bribed some village lad to do the phoning for her. He'd never think of connecting it with the murder. The inspector hurried off. Miss Marple wants to see you, said Griselda, putting her head in. She sent over a very incoherent note, all spidery and underlined. I couldn't read most of it. Apparently, she can't leave home herself. Hurry up and go across and see her and find out what it is. I've got my old women coming in. 2 minutes, or I'd come myself. I do hate old women. They tell you about their bad legs and sometimes insist on showing them to you. What luck that the inquest is this afternoon. You won't have to go and watch the boys' club cricket match. I hurried off, considerably exercised in my mind as to the reason for this summons. Found Miss Marple in what, I believe, is described as a fluster. She was very pink and slightly incoherent. My nephew, she explained. My nephew, Raymond West, the author. He is coming down today. Such a to-do. I have to see to everything myself. You cannot trust a maid to air a bed properly. And we must, of course, have a meat meal tonight. Gentlemen require such a lot of meat, do they not? And drink. There certainly should be some drink in the house and a siphon. If I can do anything, I began. Oh, how very kind. But I did not mean that. There is plenty of time, really. He brings his own pipe and tobacco. I am glad to say. Glad because it saves me from knowing which kind of cigarettes are right to buy, but rather sorry too, because it takes so long for the smell to get out of the curtains. Of course, I open the window and shake them well very early every morning. Raymond gets up very late, I think writers often do. He writes very clever books, I believe, though people are not really nearly so unpleasant as he makes out. Clever young men know so little of life. Don't you think? Would you like to bring him to dinner at the vicarage? I asked, still unable to gather why I had been summoned. Oh, no. Thank you, said Miss Marple. It's very kind of you, she added. Was there something you wanted to see me about? I think, I suggested desperately. Oh, of course. In all the excitement, it had gone right out of my head. She broke off and called to her maid. Emily, Emily, not those sheets, the frilled ones with the monogram. And don't put them too near the fire. She closed the door and returned to me on tiptoe. It's just rather a curious thing that happened last night, she explained. I thought you would like to hear about it, though at the moment it doesn't seem to make sense. I felt very wakeful last night, wondering about all this sad business, and I got up and looked out of my window. And what do you think I saw? I looked, inquiring. Gladys Cram, said Miss Marple, with great emphasis. As I live, going into the wood with a suitcase. A suitcase, isn't it extraordinary? What should she want with a suitcase in the wood at 12 o'clock at night? You see, said Miss Marple, I dare say it has nothing to do with the murder, but it is a peculiar thing. And just at present, we all feel we must take notice of peculiar things. Perfectly amazing, I said. Was she going to her sleep in the barrow by any chance? She didn't. At any rate, said Miss Marple, because quite a short time afterwards she came back, and she hadn't got the suitcase with her. Chapter 18. The inquest was held that afternoon Saturday at 2 o'clock at the Blue Boar. The local excitement was, I need hardly say, tremendous. There had been no murder in St. Mary Mead for at least 15 years, and to have someone like Colonel Protheroe murdered actually in the vicarage study is such a feast of sensation as rarely falls to the lot of a village population. Various comments floated to my ears, which I was probably not meant to hear. There's Vicar. Looks pale. Don't he? I wonder if he had a hand in it. 'Twas done at Vicarage, after all. How can you? Mary Adams, and him visiting Henry Abbott at the time. Oh, but they do say him and the Colonel had words. There's Mary Hill, giving herself airs. She is, on account of being in service there. Hush, here's Coroner. The coroner was Dr. Roberts, of our adjoining town of Much Benham. He cleared his throat, adjusted his eyeglasses, and looked important. To recapitulate all the evidence would be merely tiresome. Lawrence Redding gave evidence of finding the body and identified the pistol as belonging to him. To the best of his belief, he had seen it on the Tuesday, 2 days previously. It was kept on a shelf in his cottage, and the door of the cottage was habitually unlocked. Mrs. Protheroe gave evidence that she had last seen her husband at about 5:45 when they separated in the village street. She agreed to call for him at the vicarage later. She had gone to the vicarage about 6:15 by way of the back lane and the garden gate. She had heard no voices in the study and had imagined that the room was empty, but her husband might have been sitting at the writing table. in which case she would not have seen him. As far as she knew, he had been in his usual health and spirits. She knew of no enemy who might have had a grudge against him. I gave evidence next, told of my appointment with Protheroe and my summons to the abbots. I described how I had found the body and my summoning of Dr. Haydock. How many people, Mr. Clement, were aware that Colonel Protheroe was coming to see you that evening? A good many, I should imagine. My wife knew, and my nephew. And Colonel Protheroe himself alluded to the fact that morning when I met him in the village. I should think several people might have overheard him. As, being slightly deaf, he spoke in a loud voice. It was, then, a matter of common knowledge. Anyone might know, I agreed. Haydock followed. He was an important witness. He described carefully and technically the appearance of the body and the exact injuries. It was his opinion that the deceased had been shot at approximately 6:20 to 6:30, certainly not later than 6:35. That was the outside limit. He was positive and emphatic on that point. There was no question of suicide. The wound could not have been self-inflicted. Inspector Slack's evidence was discreet and abridged. He described his summons and the circumstances under which he had found the body. The unfinished letter was produced and the time on it, 6:20, noted. Also, the clock. It was tacitly assumed that the time of death was 6:22. The police were giving nothing away. Anne Protheroe told me afterwards that she had been told to suggest a slightly earlier period of time than 6:20 for her visit. Our maid, Mary, was the next witness, and proved a somewhat truculent one. She hadn't heard anything, and didn't want to hear anything. It wasn't as though gentlemen who came to see the vicar usually got shot. They didn't. She'd got her own jobs to look after. Colonel Protheroe had arrived at 6:15 exactly. No, she didn't look at the clock. She heard the church chime after she had shown him into the study. She didn't hear any shot. If there had been a shot, she'd have heard it. Well, of course, she knew there must have been a shot, since the gentleman was found shot. But there it was. She hadn't heard it. The coroner did not press the point. I realized that he and Colonel Melchett were working in agreement. Miss Lestrange had been subpoenaed to give evidence, but a medical certificate, signed by Dr. Haydock, was produced saying she was too ill to attend. There was only one other witness, a somewhat doddering old woman, the one who, in Slack's phrase, did for Lawrence Redding. Mrs. Archer was shown the pistol and recognized it as the one she had seen in Mr. Redding's sitting room over against the bookcase. He kept it, lying about. She had last seen it on the day of the murder. Yes. In answer to a further question, she was quite sure it was there at lunchtime, on Thursday, 1:45, when she left. I remembered what the inspector had told me, and I was mildly surprised. However vague she might have been when he questioned her, she was quite positive about it now. The coroner summed up in a negative manner, but with a good deal of firmness. The verdict was given almost immediately: murder by person or persons unknown. As I left the room, I was aware of a small army of young men with bright, alert faces and a kind of superficial resemblance to each other. Several of them were already known to me by sight, as having haunted the vicarage the last few days. Seeking to escape, I plunged back into the Blue Boar and was lucky enough to run straight into the archaeologist. Dr. Stone. I clutched at him without ceremony. Journalists, I said briefly and expressively. If you could deliver me from their clutches. Why, certainly. Mr. Clement, come upstairs with me. He led the way up the narrow staircase and into his sitting room, where Miss Cram was sitting rattling the keys of a typewriter with a practiced touch. She greeted me with a broad smile of welcome and seized the opportunity to stop work. Awful, isn't it? She said, not knowing who did it. I mean, not. But that I'm disappointed in an inquest. Tame, that's what I call it. Nothing what you might call spicy from beginning to end. You were there, then, Miss Cram? I was there, all right. Fancy you're not seeing me. Didn't you see me? I feel a bit hurt about that. Yes, I do. A gentleman, even if he is a clergyman, ought to have eyes in his head. Were you present also? I asked Dr. Stone, in an effort to escape from this playful badinage. Young women like Miss Cram always make me feel awkward. No, I'm afraid I feel very little interest in such things. I am a man very wrapped up in his own hobby. It must be a very interesting hobby. I said, you know something of it. Perhaps I was obliged to confess that I knew next to nothing. Dr. Stone was not the kind of man whom a confession of ignorance daunts. The result was exactly the same as though I had said that the excavation of barrows was my only relaxation. He surged and eddied into speech. Long barrows, round barrows, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Paleolithic, Neolithic kist veins and cromlechs. It burst forth in a torrent. I had little to do save nod my head and look intelligent, and that last is perhaps over-optimistic. Dr. Stone boomed on. He was a little man. His head was round and bald. His face was round and rosy, and he beamed at you through very strong glasses. I have never known a man so enthusiastic on so little encouragement. He went into every argument for and against his own pet theory, which, by the way, I quite failed to grasp. He detailed at great length his difference of opinion with Colonel Protheroe, an opinionated boor. He said with heat, yes, yes, I know he is dead, and one should speak no ill of the dead. But death does not alter facts. An opinionated boor describes him exactly. Because he had read a few books, he set himself up as an authority against a man who has made a lifelong study of the subject. My whole life, Mr. Clement has been given up to this work. My whole life. He was spluttering with excitement. Gladys Cram brought him back to earth with a terse sentence. You'll miss your train if you don't look out, she observed. Oh! The little man stopped in mid-speech and dragged a watch from his pocket. Bless my soul. 1:45. Once you start talking, you never remember the time, what you'd do without me to look after you. I really don't know. Quite right, my dear. Quite right. He patted her affectionately on the shoulder. This is a wonderful girl. Mr. Clement never forgets anything. I consider myself extremely lucky to have found her. Oh, go on, Doctor. "Stone," said the lady, "you spoil me. You do." I could not help feeling that I should be in a material position to add my support to the second school of thought, that which foresees lawful matrimony as the future of Dr. Stone and Miss Cram. I imagined that in her own way, Miss Cram was rather a clever young woman. "You'd better be getting along," said Miss Cram. "Yes, yes, so I must." He vanished into the room next door and returned carrying a suitcase. "You are leaving?" I asked in some surprise. "Just running up to town for a couple of days," he explained. "My old mother to see tomorrow. Some business with my lawyers on Monday. On Tuesday I shall return. By the way, I suppose that Colonel Protheroe's death will make no difference to our arrangements. As regards the barrow, I mean, Mrs. Protheroe will have no objection to our continuing the work. I should not think so." As he spoke, I wondered who actually would be in authority at Old Hall. It was just possible that Protheroe might have left it to Lettuce. I felt the curious. It would be interesting to know the contents of Protheroe's will. Causes a lot of trouble in a family. "A death does," remarked Miss Cram, with a kind of gloomy relish. "You wouldn't believe what a nasty spirit there sometimes is. Well, I must really be going. Dr. Stone made ineffectual attempts to control the suitcase, a large rug, and an unwieldy umbrella. I came to his rescue. He protested, "Don't trouble, don't trouble. I can manage perfectly. Doubtless there will be somebody downstairs, but down below there was no trace of a Boots or anyone else. I suspect that they were being regaled at the expense of the press." Time was getting on, so we set out together to the station, Dr. Stone carrying the suitcase, and I holding the rug and umbrella. Dr. Stone ejaculated remarks in between panting breaths as we hurried along. "Really too good of you, didn't mean to trouble you. Hope we shan't miss the train. Gladys is a good girl, really, a wonderful girl, a very sweet nature, not too happy at home. I'm afraid absolutely the heart of a child. I do assure you, in spite of difference in our ages, find a lot in common." We saw Lawrence Redding's cottage just as we turned off to the station. It stands in an isolated position, with no other houses near it. I observed two young men, of smart appearance, standing on the doorstep, and a couple more peering in at the windows. It was a busy day for the press. "Nice fellow. Young Redding," I remarked, to see what my companion would say. He was so out of breath by this time that he found it difficult to say anything, but he puffed out a word which I did not at first quite catch. "Dangerous," he gasped. When I asked him to repeat his remark, "Dangerous. Most dangerous. Innocent girls know no better taken in by a fellow like that always hanging round women. No good." From which I deduced that the only young man in the village had not passed unnoticed by the fair Gladys. "Goodness," ejaculated Dr. Stone. The train. We were close to the station by this time, and we broke into a fast sprint. A down train was standing in the station, and the up London train was just coming in. At the door of the booking office, we collided with a rather exquisite young man, and I recognized Miss Marple's nephew just arriving. He is, I think, a young man who does not like to be collided with. He prides himself on his poise and general air of detachment. and there is no doubt that vulgar contact is detrimental to poise of any kind. He staggered back. I apologized hastily, and we passed in. Dr. Stone climbed on the train, and I handed up his baggage just as the train gave an unwilling jerk and started. I waved to him, and then turned away. Raymond West had departed, but our local chemist, who rejoices in the name of Cherubim, was just setting out for the village. I walked beside him. "Close shave that," he observed. "Well, how did the inquest go?" "Mr. Clement?" I gave him the verdict. "Oh, so that's what happened?" "I rather thought that would be the verdict." "Where's Dr. Stone off to?" I repeated what he had told me. "Lucky not to miss the train." "Not that you ever know on this line. I tell you, Mr. Clement, it's a crying shame. Disgraceful. That's what I call it. Train I came down by was 10 minutes late, and that on a Saturday with no traffic to speak of, and on Wednesday, no. Thursday, yes. Thursday it was. I remember it was the day of the murder because I meant to write a strongly worded complaint to the company, and the murder put it out of my head. Yes, last Thursday, I had been to a meeting of the Pharmaceutical Society. How late do you think the 6:50 was? Half an hour? Half an hour exactly. What do you think of that? 10 minutes. I don't mind. But if the train doesn't get in till 20 past 7, well, you can't get home before 1/2 past. What I say is, why call it the 6:50? Quite so, I said, and wishing to escape from the monologue, I broke away with the excuse that I had something to say to Lawrence Redding, whom I saw approaching us on the other side of the road. Chapter 19. "Very glad to have met you," said Lawrence. "Come to my place." We turned in at the little rustic gate, went up the path, and he drew a key from his pocket and inserted it in the lock. "You keep the door locked now?" I observed. "Yes." He laughed rather bitterly. "Case of stable door when the steed is gone, eh? It is rather like that, you know. Padre?" He held the door open, and I passed inside. There's something about all this business that I don't like. It's too much of, how shall I put it, an inside job. Someone knew about that pistol of mine. That means that the murderer, whoever he was, must have actually been in this house, perhaps even had a drink with me. Not necessarily. I objected. The whole village of St. Mary, Mead, probably knows exactly where you keep your toothbrush and what kind of tooth powder you use. But why should it interest them? I don't know, I said, but it does. If you change your shaving cream, it will be a topic of conversation. They must be very hard up for news. They are. Nothing exciting ever happens here. Well, it has now with a vengeance. I agreed. And who tells them all these things anyway? Shaving cream and things like that? Probably old Mrs. Archer. That old crone, she's practically a half-wit, as far as I can make out. That's merely the camouflage of the poor. I explained. They take refuge behind a mask of stupidity. You'll probably find that the old lady has all her wits about her. By the way, she seems very certain now that the pistol was in its proper place midday Thursday. What's made her so positive all of a sudden? I haven't the least idea. Do you think she's right? There again, I haven't the least idea. I don't go round taking an inventory of my possessions every day. I looked around the small living room. Every shelf and table was littered with miscellaneous articles. Lawrence lived in the midst of an artistic disarray that would have driven me quite mad. "It's a bit of a job finding things sometimes," he said, observing my glance. "On the other hand, everything is handy, not tucked away." "Nothing is tucked away." "Certainly," I agreed. "It might perhaps have been better if the pistol had been—" "Do you know, I rather expected the coroner to say something of the sort. Coroners are such asses. I expected to be censured, or whatever they call it." "By the way," I asked, "was it loaded?" Lawrence shook his head. "I'm not quite so careless as that. It was unloaded. But there was a box of cartridges beside it. It was apparently loaded in all 6 chambers, and 1 shot had been fired." Lawrence nodded. "And whose hand fired it?" "It's all very well, sir, but unless the real murderer is discovered, I shall be suspected of the crime to the day of my death." "Don't say that, my boy." "But I do say it." He became silent, frowning to himself. He roused himself at last and said, "But let me tell you how I got on last night. You know, old Miss Marple knows a thing or two. She is, I believe, rather unpopular on that account." Lawrence proceeded to recount his story. He had, following Miss Marple's advice, gone up to Old Hall. There, with Anne's assistance, he had had an interview with the parlor maid. Anne had said simply, "Mr. Redding wants to ask you a few questions, Rose." Then she had left the room. Lawrence had felt somewhat nervous. Rose, a pretty girl of 25, gazed at him with a limpid gaze which he found rather disconcerting. It's about Colonel Protheroe's death. Yes, sir, I'm very anxious. You see, to get at the truth. Yes, sir, I feel that there may be, that someone might, that there might be some incident." At this point, Lawrence felt that he was not covering himself with glory, and heartily cursed Miss Marple and her suggestions. "I wondered if you could help me." Yet, sir, Rose's demeanor was still that of the perfect servant, polite, anxious to assist, and completely uninterested. "Dash it all," said Lawrence. "Haven't you talked the thing over in the servants' hall?" This method of attack flustered Rose slightly. Her perfect poise was shaken. "In the servants' hall, sir, or the housekeeper's room, or the boot boy's dugout, or wherever you do talk, there must be some place." Rose displayed a very faint disposition to giggle, and Lawrence felt encouraged. "Look here, Rose, you're an awfully nice girl. I'm sure you must understand what I'm feeling like. I don't want to be hanged. I didn't murder your master, but a lot of people think I did. Can't you help me in any way I can imagine?" At this point, that Lawrence must have looked extremely appealing. His handsome head thrown back, his Irish blue eyes appealing. Rose softened and capitulated. "Oh, sir, I'm sure if any of us could help in any way—" "None of us think you did it, sir. Indeed, we don't. I know, my dear girl, but that's not going to help me with the police." "The police?" Rose tossed her head. "I can tell you, sir, we don't think much of that inspector. Slack. He calls himself the police indeed. All the same, the police are very powerful. Now, Rose, you say you'll do your best to help me. I can't help feeling that there's a lot we haven't got yet. The lady, for instance, who called to see Colonel Protheroe the night before he died. Mrs. Lestrange, yes, Mrs. Lestrange. I can't help feeling there's something rather odd about that visit of hers. Yes, indeed. Sir, that's what we all said. You did. Coming the way she did, and asking for the Colonel. And of course, there's been a lot of talk, nobody knowing anything about her down here. And Mrs. Simmons, she's the housekeeper. Sir, she gave it as her opinion that she was a regular bad lot. But after hearing what Gladys said, well, I didn't know what to think. What did Gladys say? Oh, nothing, sir. It was just we were talking, you know. Lawrence looked at her. He had the feeling of something kept back. I wonder very much what her interview with Colonel Protheroe was about. Yes, sir, I believe you know. Rose, me. Oh, no, sir. Indeed, I don't. How could I look here? Rose, you said you'd help me. If you overheard anything at all, it mightn't seem important, but anything, I'd be so awfully grateful to you. After all, anyone might chance to overhear something. But I didn't. Sir, really. I didn't. Then somebody else did, said Lawrence acutely. Well, sir, do tell me. Rose, I don't know what Gladys would say, I'm sure. She'd want you to tell me. Who is Gladys? By the way, she's the kitchen maid. Sir, and you see, she'd just stepped out to speak to a friend. And she was passing the window, the study window, and the master was there with the lady. And of course, he did speak very loud. The master did, always, and naturally, feeling a little curious, awfully natural. Said Lawrence, one would simply have to listen. But of course, she didn't tell anyone except me. And we both thought it very odd. But Gladys couldn't say anything. You see, because if it was known she'd gone out to meet a friend, well, it would have meant a lot of unpleasantness with Mrs. Pratt. That's the cook, sir. But I'm sure she'd tell you anything. Sir, willing, well, can I go to the kitchen and speak to her? Rose was horrified by the suggestion. Oh, no, sir, that would never do. And Gladys a very nervous girl anyway. At last, the matter was settled. After a lot of discussion over difficult points, a clandestine meeting was arranged in the shrubbery, here in due course. Lawrence was confronted by the nervous Gladys, who he described as more like a shivering rabbit than anything human. 10 minutes were spent in trying to put the girl at her ease. The shivering Gladys explaining that she couldn't ever, that she didn't ought, that she didn't think Rose would have given her away, that anyway, she hadn't meant no harm, indeed she hadn't, and that she'd catch it badly if Mrs. Pratt ever came to hear of it. Lawrence reassured, cajoled, persuaded at last Gladys consented to speak. If you'll be sure it'll go no further, sir, of course it won't, and it won't be brought up against me in a court of law. Never, and you won't tell the mistress, not on any account. If it were to get to Mrs. Pratt's ears, it won't. Now tell me, Gladys, if you're sure it's all right. Of course it is. You'll be glad someday. You've saved me from being hanged. Gladys gave a little shriek. Oh, indeed. I wouldn't like that, sir. Well, it's very little I heard, and that entirely by accident, as you might say. I quite understand. But the master, he was evidently very angry. After all these years, that's what he was saying. You dare to come here. It's an outrage. I couldn't hear what the lady said, but after a bit, he said, I utterly refuse, utterly. I can't remember, everything seemed as though they were at it hammer and tongs. She wanting him to do something and he refusing. It's a disgrace that you should have come down here. That's one thing he said. And you shall not see her, I forbid it. And that made me prick up my ears. Looked as though the lady wanted to tell Mrs. Protheroe a thing or two, and he was afraid about it. And I thought to myself, well, now, fancy the master, him so particular, and maybe no beauty himself when all's said and done. Fancy, I said, and men are all alike. I said to my friend later. Not that he'd agree. Argued. He did. But he did admit he was surprised at Colonel Protheroe, him being a church warden, and handing round the plate and reading the lessons on Sundays. But there, I said, that's very often the worst. For that's what I've heard my mother say, many a time. Gladdy paused out of breath, and Lawrence tried tactfully to get back to where the conversation had started. Did you hear anything else? Well, it's difficult to remember exactly. Sir, it was all much the same. He said once or twice, I don't believe it. Just like that. Whatever Haydock says, I don't believe it. He said that, did he? Whatever Haydock says. Yes, and he said it was all a plot. You didn't hear the lady speak at all. Only just at the end. She must have got up to go and come nearer the window, and I heard what she said. Made my blood run cold. It did. I'll never forget it. By this time tomorrow night, you may be dead, she said. Wicked the way she said it. As soon as I heard the news, there, I said to Rose. There, Lawrence wondered. Principally, he wondered how much of Gladys's story was to be depended upon. True in the main, he suspected that it had been embellished and polished since the murder. In especial, he doubted the accuracy of the last remark. He thought it highly possible that it owed its being to the fact of the murder. He thanked Gladys, rewarded her suitably, reassured her as to her misdoings being made known to Mrs. and left Old Hall with a good deal to think over. One thing was clear. Mrs. Beecher Lestrange's interview with Colonel Protheroe had certainly not been a peaceful one, and it was one which he was anxious to keep from the knowledge of his wife. I thought of Miss Marple's churchwarden with his separate establishment. Was this a case resembling, that I wondered more than ever, where Haydock came in? He had saved Mrs. Lestrange from having to give evidence at the inquest. What? He had done his best to protect her from the police. How far would he carry that protection? Supposing he suspected her of crime, would he still try and shield her? She was a curious woman, a woman of very strong magnetic charm. I myself hated the thought of connecting her with the crime in any way. Something in me said, it can't be her. Why? And an imp in my brain replied, because she's a very beautiful and attractive woman. That's why there is, as Miss Marple would say, a lot of human nature in all of us. Chapter 20. When I got back to the vicarage, I found that we were in the middle of a domestic crisis. Griselda met me in the hall, and with tears in her eyes, dragged me into the drawing room. She's going. Who's going, Mary? She's given notice. I really could not take the announcement in a tragic spirit. "Well," I said, "we'll have to get another servant." It seemed to me a perfectly reasonable thing to say. When one servant goes, you get another. I was at a loss to understand Griselda's look of reproach. "Len, you are absolutely heartless. You don't care. I didn't." In fact, I felt almost light-hearted at the prospect of no more burnt puddings and undercooked vegetables. "I'll have to look for a girl and find one and train her," continued Griselda in a voice of acute self-pity. "Is Mary trained?" I said. "Of course she is." "I suppose," I said, "that someone has heard her address us as sir or ma'am, and has immediately wrested her from us as a paragon. All I can say is, they'll be disappointed." "It isn't that," said Griselda. "Nobody else wants her. I don't see how they could. It's her feelings. They're upset because Lettuce Protheroe said she didn't dust properly. Griselda often comes out with surprising statements, but this seemed to me so surprising that I questioned it. It seemed to me be the most unlikely thing in the world that Lettuce Protheroe should go out of her way to interfere in our domestic affairs and reprove our maid for slovenly housework. It was so completely unlettuce-like, and I said so. "I don't see," I said, "what our dust has to do with Lettuce Protheroe." "Nothing at all," said my wife. "That's why it's so unreasonable." "I wish you'd go and talk to Mary yourself. She's in the kitchen." I had no wish to talk to Mary on the subject. But Griselda, who is very energetic and quick, fairly pushed me through the baize door into the kitchen before I had time to rebel. Mary was peeling potatoes at the sink. Good afternoon," I said nervously. Mary looked up and snorted, but made no other response. "Mrs. Clement tells me that you wish to leave us," I said. Mary condescended to reply to this. "There's some things," she said darkly, "as no girl can be asked to put up with. Will you tell me exactly what it is that has upset you? Tell you that in 2 words. I can. Here, I may say, she vastly underestimated. People coming snooping round here when my back's turned. Poking round. And what business of hers is it? How often the study is dusted or turned out, if you and the missus don't complain? It's nobody else's business. If I give satisfaction to you, that's all that matters. I say, Mary has never given satisfaction to me. I confess that I have a hankering after a room thoroughly dusted and tidied every morning. Mary's practice of flicking off the more obvious deposit on the surface of low tables is to my thinking grossly inadequate. However, I realized that at the moment it was no good to go into side issues. Had to go to that inquest. Standing up before 12 men, a respectable girl like me, and who knows what questions you may be asked. I'll tell you this. I've never before been in a place where they had a murder in the house, and I never want to be again. I hope you won't, I said. On the law of averages. I should say it was very unlikely. I don't hold with the law. He was a magistrate. Many a poor fellow sent to jail for potting at a rabbit, and him with his pheasants and what not. And then, before he's so much as decently buried, that daughter of his comes round and says I don't do my work properly. Do you mean that Miss Protheroe has been here? Found her here when I come back from the Blue Boar? In the study she was. And, oh, she says, I'm looking for my little yellow berry. A little yellow hat. I left it here the other day. Well, I says. I haven't seen no hat. It wasn't here when I done the room on Thursday morning, I says. And, oh, she says, but I dare say you wouldn't see it. You don't spend much time doing a room, do you? And with that, she draws her finger along the mantel shelf and looks at it. As though I had time on a morning like this to take off all them ornaments and put them back, with the police only unlocking the room the night before. If the vicar and his lady are satisfied, that's all that matters. I think, Miss, I said, and she laughs and goes out of the windows and says, Oh, but are you sure they are? I see, I said. And there it is. A girl has her feelings. I'm sure I'd work my fingers to the bone for you and the missus. And if she wants a newfangled dish tried, I'm always ready to try it. I'm sure you are, I said soothingly, but she must have heard something, or she wouldn't have said what she did, and if I don't give satisfaction, I'd rather go. Not that I take any notice of what Miss Protheroe says. She's not loved up at the hall. I can tell you. Never a please or a thank you. And everything scattered right and left. I wouldn't set any store by Miss Lettice Protheroe myself, for all that Mr. Dennis is so set upon her. But she's the kind that can always twist a young gentleman round her little finger. During all this, Mary had been extracting eyes from potatoes with such energy that they had been flying round the kitchen like hailstones. At this moment, one hit me in the eye and caused a momentary pause in the conversation. Don't you think, I said, as I dabbed my eye with my handkerchief, that you have been rather too inclined to take offense where none is meant, you know, Mary, your mistress will be very sorry to lose you. I've nothing against the mistress, or against you, sir, for that matter. Well, then, don't you think you're being rather silly? Mary sniffed. I was a bit upset, like after the inquest and all. And a girl has her feelings. But I wouldn't like to cause the mistress inconvenience. Then that's all right, I said. I left the kitchen to find Griselda and Dennis waiting for me in the hall. Well, exclaimed Griselda, she's staying, I said, and sighed. Len, said my wife, you have been clever. I felt rather inclined to disagree with her. I did not think I had been clever. It is my firm opinion that no servant could be a worse one than Mary. Any change, I consider, would have been a change for the better, but I like to please Griselda. I detailed the heads of Mary's grievance. How like lettuce, said Dennis. She couldn't have left that yellow beret of hers here on Wednesday. She was wearing it for tennis on Thursday. That seems to me highly probable. I said, she never knows where she's left anything, said Dennis, with a kind of affectionate pride and admiration that I felt was entirely uncalled for. She loses about a dozen things every day. A remarkably attractive trait, I observed. Any sarcasm missed Dennis. She is attractive, he said, with a deep sigh. People are always proposing to her, she told me so. They must be illicit proposals if they're made to her down here. I remarked, we haven't got a bachelor in the place. There's Dr. Stone, said Griselda, her eyes dancing. He asked her to come and see the barrow the other day. I admitted, of course he did, said Griselda. She is attractive. Len, even bald-headed archaeologists feel it. Lots of S.A., said Dennis sapiently. And yet, Lawrence Redding is completely untouched by Lettuce's charm. Griselda, however, explained that with the air of one who knew she was right, Lawrence has got lots of S.A. himself. That kind always likes the, how shall I put it, the Quaker type. Very restrained and diffident, the kind of woman whom everybody calls cold. I think Anne is the only woman who could ever hold Lawrence. I don't think they'll ever tire of each other. All the same, I think he's been rather stupid in one way. He's rather made use of Lettuce. You know, I don't think he ever dreamed she cared. He's awfully modest in some ways, but I have a feeling she does. She can't bear him, said Dennis positively. She told me so. I have never seen anything like the pitying silence with which Griselda received this remark. I went into my study. There was, to my fancy, still a rather eerie feeling in the room. I knew that I must get over this, once give in to that feeling, and I should probably never use the study again. I walked thoughtfully over to the writing table. Here Protheroe had sat, red-faced, hearty, self-righteous. And here, in a moment of time, he had been struck down. Here, where I was standing, an enemy had stood. And so no more Protheroe. Here was the pen his fingers had held. On the floor was a faint dark stain. The rug had been sent to the cleaners, but the blood had soaked through. I shivered. I can't use this room, I said aloud. I can't use it. Then my eye was caught by something a mere speck of bright blue. I bent down. Between the floor and the desk, I saw a small object. I picked it up. I was standing, staring at it in the palm of my hand when Griselda came in. I forgot to tell you. Len, Miss Marple wants us to go over tonight after dinner to amuse the nephew. She's afraid of his being dull. I said we'd go. Very well, my dear. What are you looking at? Nothing. I closed my hand and, looking at my wife, observed, If you don't amuse Master Raymond West. My dear, he must be very hard to please. My wife said, Don't be ridiculous. Len, and turned pink. She went out again, and I unclosed my hand. In the palm of my hand was a blue lapis lazuli earring set in seed pearls. It was rather an unusual jewel, and I knew very well where I had seen it last. Chapter 21. I cannot say that I have at any time had a great admiration for Mr. Raymond West. He is, I know, supposed to be a brilliant novelist and has made quite a name as a poet. His poems have no capital letters in them, which is, I believe, the essence of modernity. His books are about unpleasant people leading lives of surpassing dullness. He has a tolerant affection for Aunt Jane, whom he alludes to in her presence as a survival. She listens to his talk with a flattering interest, and if there is sometimes an amused twinkle in her eye, I'm sure he never notices it. He fastened on Griselda at once with flattering abruptness. They discussed modern plays, and from there went on to modern schemes of decoration. Griselda affects to laugh at Raymond West, but she is, I think, susceptible to his conversation. During my dull conversation with Miss Marple, I heard at intervals the reiteration buried as you are down here. It began, at last, to irritate me. I said suddenly, I suppose You consider us very much out of the things down here. Raymond West waved his cigarette. I regard Saint Mary Mead, he said authoritatively, as a stagnant pool. He looked at us, prepared for resentment at his statement, but somewhat, I think, to his chagrin. No one displayed annoyance. That is really not a very good simile. Dear Raymond, said Miss Marple briskly, nothing, I believe, is so full of life under the microscope as a drop of water from a stagnant pool. Life of a kind, admitted the novelist. It's all much the same kind, really. Isn't it? Said Miss Marple. You compare yourself to a denizen of a stagnant pond, Aunt Jane. My dear, you said something of the sort in your last book. I remember, no clever young man likes having his works quoted against himself. Raymond West was no exception. That was entirely different. He snapped, life is, after all, very much the same everywhere, said Miss Marple in her placid voice. Oh, getting born, you know, and growing up, and coming into contact with other people, getting jostled, and then marriage and more babies, and finally death, said Raymond West. And not death with a death certificate always. Death in life. Talking of death, said Griselda, you know we've had a murder here. Raymond West waved murder away with his cigarette. Murder is so crude, he said, I take no interest in it. That statement did not take me in for a moment. They say all the world loves, a lover apply that saying to murder, and you have an even more infallible truth. No one can fail to be interested in a murder. Simple people like Griselda and myself can admit the fact, but anyone like Raymond West has to pretend to be bored at any rate for the first 5 minutes. Miss Marple, however, gave her nephew away by remarking Raymond and I have been discussing nothing else all through dinner. I take a great interest in all the local news, said Raymond hastily. He smiled benignly and tolerantly at Miss Marple. Have you a theory? Mr. West asked Griselda. Logically, said Raymond West, again flourishing his cigarette. Only one person could have killed Protheroe. Yes, said Griselda. We hung upon his words with flattering attention. The vicar, said Raymond, and pointed an accusing finger at me. I gasped. Of course, he reassured me. I know you didn't do it. Life is never what it should be. But think of the drama the fitness church warden murdered in the vicar's study by the vicar. Delicious. And the motive, I inquired. Oh, that's interesting. He sat up, allowed his cigarette to go out. Inferiority complex. I think, possibly too many inhibitions. I should like to write the story of the affair. Amazingly complex, week after week, year after year. He's seen the man at vestry meetings, at choir boys' outings, handing around the bag in church, bringing it to the altar. Always he dislikes the man. Always he chokes down his dislike. It's unchristian. He won't encourage it. And so it festers underneath. And one day he made a graphic gesture. Griselda turned to me. Have you ever felt like that? Len, never, I said truthfully. Yet I hear you were wishing him out of the world not so long ago, remarked Miss Marple. That miserable Dennis. But my fault, of course, for ever making the remark. I'm afraid I was. I said, it was a stupid remark to make, but really, I'd had a very trying morning with him. That's disappointing, said Raymond West, because, of course, If your subconscious were really planning to do him in, it would never have allowed you to make that remark. He sighed. My theory falls to the ground. This is probably a very ordinary murder. A revengeful poacher or something of that sort. Miss Cram came to see me this afternoon, said Miss Marple. I met her in the village, and I asked her if she would like to see my garden. Is she fond of gardens? Asked Griselda. I don't think so, said Miss Marple with a faint twinkle. But it makes a very useful excuse for talk. Don't you think? What did you make of her? Asked Griselda. I don't believe she's really so bad. She volunteered a lot of information, really a lot of information, said Miss Marple. About herself, you know, and her people. They all seem to be dead or in India. Very sad. By the way, she has gone to Old Hall for the weekend. What, yes, it seems Mrs. Protheroe asked her, or she suggested it to Mrs. Protheroe. I don't quite know which way about it was. To do some secretarial work for her, there are so many letters to cope with. It turned out rather fortunately. Dr. Stone being away. She has nothing to do. What an excitement this barrow has been. Stone, said Raymond. Is that the archaeologist fellow? Yes, he is excavating a barrow on the Protheroe property. He's a good man, said Raymond, wonderfully keen on his job. I met him at a dinner not long ago, and we had a most interesting talk. I must look him up. Unfortunately, I said, he's just gone to London for the weekend. Why, you actually ran into him at the station this afternoon. I ran into you. You had a little fat man with you with glasses on. Yes, Dr. Stone. But, my dear fellow, that wasn't Stone. Not Stone. Not the archaeologist. I know him quite well. The man wasn't Stone, not the faintest resemblance. We stared at each other. Ishtara. In particular, I stared at Miss Marple. Extraordinary. I said, The suitcase, said Miss Marple. But why, said Griselda, it reminds me of the time the man went round pretending to be the gas inspector, murmured Miss Marple. Quite a little haul. He got an imposter, said Raymond West. Now, this is really interesting. The question is, has it anything to do with the murder? Said Griselda. Not necessarily, I said. But I looked at Miss Marple. It is, she said, a peculiar thing. Another peculiar thing. Yes, I said, rising. I rather feel the inspector ought to be told about this at once. Chapter 22. Inspector Slack's orders, once I had got him on the telephone, were brief and emphatic. Nothing was to get about. In particular, Miss Cram was not to be alarmed. In the meantime, a search was to be instituted for the suitcase in the neighborhood of the barrow. Griselda and I returned home very excited over this new development. We could not say much with Dennis present, as we had faithfully promised Inspector Slack to breathe no word to anybody. In any case, 'cause Dennis was full of his own troubles. He came into my study and began fingering things and shuffling his feet and looking thoroughly embarrassed. What is it? Dennis, I said at last. Uncle Len. I don't want to go to sea. I was astonished. The boy had been so very decided about his career up to now. But you were so keen on it. Yes, but I've changed my mind. What do you want to do? I want to go into finance. I was even more surprised. What do you mean, finance? Just that. I want to go into the city. But, my dear boy, I am sure you would not like the life. Even if I obtained a post for you in a bank. Dennis said that wasn't what he meant. He didn't want to go into a bank. I asked him what exactly he did mean. And of course, as I suspected, the boy didn't really know. By going into finance, he simply meant getting rich quickly, which, with the optimism of youth, he imagined was a certainty if one went into the city. I disabused him of this notion as gently as I could. "What's put it into your head?" I asked. "You were so satisfied with the idea of going to sea." "I know, Uncle Len, but I've been thinking. I shall want to marry someday, and you've got to be rich to marry a girl. Facts disprove your theory." I said, "I know, but a real girl. A girl who's used to things." It was very vague, but I thought I knew what he meant. "You know," I said gently, "all girls aren't like Lettice Protheroe." He fired up at once. "You're awfully unfair to her." "You don't like her. Griselda doesn't either. She says she's tiresome. From the feminine point of view, Griselda's quite right. Lettice is tiresome. I could quite realize, however, that a boy would resent the adjective. If only people made a few allowances. Why, even the Hartley Napiers are going about grousing about her at a time like this, just because she left their old tennis party a bit early. Why should she stay if she was bored? Jolly decent of her to go at all. I think quite a favor," I said. But Dennis suspected no malice. He was full of his own grievances on Lettice's behalf. "She's awfully unselfish, really. Just to show you. She made me stay. Naturally, I wanted to go too. But she wouldn't hear of it. Said it was too bad on the Napiers. So, just to please her." I stopped on a quarter of an hour. The young have very curious views on unselfishness. And now I hear Susan Hartley Napier is going about everywhere saying Lettice has rotten manners. "If I were you," I said, "I shouldn't worry. It's all very well." "But," he broke off, I'd do anything for Lettice. Very few of us can do anything for anyone else." I said, "However much we wish it, we are powerless." "I wish I were dead," said Dennis. "Poor lad. Calf love is a virulent disease." I forbore to say any of the obvious and probably irritating things which come so easily to one's lips. Instead, I said good night and went up to bed. I took the 8 o'clock service the following morning, and when I returned, found Griselda sitting at the breakfast table with an open note in her hand. It was from Anne Protheroe. "Dear Griselda, if you and the vicar could come up and lunch here quietly today, I should be so very grateful. Something very strange has occurred, and I should like Mr. Clement's advice. Please don't mention this when you come, as I have said nothing to anyone. With love, yours affectionately, Anne Protheroe." "We must go." "Of course," said Griselda. I agreed. I wonder what can have happened. I wondered too, you know. I said to Griselda, "I don't feel we are really at the end of this case yet." "You mean not till someone has really been arrested?" "No," I said. "I didn't mean that. I mean that there are ramifications, undercurrents, that we know nothing about. There are a whole lot of things to clear up before we get at the truth." "You mean things that don't really matter, but that get in the way." "Yes. I think that expresses my meaning very well." "I think we're all making a great fuss," said Dennis, helping himself to marmalade. "It's a jolly good thing old Protheroe is dead. Nobody liked him, Oh, I know the police have got to worry. It's their job. But I rather hope myself they'll never find out. I should hate to see Slack promoted going about swelling with importance over his cleverness. I am human enough to feel that I agree over the matter of Slack's promotion. A man who goes about systematically rubbing people up the wrong way cannot hope to be popular. Dr. Haydock thinks rather like I do, went on Dennis. He'd never give a murderer up to justice. He said so. I think that is the danger of Haydock's views. They may be sound in themselves, it is not for me to say, but they produce an impression on the young careless mind which I am sure Haydock himself never meant to convey. Griselda looked out of the window and remarked that there were reporters in the garden. I suppose they're photographing the study windows again, she said, with a sigh. We had suffered a good deal in this way. There was first the idle curiosity of the village. Everyone had come to gape and stare. There were next the reporters armed with cameras, and the village again to watch the reporters. In the end, we had to have a constable from Much Benham on duty outside the window. Well, I said, the funeral is tomorrow morning. After that, surely, the excitement will die down. I noticed a few reporters hanging about Old Hall when we arrived there. They accosted me with various queries, to which I gave the invariable answer, we had found it the best. That I had nothing to say. We were shown by the butler into the drawing room, the sole occupant of which turned out to be Miss Cram, apparently in a state of high enjoyment. This is a surprise, isn't it? She said, as she shook hands. I never should have thought of such a thing. But Mrs. Protheroe is kind, isn't she? And, of course, it isn't what you might call nice for a young girl to be staying alone at a place like the Blue Boar. Reporters about and all. And of course, it's not as though I haven't been able to make myself useful. You really need a secretary at a time like this. And Miss Protheroe doesn't do anything to help, does she? I was amused to notice that the old animosity against lettuce persisted, but that the girl had apparently become a warm partisan of Anne's. At the same time, I wondered if the story of her coming here was strictly accurate. In her account, the initiative had come from Anne, but I wondered if that were really so. The first mention of disliking to be at the Blue Boar alone might have easily come from the girl herself. Whilst keeping an open mind on the subject, I did not fancy that Miss Cram was strictly truthful. At that moment, Anne Protheroe entered the room. She was dressed very quietly in black. She carried in her hand a Sunday paper, which she held out to me with a rueful glance. I've never had any experience of this sort of thing. It's pretty ghastly, isn't it? I saw a reporter at the inquest. I just said that I was terribly upset and had nothing to say. And then he asked me if I wasn't very anxious to find my husband's murderer. And I said yes. And then whether I had any suspicions. And I said no. And whether I didn't think the crime showed local knowledge. And I said it seemed to certainly. And that was all. And now look at this. In the middle of the page was a photograph, evidently taken at least 10 years ago. Heaven knows where they had dug it out. There were large headlines. Widow declares she will never rest till she has hunted down husband's murderer. Mrs. Protheroe, the widow of the murdered man, is certain that the murderer must be looked for locally. She has suspicions, but no certainty. She declared herself prostrated with grief. but reiterated her determination to hunt down the murderer. Doesn't sound like me. Does it? Said Anne. I dare say it might have been worse, I said, handing back the paper. Impudent. Aren't they? Said Miss Cram. I'd like to see one of those fellows trying to get something out of me. By the twinkle in Griselda's eye, I was convinced that she regarded this statement as being more literally true than Miss Cram intended it to appear. Luncheon was announced, and we went in. Lettuce did not come in till halfway through the meal, when she drifted into the empty place with a smile for Griselda and a nod for me. I watched her with some attention, for reasons of my own, but she seemed much the same vague creature as usual, extremely pretty, that in fairness I had to admit. She was still not wearing mourning, but was dressed in a shade of pale green that brought out all the delicacy of her fair coloring. After we had had coffee, Anne said quietly, I want to have a little talk with the vicar. I will take him up to my sitting room. At last, I was to learn the reason of our summons. I rose and followed her up the stairs. She paused at the door of the room. As I was about to speak, she stretched out a hand to stop me. She remained listening, looking down towards the hall. Good. They are going out into the garden. No, don't go in there. We can go straight up. Much to my surprise, she led the way along the corridor to the extremity of the wing. Here, a narrow ladder-like staircase rose to the floor above, and she mounted it, I following. We found ourselves in a dusty, boarded passage. Anne opened a door and led me into a large, dim attic, which was evidently used as a lumber room. There were trunks there, old broken furniture, a few stacked pictures, and the many countless odds and ends which a lumber room collects. My surprise was so evident that she smiled faintly. First of all, I must explain. I am sleeping very lightly just now. Last night, or rather this morning about 3 o'clock, I was convinced that I heard someone moving about the house. I listened for some time, and at last got up and came out to see. Out on the landing, I realized that the sounds came, not from down below, but from up above. I came along to the foot of these stairs. Again, I thought I heard a sound. I called up, "Is anybody there?" But there was no answer, and I heard nothing more. So I assumed that my nerves had been playing tricks on me, and went back to bed. However, early this morning, I came up here simply out of curiosity, and I found this. She stooped down and turned round a picture that was leaning against the wall with the back of the canvas towards us. I gave a gasp of surprise. The picture was evidently a portrait in oils, but the face had been hacked and cut in such a savage way as to render it unrecognizable. Moreover, the cuts were clearly quite fresh. What an extraordinary thing. I said, "Isn't it? Tell me. Can you think of any explanation?" I shook my head. There's a kind of savagery about it. I said, that I don't like. It looks as though it had been done in a fit of maniacal rage. Yes, that's what I thought. What is the portrait? I haven't the least idea. I have never seen it before. All these things were in the attic when I married Lucius and came here to live. I have never been through them or bothered about them. Extraordinary, I commented. I stooped down and examined the other pictures. They were very much what you would expect to find some very mediocre landscapes. some oleographs, and a few cheaply framed reproductions. There was nothing else helpful. A large old-fashioned trunk, of the kind that used to be called an ark, had the initials E.P. upon it. I raised the lid. It was empty. Nothing else in the attic was the least suggestive. It really is a most amazing occurrence. I said, "It's so senseless." "Yes," said Anne. "That frightens me a little." There was nothing more to see. I accompanied her down to her sitting room where she closed the door. "Do you think I ought to do anything about it? Tell the police?" I hesitated. It's hard to say, on the face of it, whether it has anything to do with the murder or not. Finished Anne. "I know. That's what is so difficult. On the face of it, there seems no connection whatever." "No," I said, "but it is another peculiar thing." We both sat silent with puzzled brows. "What are your plans, if I may ask?" I said presently. She lifted her head. "I'm going to live here for at least another 6 months," she said it defiantly. "I don't want to. I hate the idea of living here. But I think it's the only thing to be done. Otherwise, people will say that I ran away, that I had a guilty conscience. Surely not. Oh, yes, they will, especially when—" She paused and then said, "When the 6 months are up, I am going to marry Lawrence." Her eyes met mine. "We're neither of us going to wait any longer, I supposed." I said that would happen. Suddenly, she broke down, burying her head in her hands. "You don't know how grateful I am to you. You don't know. We'd said goodbye to each other. He was going away. I feel so awful about Lucius's death. If we'd been planning to go away together, and he died then, it would be so awful now. But you made us both see how wrong it would be. That's why I'm grateful. I, too, am thankful," I said gravely. "All the same, you know." She sat up. "Unless the real murderer is found, they'll always think it was Lawrence." Oh, yes, they will. And especially when he marries me." "My dear, Dr. Haydock's evidence made it perfectly clear. What do people care about evidence? They don't even know about it. And medical evidence never means anything to outsiders anyway. That's another reason why I'm staying on here. Mr. Clement, I'm going to find out the truth." Her eyes flashed as she spoke. She added, "That's why I asked that girl here." "Miss Cram?" "Yes, you did ask her. Then, it was your idea. Entirely." "Oh." "As a matter of fact," she whined a bit, "at the inquest, she was there when I arrived." "No. I asked her here deliberately. But surely—" I cried. "You don't think that silly young woman could have anything to do with the crime? It's awfully easy to appear silly. Mr. Clement, it's one of the easiest things in the world. Then you really think, oh, I don't. Honestly, I don't. What I do think is that girl knows something, or might know something. I wanted to study her at close quarters, and the very night she arrives, that picture is slashed," I said thoughtfully. "You think she did it? But why? It seems so utterly absurd and impossible." "It seems to me utterly impossible and absurd that your husband should have been murdered in my study," I said bitterly. "But he was? I know." She laid her hand on my arm. "It's dreadful for you. I do realize that, though I haven't said very much about it. I took the blue lapis lazuli earring from my pocket and held it out to her. This is yours. I think. Oh, yes. She held out her hand for it with a pleased smile. Where did you find it? But I did not put the jewel into her outstretched hand. Would you mind? I said. If I kept it a little longer. Why, certainly. She looked puzzled and a little inquiring. I did not satisfy her curiosity. Instead, I asked her how she was situated financially. It is an impertinent question, I said, but I really do not mean it as such. I don't think it's impertinent at all. You and Griselda are the best friends I have here. And I like that funny old Miss Marple. Lucius was very well off, you know. He left things pretty equally divided between me and Lettuce. Old Hall goes to me, but Lettuce is to be allowed to choose enough furniture to furnish a small house, and she has left a separate sum for the purpose of buying one. So as to even things up, what are her plans? Do you know Anne made a comical grimace? She doesn't tell them to me. I imagine she will leave here as soon as possible. She doesn't like me, she never has. I dare say it's my fault, though I've really always tried to be decent. But I suppose any girl resents a young stepmother. Are you fond of her? I asked bluntly. She did not reply at once, which convinced me that Anne Protheroe is a very honest woman. I was at first. She said, she was such a pretty little girl. I don't think I am now. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because she doesn't like me. I like being liked. You know, we all do, I said, and Anne Protheroe smiled. I had one more task to perform. That was to get a word alone with Lettuce Protheroe. I managed that easily enough. Catching sight of her in the deserted drawing room, Griselda and Gladys Cram were out in the garden. I went in and shut the door. Lettuce, I said, I want to speak to you about something. She looked up indifferently. Yes, I had thought beforehand what to say. I held out the lapis earring and said quietly, Why did you drop that in my study? I saw her stiffen for a moment. It was almost instantaneous. Her recovery was so quick that I myself could hardly have sworn to the movement. Then she said carelessly, I never dropped anything in your study. That's not mine. That's Anne's. I know that. I said, Well, why ask me? Then Anne must have dropped it. Mrs. Protheroe has only been in my study once since the murder, and then she was wearing black, and so would not have been likely to have had on a blue earring. In that case, said Lettuce, I suppose she must have dropped it before. She added, That's only logical. It's very logical. I said, I suppose you don't happen to remember when your stepmother was wearing these earrings last. She looked at me with a puzzled, trustful gaze. Is it very important? It might be, I said. I'll try and think. She sat there knitting her brows. I have never seen Lettuce Protheroe look more charming than she did at that moment. Oh, yes, she said suddenly. She had them on Thursday. I remember now. Thursday, I said slowly, was the day of the murder. Mrs. Protheroe came to the study in the garden that day, but if you remember, in her evidence, she only came as far as the study window, not inside the room. Where did you find this rolled underneath the desk? Then it looks. Doesn't it? Said Lettuce coolly, as though she hadn't spoken the truth. You mean that she came right in and stood by the desk? Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? Her eyes met mine serenely. If you want to know, she said calmly, I never have thought she was speaking the truth. And I know you are not. Lettuce. What do you mean? She was startled. I mean, I said, that the last time I saw this earring was on Friday morning when I came up here with Colonel Melchett. It was lying with its fellow on your stepmother's dressing table. I actually handled them both. Oh, she wavered, then suddenly flung herself sideways over the arm of her chair and burst into tears. Her short, fair hair hung down almost touching the floor. It was a strange attitude, beautiful and unrestrained. I let her sob for some moments in silence, and then I said very gently, Lettuce, why did you do it? What? She sprang up, flinging her hair wildly back. She looked wild, almost terrified. What do you mean? What made you do it? Was it jealousy? Dislike of Anne? Oh, oh, yes. She pushed the hair back from her face and seemed suddenly to regain complete self-possession. Yes, you can call it jealousy. I've always disliked Anne, ever since she came queening it here. I put the damn thing under the desk. I hoped it would get her into trouble. It would have done if you hadn't been such a nosy Parker, fingering things on dressing tables. Anyway, it isn't a clergyman's business to go about helping the police. It was a spiteful, childish outburst. I took no notice of it. Indeed, at that moment, she seemed a very pathetic child indeed. Her childish attempt at vengeance against Anne seemed hardly to be taken seriously. I told her so, and added that I should return the earring to her and say nothing of the circumstances in which I had found it. She seemed rather touched by that. That's nice of you, she said. She paused a minute and then said, keeping her face averted and evidently choosing her words with care, You know, Mr. Clement, I should get Dennis away from here soon. If I were you, I think it would be better. Dennis, I raised my eyebrows in slight surprise, but with a trace of amusement too. I think it would be better, she added, still in the same awkward manner. I'm sorry about Dennis. I didn't think he anyway. I'm sorry. We left it at that. Chapter 23. On the way back. I proposed to Griselda that we should make a detour and go round by the barrow. I was anxious to see if the police were at work, and if so, what they had found. Griselda, however, had things to do at home, so I was left to make the expedition on my own. I found Constable Hurst in charge of operations. No sign so far, sir, he reported. And yet it stands to reason that this is the only place for a cache. His use of the word cache puzzled me for a moment, as he pronounced it, catch, but his real meaning occurred to me almost at once. What a manner say is, sir, where else could the young woman be going starting into the wood by that path? It leads to Old Hall, and it leads here, and that's about all. I suppose, I said, that Inspector Slack would disdain such a simple course as asking the young lady straight out. Anxious not to put the wind up her, said Hurst. Anything she writes to Stone or he writes to her may throw light on things once she knows we're on to her. She'd shut up like that, like what exactly was left in doubt. But I personally doubted Miss Gladys Cram ever being shut up in the way described. It was impossible to imagine her as other than overflowing with conversation. When a man's an H-imposter, you want to know why he's an H-imposter? Said Constable Hurst didactically. Naturally, I said, and the answer is to be found in this here barrow, or else why was he forever messing about with it? Raison d'etre for prowling about, I suggested. But this bit of French was too much for the constable. He revenged himself for not understanding it by saying coldly, "That's the amateur's point of view. Anyway, you haven't found the suitcase." I said, "We shall do, sir. Not a doubt of it." "I'm not so sure." I said, "I've been thinking." Miss Marple said it was quite a short time before the girl reappeared empty-handed. Dico. In that case, she wouldn't have had time to get up here and back. You can't take any notice of what old ladies say. When they've seen something curious and are waiting all eager-like, why? Time simply flies for them. And anyway, no lady knows anything about time. I often wonder why the whole world is so prone to generalize. Generalizations are seldom, if ever, true, and are usually utterly inaccurate. I have a poor sense of time myself, hence the keeping of my clock fast, and Miss Marple, I should say, has a very acute one. Her clocks keep time to the minute, and she herself is rigidly punctual on every occasion. However, I had no intention of arguing with Constable Hurst on the point. I wished him good afternoon and good luck, and went on my way. It was just as I was nearing home that the idea came to me. There was nothing to lead up to it. It just flashed into my brain as a possible solution. You will remember that on my first search of the path, the day after the murder, I had found the bushes disturbed in a certain place. They proved, or so I thought at the time, to have been disturbed by Lawrence, bent on the same errand as myself. But I remembered that afterwards, he and I together had come upon another faintly marked trail, which proved to be that of the inspector. On thinking it over, I distinctly remembered that the first trail Lawrence's had been much more noticeable than the second, as though more than one person had been passing that way, and I reflected that that was probably what had drawn Lawrence's attention to it in the first instance. Supposing that it had originally been made by either Dr. Stone, or else Miss Cram, I remembered, or else I imagined remembering, that there had been several withered leaves on broken twigs. If so, the trail could not have been made the afternoon of our search. I was just approaching the spot in question. I recognized it easily enough and once more forced my way through the bushes. This time, I noticed fresh twigs broken. Someone had passed this way since Lawrence and myself. I soon came to the place where I had encountered Lawrence. The faint trail, however, persisted farther, and I continued to follow it. Suddenly it widened out into a little clearing, which showed signs of recent upheaval. I say a clearing, because the denseness of the undergrowth was thinned out there, but the branches of the trees met overhead, and the whole place was not more than a few feet across. On the other side, the undergrowth grew densely again, and it seemed quite clear that no one had forced a way through it recently. Nevertheless, it seemed to have been disturbed in one place. I went across and kneeled down, thrusting the bushes aside with both hands. A glint of shiny brown surface rewarded me, full of excitement. I thrust my arm in, and with a good deal of difficulty, I extracted a small brown suitcase. I uttered an ejaculation of triumph. I had been successful, coldly snubbed by Constable Hurst. I had yet proved right in my reasoning. Here, without doubt, was the suitcase carried by Miss Cram. I tried the hasp, but it was locked. As I rose to my feet, I noticed a small brownish crystal lying on the ground. Almost automatically, I picked it up and slipped it into my pocket, then grasping my find by the handle, I retraced my steps to the path. As I climbed over the stile into the lane, an agitated voice near at hand called out, "Oh, Mr. Clement, you found it. How clever of you mentally registering the fact that in the art of seeing without being seen, Miss Marple had no rival." I balanced my find on the palings between us. "That's the one," said Miss Marple. "I'd know it anywhere." This, I thought, was a slight exaggeration. There are thousands of cheap, shiny suitcases, all exactly alike. No one could recognize one particular one seen from such a distance away by moonlight. But I realized that the whole business of the suitcase was Miss Marple's particular triumph, and, as such, she was entitled to a little pardonable exaggeration. "It's locked, I suppose, Mr. Clement?" "Yes." "I'm just going to take it down to the police station." "You don't think it would be better to telephone?" Of course, unquestionably, it would be better to telephone. To stride through the village, suitcase in hand, would be to court a probably undesirable publicity. So I unlatched Miss Marple's garden gate and entered the house by the French window, and from the sanctity of the drawing room with the door shut, I telephoned my news. The result was that Inspector Slack announced he would be up himself in a couple of jiffies. When he arrived, it was in his most cantankerous mood. "So we've got it, have we?" he said. "You know, sir, you shouldn't keep things to yourself. If you'd any reason to believe you knew where the article in question was hidden, you ought to have reported it to the proper authorities. It was a pure accident," I said. "The idea just happened to occur to me, and that's a likely tale. Nearly 3/4 of a mile of woodland, and you go right to the proper spot and lay your hand upon it. I would have given Inspector Slack the steps in reasoning which led me to this particular spot, but he had achieved his usual result of putting my back up." I said nothing. "Well," said Inspector Slack, eyeing the suitcase with dislike and would-be indifference, "I suppose we might as well have a look at what's inside." He had brought an assortment of keys and wire with him. The lock was a cheap affair. In a couple of seconds, the case was open. I don't know what we had expected to find, something sternly sensational, I imagine, but the first thing that met our eyes was a greasy plaid scarf. The inspector lifted it out. Next came a faded dark blue overcoat, very much the worse for wear. A checked cap followed. "A shoddy lot," said the inspector. A pair of boots, very down at heel and battered, came next. At the bottom of the suitcase was a parcel done up in newspaper. "Fancy shirt?" "I suppose," said the inspector bitterly as he tore it open. A moment later, he had caught his breath in surprise. For inside the parcel were some demure little silver objects and a round platter of the same metal. Miss Marple gave a shrill exclamation of recognition. "The trencher salts," she exclaimed. "Colonel Protheroe's trencher salts, and the Charles de Cactaza. Did you ever hear of such a thing?" The inspector had got very red. "So that was the game," he muttered. "Robbery. But I can't make it out. There's been no mention of these things being missing." Perhaps they haven't discovered the loss. I suggested. I presume these valuable things would not have been kept out in common use. Colonel Protheroe probably kept them locked away in a safe. I must investigate this, said the inspector. I'll go right up to Old Hall now. So that's why our Dr. Stone made himself scarce. What with the murder, and one thing and another, he was afraid we'd get wind of his activities. As likely as not, his belongings might have been searched. He got the girl to hide them in the wood with a suitable change of clothing. He meant to come back by a roundabout route and go off with them one night while she stayed here to disarm suspicion. Well, there's one thing to the good. This lets him out over the murder. He'd nothing to do with that. Quite a different game. He repacked the suitcase and took his departure, refusing Miss Marple's offer of a glass of sherry. Well, that's one mystery cleared up, I said, with a sigh. What Slack says is quite true. There are no grounds for suspecting him of the murder. Everything's accounted for quite satisfactorily. It really would seem so, said Miss Marple. Although one never can be quite certain. Can one? There's a complete lack of motive, I pointed out. He'd got what he came for and was clearing out. Why, yes. She was clearly not quite satisfied, and I looked at her in some curiosity. She hastened to answer my inquiring gaze with a kind of apologetic eagerness. I've no doubt I am quite wrong. I'm so stupid about these things, but I just wondered. I mean, this silver is very valuable. Is it not a Taza sold the other day for over £1,000? I believe. I mean, it's not the value of the metal. No, it's what one might call a connoisseur's value. That's what I mean. The sale of such things would take a little time to arrange. Or even if it was arranged, it couldn't be carried through without secrecy. I mean, if the robbery were reported and a hue and cry were raised, well, the things couldn't be marketed at all. I don't quite see what you mean, I said. I know I'm putting it badly. She became more flustered and apologetic. But it seems to me that the things couldn't just have been abstracted, so to speak. The only satisfactory thing to do would be to replace these things with copies. Then, perhaps, the robbery wouldn't be discovered for some time. That's a very ingenious idea. I said, it would be the only way to do it, wouldn't it? And if so, of course, as you say, once the substitution had been accomplished, there wouldn't have been any reason for murdering Colonel Protheroe, quite the reverse. Exactly, I said. That's what I said? Yes, but I just wondered. I don't know. Of course, and Colonel Protheroe always had a lot about doing things before he actually did do them, and, of course, sometimes never did them at all. But he did say yes, that he was going to have all his things valued a man down from London. For probate, no. That's when you're dead for insurance. Someone told him that was the thing to do. He talked about it a great deal, and the importance of having it done. Of course. I don't know if he had made any actual arrangements, but if he had... I see, I said slowly. Of course, the moment the expert saw the silver, he'd know. And then Colonel Protheroe would remember having shown the things to Dr. Stone. I wonder if it was done then, legerdemain. Don't they call it so clever? And then, well, the fat would be in the fire, to use an old-fashioned expression. I see your idea. I said, I think we ought to find out for certain. I went once more to the telephone. In a few minutes, I was through to Old Hall and speaking to Anne Protheroe. No, it's nothing very important. Has the inspector arrived yet? Oh well, he's on his way. Mrs. Protheroe, can you tell me if the contents of Old Hall were ever valued? What's that you say? Her answer came clear and prompt. I thanked her, replaced the receiver, and turned to Miss Marple. That's very definite. Colonel Protheroe had made arrangements for a man to come down from London on Monday tomorrow to make a full valuation. Owing to the colonel's death, the matter has been put off. Then there was a motive, said Miss Marple softly. A motive, yes, but that's all. You forget. When the shot was fired, Dr. Stone had just joined the others, or was climbing over the stile in order to do so. Yes, said Miss Marple thoughtfully. So that rules him out. Chapter 24. I returned to the vicarage to find Hawes waiting for me in my study. He was pacing up and down nervously, and when I entered the room, he started as though he had been shot. You must excuse me, he said, wiping his forehead. My nerves are all to pieces lately. My dear fellow, I said, you positively must get away for a change. We shall have you breaking down altogether, and that will never do. I can't desert my post. No, that is a thing I will never do. It's not a case of desertion. You are ill. I'm sure Haydock would agree with me. Haydock, what kind of a doctor is he? An ignorant country practitioner. I think you're unfair to him. He has always been considered a very able man in his profession. Oh, perhaps. Yes, I dare say, but I don't like him. However, that's not what I came to say. I came to ask you if you would be kind enough to preach tonight instead of me. I really do not feel equal to it. Why, certainly, I will take the service for you. No. I wish to take the service. I am perfectly fit. It is only the idea of getting up in the pulpit, of all those eyes staring at me. He shut his eyes and swallowed convulsively. It is clear to me that there is something very wrong indeed the matter with Hawes. He seemed aware of my thoughts, for he opened his eyes and said quickly, There is nothing really wrong with me. It is just these headaches, these awful racking headaches. I wonder if you could let me have a glass of water. Certainly, I said. I went and fetched it myself from the tap. Ringing bells is a profitless form of exercise in our house. I brought the water to him, and he thanked me. He took from his pocket a small cardboard box, and opening it, extracted a rice paper capsule, which he swallowed with the aid of the water. A headache powder, he explained. I suddenly wondered whether Hawes might have become addicted to drugs. It would explain a great many of his peculiarities. You don't take too many. I hope, I said. No. Oh, no. Dr. Haydock warned me against that, but it is really wonderful. They bring instant relief. Indeed, he already seemed calmer and more composed. He stood up. Then you will preach tonight. It's very good of you, sir. Not at all. And I insist on taking the service too. Get along home and rest. No, I won't have any argument. Not another word. He thanked me again. Then he said, his eyes sliding past me to the window, You have been up at Old Hall today, Haven't you, sir? Yes. Excuse me, but were you sent for? I looked at him in surprise, and he flushed. I'm sorry, sir. I just thought some new development might have arisen, and that was why Mrs. Protheroe had sent for you. I had not the faintest intention of satisfying Hawes's curiosity. She wanted to discuss the funeral arrangements and one or two other small matters with me. I said, "Oh, that was all. I see. I did not speak." He fidgeted from foot to foot, and finally said, "Mr. Redding came to see me last night. I I can't imagine why." "Didn't he tell you?" He just said he thought he'd look me up. Said it was a bit lonely in the evenings. He's never done such a thing before." "Well, he's supposed to be pleasant company," I said, smiling. "What does he want to come and see me for?" "I don't like it." His voice rose shrilly. He spoke of dropping in again. "What does it all mean? What idea do you think he has got into his head?" "Why should you suppose he has any ulterior motive?" I asked. "I don't like it," repeated Hawes obstinately. "I've never gone against him in any way. I never suggested that he was guilty even when he accused himself. I said it seemed most incomprehensible. If I've had suspicions of anybody, it's been of Archer, never of him. Archer is a totally different proposition. A godless, irreligious ruffian. A drunken blackguard. "Don't you think you're being a little harsh?" I said. "After all, we really know very little about the man. A poacher, in and out of prison, capable of anything." "Do you really think he shot Colonel Protheroe?" I asked curiously. Hawes has an inveterate dislike of answering yes or no. I have noticed it several times lately. Don't you think yourself, sir, that it's the only possible solution? "As far as we know," I said, "there's no evidence of any kind against him." "His threats," said Hawes eagerly. "You forget about his threats. I'm sick and tired of hearing about Archer's threats. As far as I can make out, there is no direct evidence that he ever made any. He was determined to be revenged on Colonel Protheroe. He primed himself with drink and then shot him. That's pure supposition. But you will admit that it's perfectly probable. No, I don't. Possible. Then possible. Yes." Hawes glanced at me sideways. "Why don't you think it's probable?" "Because," I said, "a man like Archer wouldn't think of shooting a man with a pistol. It's the wrong weapon." Hawes seemed taken aback by my argument. Evidently, it wasn't the objection he had expected. "Do you really think the objection is feasible?" he asked doubtingly. "To my mind, it is a complete stumbling block to Archer's having committed the crime," I said. In face of my positive assertion, Hawes said no more. He thanked me again and left. I had gone as far as the front door with him, and on the hall table I saw 4 notes. They had certain characteristics in common. The handwriting was almost unmistakably feminine. They all bore the words, "By hand, urgent," and the only difference I could see was that one was noticeably dirtier than the rest. Their similarity gave me a curious feeling of seeing not double, but quadruple. Mary came out of the kitchen and caught me staring at them. "Come by hand since lunchtime." She volunteered, "All but one?" I found that in the box. I nodded, gathered them up, and took them into the study. The first one ran thus: "Dear Mr. Clement, something has come to my knowledge which I feel you ought to know. It concerns the death of poor Colonel Protheroe. I should much appreciate your advice on the matter, whether to go to the police or not. Since my dear husband's death, I have such a shrinking from every kind of publicity. Perhaps you could run in and see me for a few minutes this afternoon. Yours sincerely, Martha Price Ridley. I opened the second Dear Mr. Clement. I am so troubled, so excited in my mind to know what I ought to do. Something has come to my ears that I feel may be important. I have such a horror of being mixed up with the police in any way. I am so disturbed and distressed. Would it be asking too much of you, dear Vicar, to drop in for a few minutes and solve my doubts and perplexities for me in the wonderful way you always do? Forgive my troubling you. Yours very sincerely, Caroline Weatherby. The third, I felt I could almost have recited beforehand. Dear Mr. Clement, something most important has come to my ears. I feel you should be the first to know about it. Will you call in and see me this afternoon? Sometime I will wait in for you. This militant epistle was signed, Amanda Hartnell. I opened the fourth missive. It has been my good fortune to be troubled with very few anonymous letters. An anonymous letter is, I think, the meanest and cruelest weapon there is. This one was no exception. It purported to be written by an illiterate person, but several things inclined me to disbelieve that assumption. Dear Vicar, I think you ought to know what is going on. Your lady has been seen coming out of Mr. Redding's cottage in a surreptitious manner. You know what I mean. The two are carrying on together. I think you ought to know. A friend. I made a faint exclamation of disgust, and crumpling up the paper tossed it into the open grate just as Griselda entered the room. What's that you're throwing down so contemptuously? She asked. Filth, I said, taking a match from my pocket. I struck it and bent down. Griselda, however, was too quick for me. She had stooped down and caught up the crumpled ball of paper and smoothed it out before I could stop her. She read it, gave a little exclamation of disgust, and tossed it back to me. Turning away as she did so, I lighted it and watched it burn. Griselda had moved away. She was standing by the window looking out into the garden. Len, she said, without turning round. Yes, my dear. I'd like to tell you something. Yes, don't stop me. I want to. Please. When Lawrence Redding came here, I let you think that I had only known him slightly before. That wasn't true. I had known him rather well. In fact, before I met you, I had been rather in love with him. I think most people are with Lawrence. I was absolutely silly about him at one time. I don't mean I wrote him compromising letters or anything idiotic like they do in books. But I was rather keen on him once. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Because I don't know exactly, except that, well, you're foolish in some ways. Just because you're so much older than I am, you think that that I'm likely to like other people. I thought you'd be tiresome, perhaps, about me and Lawrence being friends. You're very clever at concealing things, I said, remembering what she had told me in that room less than a week ago, and the ingenuous way she had talked. Yes, I've always been able to hide things. In a way, I like doing it. Her voice held a childlike ring of pleasure to it. But it's quite true, what I said. I didn't know about Anne, and I wondered why Lawrence was so different, not well, really not noticing me. I'm not used to it. There was a pause. You do understand? Len said, Griselda anxiously. Yes, I said. I understand. But did I? Chapter 25. I found it hard to shake off the impression left by the anonymous letter. Pitch soils. However, I gathered up the other 3 letters, glanced at my watch, and started out. I wondered very much what this might be that had come to the knowledge of 3 ladies simultaneously. I took it to be the same piece of news. In this, I was to realize that my psychology was at fault. I cannot pretend that my calls took me past the police station. My feet gravitated there of their own accord. I was anxious to know whether Inspector Slack had returned from Old Hall. I found that he had, and further, that Miss Cram had returned with him. The fair Gladys was seated in the police station carrying off matters with a high hand. She denied absolutely having taken the suitcase to the woods. Just because one of these gossiping old cats had nothing better to do than look out of her window all night, you go and pitch upon me. She's been mistaken once. Remember? When she said she saw me at the end of the lane on the afternoon of the murder, and if she was mistaken then, in daylight, how can she possibly have recognized me by moonlight? Wicked it is, the way these old ladies go on down here. Say anything. They will. And me asleep in my bed as innocent as can be. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. The lot of you. And supposing the landlady of the Blue Boar identifies the suitcase as yours, Miss Cram. If she says anything of the kind, she's wrong. There's no name on it. Nearly everybody's got a suitcase like that. As for poor Dr. Stone, accusing him of being a common burglar, and he has a lot of letters after his name. You refuse to give us any explanation. Then, Miss Cram, no refusing about it. You've made a mistake. That's all. You and your meddlesome Marples. I won't say a word more, not without my solicitor present. I'm going this minute unless you're going to arrest me. For answer, the inspector rose and opened the door for her, and with a toss of the head, Miss Cram walked out. That's the line she takes, said Slack, coming back to his chair. Absolute denial. Of course, the old lady may have been mistaken. No jury would believe you could recognize anyone from that distance on a moonlit night. And, of course, as I say, the old lady may have made a mistake. She may, I said, but I don't think she did. Miss Marple is usually right. That's what makes her unpopular. The inspector grinned. That's what Hearst says. Lord, these villages. What about the silver? Inspectors seem to be perfectly in order. Of course, that meant one lot or the other must be a fake. There's a very good man in Much Benham, an authority on old silver. I've phoned over to him and sent a car to fetch him. We'll soon know which is which. Either the burglary was an accomplished fact, or else it was only planned. Doesn't make a frightful lot of difference either way. I mean, as far as we're concerned, robbery's a small business compared with murder. These two aren't concerned with the murder. We'll maybe get a line on him through the girl. That's why I let her go without any more fuss. I wondered. I said, a pity about Mr. Redding. It's not often you find a man who goes out of his way to oblige you. I suppose not, I said, smiling slightly. Women cause a lot of trouble, moralized the inspector. He sighed and then went on, somewhat to my surprise. Of course, there's Archer. Oh, I said, You've thought of him. Why, naturally. Sir, first thing, it didn't need any anonymous letters to put me on his track. Anonymous letters, I said sharply. Did you get one? Then that's nothing new. Sir, we get a dozen a day, at least. Oh, yes. We were put wise to Archer, as though the police couldn't look out for themselves. Archer's been under suspicion from the first. The trouble of it is, he's got an alibi. Not that it amounts to anything, but it's awkward to get over. What do you mean by, it's not amounting to anything? I asked. Well, it appears he was with a couple of pals all the afternoon. Not, as I say, that counts much. Men like Archer and his pals would swear to anything. There's no believing a word they say. We know that, but the public doesn't. And the jury's taken from the public. More's the pity. They know nothing. And 10 to 1 believe everything that's said in the witness box, no matter who it is that says it. And of course, Archer himself will swear till he's black in the face that he didn't do it. Not so obliging as Mr. Redding, I said with a smile. Not he, said the inspector, making the remark as a plain statement of fact. It is natural, I suppose, to cling to life. I mused. You'd be surprised if you knew the murderers that have got off through the soft-heartedness of the jury, said the inspector gloomily. But do you really think that Archer did it? I asked. It has struck me as curious all along that Inspector Slack never seems to have any personal views of his own on the murder. The easiness or difficulty of getting a conviction are the only points that seem to appeal to him. I'd like to be a bit surer, he admitted. A fingerprint now, or a footprint, or seen in the vicinity about the time of the crime. Can't risk arresting him without something of that kind. He's been seen round Mr. Redding's house once or twice, but he'd say that was to speak to his mother. A decent body. She is? No. On the whole, I'm for the lady. If I could only get definite proof of blackmail. But you can't get definite proof of anything in this crime. It's theory, theory, theory. It's a sad pity that there's not a single spinster lady living along your road. Mr. Clement, I bet she'd have seen something if there had been. His words reminded me of my calls, and I took leave of him. It was about the solitary instance when I had seen him in a genial mood. My first call was on Miss Hartnell. She must have been watching me from the window, for before I had time to ring, she had opened the front door, and clasping my hand firmly in hers, had led me over the threshold. So good of you to come. In here, more private. We entered a microscopic room, about the size of a hen coop. Miss Hartnell shut the door and with an air of deep secrecy waved me to a seat. There were only 3. I perceived that she was enjoying herself. I'm never one to beat about the bush, she said in her jolly voice, the latter slightly toned down to meet the requirements of the situation. You know how things go the rounds in a village like this. Unfortunately, I said, I do. I agree with you. Nobody dislikes gossip more than I do. But there it is. I thought it my duty to tell the police inspector that I'd called on Mrs. Lestrange the afternoon of the murder, and that she was out. I don't expect to be thanked for doing my duty. I just do it. Ingratitude is what you meet with first and last in this life. Why? Only yesterday, that impudent Mrs. Mike. Yes, I said, hoping to avert the usual tirade. Very sad, very sad. But you were saying the lower classes don't know who are their best friends, said Miss Hartnell. I always say a word in season when I'm visiting. Not that I'm ever thanked for it. You were telling the inspector about your call upon Mrs. Lestrange. I prompted. Exactly. And by the way, he didn't thank me. Said he'd ask for information when he wanted it. Not those words exactly. But that was the spirit. There's a different class of men in the police force nowadays. Very probably, I said. But you were going on to say something. I decided that this time I wouldn't go near any wretched inspector. After all, a clergyman is a gentleman, at least some are, she added. I gathered that the qualification was intended to include me. If I can help you in any way. I began. It's a matter of duty, said Miss Hartnell, and closed her mouth with a snap. I don't want to have to say these things. No one likes it less. But duty is duty. I waited. I've been given to understand, went on Miss Hartnell, turning rather red, that Mrs. Lestrange gives out that she was at home all the time, that she didn't answer the door, because, well, she didn't choose. Such airs and graces I only called as a matter of duty, and to be treated like that, she has been ill, I said mildly. Ill fiddlesticks. You're too unworldly, Mr. Clement. There's nothing the matter with that woman. Too ill to attend the inquest indeed. Medical certificate from Dr. Haydock. She can wind him round her little finger. Everyone knows that. Well, where was I? I didn't quite know. It is difficult, with Miss Hartnell, to know where narrative ends and vituperation begins. Oh, about calling on her that afternoon. Well, it's fiddlesticks to say she was in the house. She wasn't? I know. How can you possibly know? Miss Hartnell's face turned redder. In someone less truculent. Her demeanor might have been called embarrassed. I'd knocked and rung, she explained, twice, if not 3 times. And it occurred to me suddenly that the bell might be out of order. She was, I was glad to note, unable to look me in the face when saying this. The same builder builds all our houses, and the bells he installs are clearly audible when standing on the mat outside the front door. Both Miss Hartnell and I knew this perfectly well, but I suppose decencies have to be preserved. Yes, I murmured. I didn't want to push my card through the letter box. That would seem so rude. And whatever I am never rude. She made this amazing statement without a tremor. So I thought I would just go round the house and tap on the window pane. She continued unblushingly. I went all round the house and looked in at all the windows, but there was no one in the house at all. I understood her perfectly. Taking advantage of the fact that the house was empty, Miss Hartnell had given unbridled rein to her curiosity and had gone round the house, examining the garden and peering in at all the windows to see as much as she could of the interior. She had chosen to tell her story to me, believing that I should be a more sympathetic and lenient audience than the police. The clergy are supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to their parishioners. I made no comment on the situation. I merely asked a question. What time was this, Miss Hartnell? As far as I can remember, said Miss Hartnell. It must have been close on 6 o'clock. I went straight home afterwards, and I got in about 10 past 6, and Mrs. Protheroe came in somewhere round about the half hour, leaving Dr. Stone and Mr. Redding outside, and we talked about bulbs, and all the time the poor colonel lying murdered. It's a sad world. It is sometimes a rather unpleasant one, I said. I rose. And that is all you have to tell me. I just thought it might be important. It might, I agreed. And refusing to be drawn further, much to Miss Hartnell's disappointment, I took my leave. Miss Weatherby, whom I visited next, received me in a kind of flutter. Dear Vicar, how truly kind. You've had tea. Really, you won't. A cushion for your back. It is so kind of you to come round so promptly. Always willing to put yourself out for others. There was a good deal of this before we came to the point, and even then it was approached with a good deal of circumlocution. You must understand that I heard this on the best authority. In Saint Mary Mead, the best authority is always somebody else's servant. You can't tell me who told you I promised. Dear Mr. Clement, and I always think a promise should be a sacred thing. She looked very solemn. Shall we say, a little bird told me? That is safe, isn't it? I longed to say, it's damn silly. I rather wish I had. I should have liked to observe the effect on Miss Weatherby. Well, this little bird told that she saw a certain lady, who shall be nameless. Another kind of bird, I inquired. To my great surprise, Miss Weatherby went off into paroxysms of laughter and tapped me playfully on the arm, saying, "Oh, Vicar, you must not be so naughty." When she had recovered, she went on, "A certain lady." And where do you think this certain lady was going? She turned into the Vicarage road, but before she did so, she looked up and down the road in a most peculiar way to see if anyone she knew were noticing her, I imagine. And the little bird, I inquired, paying a visit to the fishmongers in the room over the shop. I know where maids go on their days out. I know there is one place they never go if they can help anywhere in the open air. And the time, continued Miss Weatherby, leaning forward mysteriously, was just before 6 o'clock, on which day Miss Weatherby gave a little scream. The day of the murder. Of course, didn't I say so? I inferred it. I replied, "And the name of the lady begins with an L," said Weatherby, nodding her head several times, feeling that I had got to the end of the information Miss Weatherby had to impart. I rose to my feet. "You won't let the police cross-question me, will you?" said Miss Weatherby, pathetically, as she clasped my hand in both of hers. "I do shrink from publicity, and to stand up in court, in special cases," I said, "they let witnesses sit down, and I escaped. There was still Mrs. Price Ridley to see. That lady put me in my place at once. I will not be mixed up in any police court business," she said grimly, after shaking my hand coldly. "You understand that. On the other hand, having come across a circumstance which needs explaining, I think it should be brought to the notice of the authorities." "Does it concern Mrs. Lestrange?" I asked. "Why should it?" demanded Mrs. Price Ridley coldly. "She had me at a disadvantage there." "It's a very simple matter," she continued. "My maid, Clara, was standing at the front gate. She went down there for a minute or two, she says, to get a breath of fresh air. Most unlikely, I should say. Much more probable that she was looking out for the fishmonger's boy, if he calls himself a boy, impudent young jackanapes. Thinks because he's 17 he can joke with all the girls. Anyway, as I say, she was standing at the gate, and she heard a sneeze. Yes, I said, waiting for more. That's all. I tell you, she heard a sneeze. And don't start telling me I'm not so young as I once was and may have made a mistake. Because it was Clara who heard it, and she's only 19. But, I said, why shouldn't she have heard a sneeze, Mrs. Price Ridley looked at me in obvious pity for my poorness of intellect. She heard a sneeze on the day of the murder, at a time when there was no one in your house. Doubtless, the murderer was concealed in the bushes, waiting his opportunity. What you have to look for is a man with a cold in his head, or a sufferer from hay fever, I suggested. But as a matter of fact, Mrs. Price Ridley, I think that mystery has a very easy solution. Our maid, Mary, has been suffering from a severe cold in the head. In fact, her sniffing has tried us very much lately. It must have been her sneeze your maid heard. It was a man's sneeze, said Mrs. Price Ridley firmly. And you couldn't hear your maid tease in your kitchen from our gate. You couldn't hear anyone sneezing in the study from your gate, I said. Or at least, I very much doubt it. I said the man might have been concealed in the shrubbery, said Mrs. Price Ridley. Doubtless, when Clara had gone in, he effected an entrance by the front door. Well, of course, that's possible, I said. I tried not to make my voice consciously soothing, but I must have failed, for Mrs. Price Ridley glared at me suddenly. I am accustomed not to be listened to, but I might mention also that to leave a tennis racket carelessly flung down on the grass without a press completely ruins it. And tennis rackets are very expensive nowadays. There did not seem to be rhyme or reason in this flank attack. It bewildered me utterly. But perhaps you don't agree, said Mrs. Price Ridley. Oh, I do certainly. I am glad. Well, that is all I have to say. I washed my hands of the whole affair. She leaned back and closed her eyes like one weary of this world. I thanked her and said goodbye. On the doorstep, I ventured to ask Clara about her mistress's statement. It's quite true. Sir, I heard a sneeze, and it wasn't an ordinary sneeze, not by any means. Nothing about a crime is ever ordinary. The shot was not an ordinary kind of shot. The sneeze was not a usual kind of sneeze. It was, I presume, a special murderer's sneeze. I asked the girl what time this had been, but she was very vague. Sometime between 6:15, she thought. Anyway, it was before the mistress had the telephone call and was at it took bad. I asked her if she had heard a shot of any kind, and she said the shots had been something awful. After that, I placed very little credence in her statements. I was just turning in at my own gate when I decided to pay a friend a visit. Glancing at my watch, I saw that I had just time for it before taking evensong. I went down the road to Haydock's house. He came out on the doorstep to meet me. I noticed afresh how worried and haggard he looked. This business seemed to have aged him out of all knowledge. I'm glad to see you, he said. What's the news? I told him the latest stone development. A high-class thief? He commented, well, that explains a lot of things. He'd read up his subject, but he made slips from time to me. Protheroe must have caught him out once. You remember the row they had. What do you think about the girl? Is she in it too? Opinion as to that is undecided. I said, for my own part, I think the girl is all right. She's such a prize idiot, I added. Oh, I wouldn't say that. She's rather shrewd. Is Miss Gladys Cram. A remarkably healthy specimen, not likely to trouble members of my profession. I told him that I was worried about Hawes, and that I was anxious that he should get away for a real rest and change. Something evasive came into his manner when I said this. His answer did not ring quite true. Yes, he said slowly. I suppose that would be the best thing. Poor chap. Poor chap. I thought you didn't like him. I don't, not much. But I'm sorry for a lot of people I don't like. He added after a minute or two. I'm even sorry for Protheroe. Poor fellow. Nobody ever liked him much. Too full of his own rectitude and too self-assertive. It's an unlovable mixture. He was always the same, even as a young man. I didn't know you knew him then. Oh, yes. When we lived in Westmoreland, I had a practice not far away. That's a long time ago now. Nearly 20 years. I sighed. 20 years ago, Griselda was 5 years old. Time is an odd thing. Is that all you came to say to me? Clement, I looked up with a start. Haydock was watching me with keen eyes. There's something else. Isn't there? He said. I nodded. I had been uncertain whether to speak or not when I came in, but now I decided to do so. I like Haydock as well as any man I know. He is a splendid fellow in every way. I felt that what I had to tell might be useful to him. I recited my interviews with Miss Hartnell and Miss Weatherby. He was silent for a long time after I'd spoken. It's quite true, Clement, he said at last. I've been trying to shield Mrs. Lestrange from any inconvenience that I could. As a matter of fact, she's an old friend. But that's not my only reason. That medical certificate of mine isn't the put-up job you all think it was. He paused, and then said gravely, This is between you and me. Clement, Mrs. Lestrange is doomed. What? She's a dying woman. I give her a month at longest. Do you wonder that I want to keep her from being badgered and questioned? He went on. When she turned into this road that evening, it was here she came to this house. You haven't said so before. I didn't want to create talk. 6 to 7 isn't my time for seeing patients, and everyone knows that. But you can take my word for it that she was here. She wasn't here when I came for you. Though, when we discovered the body. No. He seemed perturbed. She'd left to keep an appointment. In what direction was the appointment? In her own house. I don't know. Clement, on my honor, I don't know. I believed him. But, and supposing an innocent man is hanged, I said, no. He said, no one will be hanged for the murder of Colonel Protheroe. You can take my word for that, but that is just what I could not do. And yet the certainty in his voice was very great. No one will be hanged. He repeated, this man, Archer. He made an impatient movement. Hasn't got brains enough to wipe his fingerprints off the pistol. Perhaps not. I said dubiously. Then I remembered something, and taking the little brownish crystal I had found in the wood from my pocket, I held it out to him and asked him what it was. He hesitated. Looks like picric acid. Where did you find it? That, I replied, is Sherlock Holmes's secret, he smiled. What is picric acid? Well, it's an explosive. Yes, I know that, but it's got another use, hasn't it? He nodded. It's used medically in solution for burns. Wonderful stuff. I held out my hand, and rather reluctantly, he handed it back to me. It's of no consequence, probably, I said, but I found it in rather an unusual place. You won't tell me where rather childishly. I wouldn't. He had his secrets. Well, I would have mine. I was a little hurt that he had not confided in me more fully. Chapter 26. I was in a strange mood when I mounted the pulpit that night. The church was unusually full. I cannot believe that it was the prospect of Hawes preaching which had attracted so many. Hawes's sermons are dull and dogmatic, and if the news had got round that I was preaching instead, that would not have attracted them either. For my sermons are dull and scholarly. Neither. I am afraid. Can I attribute it to devotion? Everybody had come. I concluded to see who else was there, and possibly exchange a little gossip in the church porch afterwards. Haydock was in church, which is unusual, and also Lawrence Redding. And to my surprise, beside Lawrence, I saw the white-strained face of Hawes. Anne Protheroe was there, but she usually attends evensong on Sundays, though I had hardly thought she would today. I was far more surprised to see Lettuce. Church-going was compulsory. On Sunday morning, Colonel Protheroe was adamant on that point, but I had never seen Lettuce at evening service before. Gladys Cram was there, looking rather blatantly young and healthy against a background of wizened spinsters, and I fancied that a dim figure at the end of the church who had slipped in late was Mrs. Lestrange. I need hardly say that Mrs. Price Ridley, Miss Hartnell, Miss Weatherby, and Miss Marple were there in full force. All the village people were there, with hardly a single exception. I don't know when we have had such a crowded congregation. Crowds are queer things. There was a magnetic atmosphere that night, and the first person to feel its influence was myself. As a rule, I prepare my sermons beforehand. I am careful and conscientious over them, but no one is better aware than myself of their deficiencies. Tonight, I was of necessity preaching extempore, and as I looked down on the sea of upturned faces, a sudden madness entered my brain. I ceased to be, in any sense, a minister of God. I became an actor. I had an audience before me, and I wanted to move that audience and more. I felt the power to move it. I am not proud of what I did that night. I am an utter disbeliever in the emotional revivalist spirit. Yet that night, I acted the part of a raving, ranting evangelist. I gave out my text slowly. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. I repeated it twice, and I heard my own voice, a resonant, ringing voice, unlike the voice of the everyday Leonard Clement. I saw Griselda from her front pew look up in surprise, and Dennis follow her example. I held my breath for a moment or two, and then I let myself rip. The congregation in that church were in a state of pent-up emotion, ripe to be played upon. I played upon them. I exhorted sinners to repentance. I lashed myself into a kind of emotional frenzy. Again and again, I threw out a denouncing hand and reiterated the phrase, "I am speaking to you." And each time, from different parts of the church, a kind of sighing gasp went up. Mass emotion is a strange and terrible thing. I finished up with those beautiful and poignant words, perhaps the most poignant words in the whole Bible. "This night thy soul shall be required of thee." It was a strange, brief possession. When I got back to the vicarage, I was my usual faded, indeterminate self. I found Griselda rather pale. She slipped her arm through mine. "Len," she said, "you were rather terrible tonight." "I didn't like it. I've never heard you preach like that before." "I don't suppose you ever will again," I said, sinking down wearily on the sofa. "I was tired. What made you do it?" A sudden madness came over me. "Oh, well, it wasn't something special." "What do you mean, something special?" I wondered, that was all. "You're very unexpected. Len, I never feel I really know you." We sat down to cold supper. Mary being out, "There's a note for you in the hall," said Griselda. "Get it, will you?" Dennis, who had been very silent, obeyed. I took it and groaned. Across the top left-hand corner was written, "By hand urgent." "This," I said, "must be from Miss Marple. There's no one else left." I had been perfectly correct in my assumption. "Dear Mr. Clement, I should so much like to have a little chat with you about one or two things that have occurred to me. I feel we should all try and help in elucidating this sad mystery. I will come over about 9:30 if I may, and tap on your study window. Perhaps dear Griselda would be so very kind as to run over here and cheer up my nephew. And Mr. Dennis, too. Of course, if he cares to come. If I do not hear, I will expect them and will come over myself at the time I have stated. Yours very sincerely, Jane Marple." I handed the note to Griselda. "Oh, we'll go," she said cheerfully. "A glass or two of homemade liqueur is just what one needs on Sunday evening. I think it's Mary's blancmange that is so frightfully depressing. It's like something out of a mortuary." Dennis seemed less charmed at the prospect. "It's all very well for you," he grumbled. "You can talk all this highbrow stuff about art and books. I always feel a perfect fool sitting and listening to you." "That's good for you," said Griselda serenely. "It puts you in your place. Anyway, I don't think Mr. Raymond West is so frightfully clever as he pretends to be. Very few of us are." I said, "I wondered very much what exactly it yea, so that Miss Marple wished to talk over. Of all the ladies in my congregation, I considered her by far the shrewdest. Not only does she see and hear practically everything that goes on, but she draws amazingly neat and apposite deductions from the facts that come under her notice. If I were at any time to set out on a career of deceit, it would be of Miss Marple that I should be afraid." What Griselda called the nephew amusing party started off at a little after 9, and whilst I was waiting for Miss Marple to arrive, I amused myself by drawing up a kind of schedule of the facts connected with the crime. I arranged them so far as possible in chronological order. I am not a punctual person, but I am a neat one, and I like things jotted down in a methodical fashion. At 9:30 punctually, there was a little tap on the window, and I rose and admitted Miss Marple. She had a very fine Shetland shawl thrown over her head and shoulders and was looking rather old and frail. She came in full of little fluttering remarks. "So good of you to let me come. And so good of dear Griselda Raymond admires her so much, the perfect Gros he always calls her. No, I won't have a footstool." I deposited the Shetland shawl on a chair and returned to take a chair facing my guest. We looked at each other, and a little deprecating smile broke out on her face. "I feel that you must be wondering why I am so interested in all this. You may possibly think it's very unwomanly. No, please. I should like to explain if I may." She paused a moment, a pink color suffusing her cheeks. "You see," she began at last, "living alone, as I do, in a rather out-of-the-way part of the world, one has to have a hobby. There is, of course, wool work, and guides, and welfare, and sketching. But my hobby is, and always has been, human nature. So varied and so very fascinating. And, of course, in a small village, with nothing to distract one has such ample opportunity for becoming what I might call proficient in one's study. One begins to class people, quite definitely, just as though they were birds or flowers. Group so-and-so, genus this, species that, sometimes. Of course, one makes mistakes, but less and less as time goes on, and then, too, one tests oneself. One takes a little problem, for instance. The gill of picked shrimps that amused dear Griselda so much, a quite unimportant mystery, but absolutely incomprehensible unless one solves it right. And then there was that matter of the changed cough drops, and the butcher's wife's umbrella, the last absolutely meaningless, unless on the assumption that the greengrocer was not behaving at all nicely with the chemist's wife, which, of course, turned out to be the case. It is so fascinating, you know, to apply one's judgment and find that one is right. You usually are. I believe, I said, smiling. That, I am afraid, is what has made me a little conceited, confessed Miss Marple. But I have always wondered whether, if someday a really big mystery came along, I should be able to do the same thing. I mean, just solve it correctly. Logically, it ought to be exactly the same thing. After all, a tiny working model of a torpedo is just the same as a real torpedo. You mean it's all a question of relativity? I said slowly, "It should be logically. I admit, but I don't know whether it really is." "Surely it must be the same," said Miss Marple. What one used to call the factors at school are the same. There's money, and the mutual attraction people of any are opposite sex. And there's queerness, of course. So many people are a little queer. Aren't they, in fact? Most people are when you know them well. And normal people do such astonishing things sometimes. And abnormal people are sometimes so very sane and ordinary. In fact, the only way is to compare people with other people you have known or come across. You'd be surprised if you knew how very few distinct types there are in all. "You frighten me," I said. "I feel I'm being put under the microscope." Of course, I wouldn't dream of saying any of this to Colonel Melchett, such an autocratic man. Isn't he and poor Inspector Slackwell? He's exactly like the young lady in the boot shop who wants to sell you patent leather because she's got it in your size and doesn't take any notice of the fact that you want brown calf. That, really, is a very good description of slack. But you, Mr. Clement, know, I'm sure, quite as much about the crime as Inspector Slack. I thought, if we could work together, I wonder, I said. I think each one of us, in his secret heart, fancies himself as Sherlock Holmes. Then I told her of the 3 summonses I had received that afternoon. I told her of Anne's discovery of the picture with the slashed face. I also told her of Miss Cram's attitude at the police station, and I described Haydock's identification of the crystal I had picked up. Having found that myself, I finished up. I should like it to be important, but it's probably got nothing to do with the case. I have been reading a lot of American detective stories from the library lately, said Miss Marple, hoping to find them helpful. Was there anything in them about picric acid? I'm afraid not. I do remember reading a story once, though, in which a man was poisoned by picric acid and lanolin being rubbed on him as an ointment. But as nobody has been poisoned here, that doesn't seem to enter into the question. I said, then I took up my schedule and handed it to her. I've tried, I said, to recapitulate the facts of the case as clearly as possible. My schedule: Thursday, 21st instant at 12:30 p.m. Colonel Protheroe alters his appointment from 6 to 6:15. Overheard by half village very probably. 12:45. Pistol, last seen in its proper place. But this is doubtful, as Mrs. Archer had previously said she could not remember. 5:30, approx. Colonel and Mrs. Protheroe leave Old Hall for village in car. 5:30. Fake call put through to me from the North Lodge, Old Hall. 6:15. Or a minute or 2 earlier, Colonel Protheroe arrives at Vicarage. Is shown into study by Mary. 6:20. Mrs. Protheroe comes along back lane and across garden to study window. Colonel Protheroe not visible. 6:29. Call from Lawrence Redding's cottage put through to Mrs. Marple Price Ridley according to exchange. 6:36. 35. Shot heard. Accepting telephone call time as correct, Lawrence Redding, Anne Protheroe, and Dr. Stone's evidence seemed to point to its being earlier. But Mrs. P. are probably right. 6:45. Lawrence Redding arrives Vicarage and finds the body. 6:48. I meet Lawrence Redding. 6:49. Body discovered by me. 6:55. Haydock examines body. Note: the only 2 people who have no kind of alibi for 6:30 to 6:35 are Miss Cram and Mrs. Lestrange. Miss Cram says she was at the barrow, but no confirmation. Seems reasonable. However, to dismiss her from case, as there seems nothing to connect her with it. Mrs. Lestrange left Dr. Haydock's house some time after 6 to keep an appointment. Where was the appointment, and with whom? It could hardly have been with Colonel Protheroe, as he expected to be engaged with me. It is true that Mrs. Coy Lestrange was near the spot at the time the crime was committed, but it seems doubtful what motive she could have had for murdering him. She did not gain by his death. And the inspector's theory of blackmail I cannot accept. Mrs. Lestrange is not that kind of woman. Also, it seems unlikely that she should have got hold of Lawrence Redding's pistol. Very clear, said Miss Marple, nodding her head in approval. Very clear indeed. Gentlemen always make such excellent memoranda. You agree with what I have written? I asked. Oh, yes, you have put it all beautifully. I asked her the question then that I had been meaning to put all along. Miss Marple, I said, who do you suspect? You once said that there were 7 people. Quite that, I should think, said Miss Marple absently. I expect every one of us suspects someone different. In fact, one can see they do. She didn't ask me who I suspected. The point is, she said, that one must provide an explanation for everything. Each thing has got to be explained away satisfactorily. If you have a theory that fits every fact well, then it must be the right one. But that's extremely difficult. If it wasn't for that note, the note, I said, surprised? Yes, you remember. I told you. That note has worried me all along. It's wrong. Somehow. Surely. I said, that is explained now. It was written at 6:35 in another hand. The murderers put the misleading 6:20 at the top. I think that is clearly established. But even then, said Miss Marple, it's all wrong. But why? Listen. Miss Marple leant forward eagerly. Mrs. Protheroe passed my garden, as I told you, and she went as far as the study window, and she looked in, and she didn't see Colonel Protheroe, because he was writing at the desk. I said, and that's what's all wrong. That was at 6:20. We agreed that he wouldn't sit down to say he couldn't wait any longer until after 6:30, so why was he sitting at the writing table? Then I never thought of that. I said slowly, let us, dear Mr. Clement, just go over it again. Mrs. Protheroe comes to the window, and she thinks the room is empty. She must have thought so, because otherwise she would never have gone down to the studio to meet Mr. Redding. It wouldn't have been safe. The room must have been absolutely silent if she thought it was empty. And that leaves us 3 alternatives, doesn't it? You mean, well, the first alternative would be that Colonel Protheroe was dead already, but I don't think that's the most likely one. To begin with, he'd only been there about 5 minutes, and she or I would have heard the shot. And secondly, the same difficulty remains about his being at the writing table. The second alternative is, of course, that he was sitting at the writing table writing a note. But in that case, it must have been a different note altogether. It can't have been to say he couldn't wait. And the third, that yes. I said, well, the third is, of course, that Mrs. Protheroe was right, and that the room was actually empty. You mean that, after he had been shown in, he went out again and came back later? Yes, but why should he have done that? Miss Marple spread out her hands in a little gesture of bewilderment. That would mean looking at the case from an entirely different angle. I said, one so often has to do that about everything. Don't you think so? I did not reply. I was going over carefully in my mind the 3 alternatives that Miss Marple had suggested. With a slight sigh, the old lady rose to her feet. I must be getting back. I am very glad to have had this little chat, though we haven't got very far, have we? To tell you the truth, I said, As I fetched her shawl, the whole thing seems to me a bewildering maze. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I think, on the whole, one theory fits nearly everything. That is, if you admit one coincidence, and I think one coincidence is allowable. More than one, of course, is unlikely. Do you really think that about the theory? I asked, looking at her. I admit that there is one flaw in my theory, one fact that I can't get over. Oh, if only that note had been something quite different. She sighed and shook her head. She moved towards the window and absent-mindedly reached up her hand and felt the rather depressed-looking plant that stood in a stand. You know, dear Mr. Clement, this should be watered oftener. Poor thing. It needs it badly. Your maid should water it every day. I suppose it is she who attends to it. As much, I said, as she attends to anything. A little raw at present, suggested Miss Marple. Yes, I said. And Griselda steadily refuses to attempt to sack her? Her idea is that only a thoroughly undesirable maid will remain with us. However, Mary herself gave us notice the other day. Indeed, I always imagined she was very fond of you both. I haven't noticed it. I said, but as a matter of fact, it was Lettuce Protheroe who upset her. Mary came back from the inquest in rather a temperamental state and found Lettuce here, and well. They had words. Oh, said Miss Marple. She was just about to step through the window when she stopped suddenly, and a bewildering series of changes passed over her face. Oh, dear, she muttered to herself. I have been stupid. So that was it? Perfectly possible all the time. I beg your pardon. She turned a worried face upon me. Nothing. An idea that has just occurred to me. I must go home and think things out thoroughly. Do you know, I believe I have been extremely stupid, almost incredibly so. I find that hard to believe. I said gallantly, I escorted her through the window and across the lawn. Can you tell me what it is that has occurred to you so suddenly? I asked. I would rather not just at present, you see. There is still a possibility that I may be mistaken, but I do not think so. Here we are at my garden gate. Thank you so much. Please do not come any further. Is the note still a stumbling block? I asked, as she passed through the gate and latched it behind her. She looked at me abstractedly. The note. Oh. Of course that wasn't the real note. I never thought it was. Good night, Mr. Clement. She went rapidly up the path to the house, leaving me staring after her. I didn't know what to think. Chapter 27. Griselda and Dennis had not yet returned. I realized that the most natural thing would have been for me to go up to the house with Miss Marple and fetch them home. Both she and I had been so entirely taken up with our preoccupation over the mystery that we had forgotten anybody existed in the world except ourselves. I was just standing in the hall, wondering whether I would not even now go over and join them, when the doorbell rang. I crossed over to it. I saw there was a letter in the box, and presuming that this was the cause of the ring, I took it out. As I did so, however, the bell rang again, and I shoved the letter hastily into my pocket and opened the front door. It was Colonel Melchett. Hello. Clement, I'm on my way home from town in the car. Thought I'd just look in and see if you could give me a drink. Delighted, I said. Come into the study. He pulled off the leather coat that he was wearing and followed me into the study. I fetched the whiskey and soda and 2 glasses. Melchett was standing in front of the fireplace, legs wide apart, stroking his closely cropped mustache. I've got one bit of news for you. Clement, most astounding thing you've ever heard. But let that go for the minute. How are things going down here? Any more old ladies hot on the scent? They're not doing so badly. I said, one of them, at all events, thinks she's got there. Our friend, Miss Marple. Our friend, Miss Marple. Women like that always think they know everything, said Colonel Melchett. He sipped his whiskey and soda appreciatively. It's probably unnecessary interference on my part. Asking, I said. But I suppose somebody has questioned the fish boy. I mean, if the murderer left by the front door, there's a chance the boy may have seen him. Slack questioned him right enough, said Melchett. But the boy says he didn't meet anybody. Hardly likely he would. The murderer wouldn't be exactly courting observation. Lots of cover by your front gate. He would have taken a look to see if the road was clear. The boy had to call at the vicarage, at Haydocks, and at Mrs. Howie Price Ridley's. Easy enough to dodge him. Yes, I said. I suppose it would be. On the other hand, went on Melchett, if by any chance that rascal Archer did the job, and young Fred Jackson saw him about the place, I doubt very much whether he'd let on. Archer is a cousin of his. Do you seriously suspect Archer well? You know, old Protheroe had his knife into Archer pretty badly. Lots of bad blood between them. Leniency wasn't Protheroe's strong point. No, I said. He was a very ruthless man. What I say is, said Melchett, live and let live. Of course, the law's the law, but it never hurts to give a man the benefit of the doubt. That's what Protheroe never did. He prided himself on it. I said, there was a pause. And then I asked, what is this astounding bit of news you promised me? Well, it is astounding. You know that unfinished letter that Protheroe was writing when he was killed? Yeah. We got an expert on it to say whether the 620 was added by a different hand. Naturally, we sent up samples of Protheroe's handwriting. And do you know the verdict? That letter was never written by Protheroe at all. You mean a forgery? It's a forgery. The 620. They think is written in a different hand again, but they're not sure about that. The heading is in a different ink. But the letter itself is a forgery. Protheroe never wrote it. Are they certain? Well, they're as certain as experts ever are. You know what an expert is. Oh, but they're sure enough. Amazing. I said. Then a memory assailed me. Why? I said, I remember at the time Mrs. Protheroe said it wasn't like her husband's handwriting at all. And I took no notice. Really, I thought it one of those silly remarks women will make. If there seemed one thing sure on earth, it was that Protheroe had written that note. We looked at each other. It's curious, I said slowly. Miss Marple was saying this evening that note was all wrong. Confound the woman. She couldn't know more about it if she had committed the murder herself. At that moment, the telephone bell rang. There is a queer kind of psychology about a telephone bell. It rang now persistently and with a kind of sinister significance. I went over and took up the receiver. This is the vicarage. I said, who's speaking? A strange, high-pitched, hysterical voice came over the wire. "I want to confess." It said, "My God, I want to confess." "Hello." I said, "Hello." "Look here, you've cut me off. What number was that?" A languid voice said it didn't know. It added that it was sorry I had been troubled. I put down the receiver and turned to Melchett. "You once said," I remarked, "that you would go mad if anyone else accused themselves of the crime. What about it?" That was someone who wanted to confess, and the exchange has cut us off. Melchett dashed over and took up the receiver. "I'll speak to them." "Do." I said, "You may have some effect. I'll leave you to it. I'm going out." I've a fancy I recognize that voice. Chapter 28. I hurried down the village street. It was 11 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night, the whole village of St. Mary Mead might be dead. I saw, however, a light in a first-floor window as I passed, and, realizing that Hawes was still up, I stopped and rang the doorbell. After what seemed a long time, Hawes's landlady, Mrs. Sadler, laboriously unfastened 2 bolts, a chain, and turned a key and peered out at me suspiciously. "Why, it's Vicar," she exclaimed. "Good evening," I said. "I want to see Mr. Hawes. I see there's a light in the window. So he's up still. That may be. I've not seen him since I took up his supper. He's had a quiet evening, no one to see him. And he's not been out." I nodded, and passing her, went quickly up the stairs. Hawes has a bedroom and sitting room on the first floor. I passed into the latter. Hawes was lying back in a long chair asleep. My entrance did not wake him. An empty cachet box and a glass of water, half full, stood beside him. On the floor, by his left foot, was a crumpled sheet of paper with writing on it. I picked it up and straightened it out. It began, "My dear Clement." I read it through, uttered an exclamation, and shoved it into my pocket. Then I bent over Hawes and studied him attentively. Next, reaching for the telephone which stood by his elbow, I gave the number of the vicarage. Melchett must have been still trying to trace the call, for I was told that the number was engaged. Asking them to call me, I put the instrument down again. I put my hand into my pocket to look at the paper I had picked up once more. With it, I drew out the note that I had found in the letterbox and which was still unopened. Its appearance was horribly familiar. It was the same handwriting as the anonymous letter that had come that afternoon. I tore it open. I read it twice, unable to realize its contents. I was beginning to read it a third time when the telephone rang. Like a man in a dream, I picked up the receiver and spoke. "Hello, hello. Is that you?" Melchett. "Yes, where are you?" "I've traced that call. The number is, I know the number." "Oh, good. Is that where you are speaking from?" "Yet, what about that confession?" "I've got the confession all right." "You mean you've got the murderer?" I had then the strongest temptation of my life. I looked at the anonymous scrawl. I looked at the empty cachet box with the name of Cherubim on it. I remembered a certain casual conversation. I made an immense effort. "I don't know." I said, "You'd better come round." And I gave him the address. Then I sat down in the chair opposite Hawes to think. I had 2 clear minutes to do so. In 2 minutes' time, Melchett would have arrived. I took up the anonymous letter and read it through again for the 3rd time. Then I closed my eyes and thought. Chapter 29. I don't know how long I sat there, only a few minutes in reality, I suppose. Yet it seemed as though an eternity had passed when I heard the door open and, turning my head, looked up to see Melchett entering the room. He stared at Hawes asleep in his chair, then turned to me. "What's this? Clement, what does it all mean?" Of the two letters in my hand, I selected one and passed it to him. He read it aloud in a low voice. "My dear Clement, it is a peculiarly unpleasant thing that I have to say. After all, I think I prefer writing it. We can discuss it at a later date. It concerns the recent peculations. I am sorry to say that I have satisfied myself beyond any possible doubt as to the identity of the culprit. Painful as it is for me to have to accuse an ordained priest of the church, my duty is only too painfully clear. An example must be made," and he looked at me questioningly. At this point, the writing tailed off in an distinguishable scrawl where death had overtaken the writer's hand. Melchett drew a deep breath, then looked at Hawes. "So that's the solution. The one man we never even considered." And remorse drove him to confess. "He's been very queer lately," I said. Suddenly, Melchett strode across to the sleeping man with a sharp exclamation. He seized him by the shoulder and shook him, at first gently, then with increasing violence. "He's not asleep. He's drugged. What's the meaning of this?" His eye went to the empty cachet box. He picked it up. "Has he?" "I think so," I said. "He showed me these the other day. Told me he'd been warned against an overdose. It's his way out." Poor chap. Perhaps the best way. It's not for us to judge him, but Melchett was chief constable of the county before anything else. The arguments that appealed to me had no weight with him. He had caught a murderer, and he wanted his murderer hanged. In 1 second, he was at the telephone, jerking the receiver up and down impatiently until he got a reply. He asked for Haydock's number. Then there was a further pause, during which he stood, his ear to the telephone and his eyes on the limp figure in the chair. "Hello, hello, hello. Is that Dr. Haydock's? Will the doctor come round at once to High Street? Mr. Hawes? It's urgent. What's that? Well, what number is it then? Oh, sorry." He rang off, fuming. Wrong number. Wrong number. Always wrong numbers. And a man's life hanging on it. "Hello. You gave me the wrong number." "Yes. Don't waste time. Give me 399, not 5. Another period of impatience, shorter this time. "Hello, is that you? Haydock Melchett speaking. Come to 19. High Street at once. Will you? Hawes has taken some kind of overdose? At once. Man, it's vital." He rang off, strode impatiently up and down the room. "Why on earth you didn't get hold of the doctor at once?" "Clement, I cannot think." "Your wits must have all gone wool-gathering. Fortunately, it never occurs to Melchett that anyone can possibly have different ideas on conduct to those he holds himself." I said nothing, and he went on. "Where did you find this letter?" "Crumpled on the floor, where it had fallen from his hand." Extraordinary business. That old maid was right about its being the wrong note we found. Wonder how she tumbled to that. But what an ass the fellow was not to destroy this one. Fancy keeping it the most damaging evidence you can imagine. Human nature is full of inconsistencies. If it weren't, I doubt if we should ever catch a murderer. Sooner or later, they always do some fool thing. You're looking very under the weather. Clement, I suppose this has been the most awful shock to you. It has. As I say, Hawes has been queer in his manner for some time. But I never dreamed. Who would hello? That sounds like a car. He went across to the window, pushing up the sash and leaning out. Yes, it's Haydock, all right. A moment later, the doctor entered the room. In a few succinct words, Melchett explained the situation. Haydock is not a man who ever shows his feelings. He merely raised his eyebrows, nodded, and strode across to his patient. He felt his pulse, raised the eyelid, and looked intently at the eye. Then he turned to Melchett. Want to save him for the gallows, he asked. He's pretty far gone. You know, it will be touch and go. Anyway, I doubt if I can bring him round. Do everything possible. Right. He busied himself with the case he had brought with him, preparing a hypodermic injection, which he injected into Hawes's arm. Then he stood up. Best thing is to run him into Much Benham to the hospital there. Give me a hand to get him down to the car. We both lend our assistance. As Haydock climbed into the driving seat, he threw a parting remark over his shoulder. You won't be able to hang him. You know, Melchett. You mean he won't recover, may? Or may not. I didn't mean that. I mean that even if he does recover well, the poor devil wasn't responsible for his actions. I shall give evidence to that effect. What did he mean by that? Asked Melchett as we went upstairs again. I explained that Hawes had been a victim of encephalitis lethargica. Sleepy sickness, Always some good reason nowadays for every dirty action that's done. Don't you agree? Science is teaching us a lot. Science be damned. I beg your pardon. Clement, but all this namby-pambyism annoys me. I'm a plan man. Well, I suppose we'd better have a look round here. But at this moment, there was an interruption, and a most amazing one. The door opened, and Miss Marple walked into the room. She was pink and somewhat flustered, and seemed to realize our condition of bewilderment. So sorry, so very sorry, to intrude. Good evening. Colonel Melchett. As I say, I am so sorry. But hearing that Mr. Hawes was taken ill, I felt I must come round and see if I couldn't do something. She paused. Colonel Melchett was regarding her in a somewhat disgusted fashion. Very kind of you, Miss Marple, he said dryly. But no need to trouble. How did you know? By the way, it was the question I had been yearning to ask at the telephone, explained Miss Marple. So careless with their wrong numbers. Aren't they? You spoke to me first, thinking I was Dr. Haydock. My number is 35. So that was it, I exclaimed. There is always some perfectly good and reasonable explanation for Miss Marple's omniscience. And so, she continued, I just came round to see if I could be of any use. Very kind of you, said Melchett again, even more dryly this time. But nothing to be done. Haydock's taken him off to hospital. Actually to hospital. Oh, that's a great relief. I am so very glad to hear it. He'll be quite safe there. When you say nothing to be done, you don't mean that he won't recover. It's very doubtful, I said. Miss Marple's eyes had gone to the cachet box. "I suppose he took an overdose," she said. "Melchett, I think, was in favor of being reticent. Perhaps I might have been under other circumstances. But my discussion of the case with Miss Marple was too fresh in my mind for me to have the same view, though I must admit that her rapid appearance on the scene and eager curiosity repelled me slightly. "You had better look at this," I said, and handed her Protheroe's unfinished letter. She took it and read it without any appearance of surprise. "You had already deduced something of the kind, had you not?" I asked. "Yes, yes, indeed. May I ask you, Mr. Clement, what made you come here this evening? That is a point which puzzles me. You and Colonel Melchett, not at all what I should have expected." I explained the telephone call, and that I believed I had recognized Hawes's voice. Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. "Very interesting. Very providential, if I may use the term." "Yes, it brought you here in the nick of time." "In the nick of time for what I said bitterly." Miss Marple looked surprised. "To save Mr. Hawes's life, of course. Don't you think," I said, "that it might be better if Hawes didn't recover? Better for him, better for everyone." "We know the truth now," and I stopped, for Miss Marple was nodding her head with such a peculiar vehemence that it made me lose the thread of what I was saying. "Of course," she said, "of course, that's what he wants you to think, that you know the truth, and that it's best for everyone as it is. Oh, yes, it all fits in the letter, and the overdose, and poor Mr. Hawes's state of mind in his confession. It all fits in, but it's wrong." We stared at her. "That's why I am so glad Mr. Hawes is safe in hospital, where no one can get at him. If he recovers, he'll tell you the truth. The truth, yes, that he never touched a hair of Colonel Protheroe's head." "But the telephone call," I said, "the letter, the overdose. It's all so clear. That's what he wants you to think. Oh, he's very clever. Keeping the letter and using it this way was very clever indeed." "Who do you mean?" I said. "By he, I mean the murderer," said Miss Marple. She added very quietly, "I mean Mr. Lawrence Redding." Chapter 30. We stared at her. I really think that for a moment or two, we really believed she was out of her mind. The accusation seemed so utterly preposterous. Colonel Melchett was the first to speak. He spoke kindly, and with a kind of pitying tolerance. "That is absurd. Miss Marple," he said, "young Redding has been completely cleared." "Naturally," said Miss Marple. "He saw to that." "On the contrary," said Colonel Melchett dryly, "he did his best to get himself accused of the murder." "Yes," said Miss Marple. "He took us all in that way, myself as much as anyone else. You will remember, dear Mr. Clement, that I was quite taken aback when I heard Mr. Redding had confessed to the crime. It upset all my ideas and made me think him innocent, when up to then I had felt convinced that he was guilty. Then it was Lawrence Redding you suspected. I know that in books it is always the most unlikely person. But I never find that rule applies in real life. There it is so often the obvious that is true. Much as I have always liked Mrs. Protheroe, I could not avoid coming to the conclusion that she was completely under Mr. Redding's thumb, and would do anything he told her. And, Of course, he is not the kind of young man who would dream of running away with a penniless woman. From his point of view, it was necessary that Colonel Protheroe should be removed, and so he removed him. One of those charming young men who have no moral sense. Colonel Melchett had been snorting impatiently for some time. Now he broke out. Absolute nonsense, the whole thing. Redding's time is fully accounted for up to 6:50. And Haydock says positively Protheroe couldn't have been shot then. I suppose you think you know better than a doctor. Or do you suggest that Haydock is deliberately lying, though? The Lord knows why. I think Dr. Haydock's evidence was absolutely truthful. He is a very upright man. And, of course, it was Mrs. Protheroe who actually shot Colonel Protheroe, not Mr. Redding. Again, we stared at her. Miss Marple arranged her lace fichu, pushed back the fleecy shawl that draped her shoulders, and began to deliver a gentle old maidish lecture comprising the most astounding statements in the most natural way in the world. I have not thought it right to speak until now. One's own belief, even so strong as to amount to knowledge, is not the same as proof. And unless one has an explanation that will fit all the facts, as I was saying to dear Mr. Clement this evening, one cannot advance it with any real conviction. And my own explanation was not quite complete. It lacked just one thing. But suddenly, just as I was leaving Mr. Clement's study, I noticed the palm in the pot by the window. And well, there, the whole thing was, clear as daylight, mad, quite mad, murmured Melchett to me. But Miss Marple beamed on us serenely and went on in her gentle ladylike voice. I was very sorry to believe what I did. Very sorry. Because I liked them both. But you know what human nature is. And to begin with, when first he and then she both confessed in the most foolish way, well, I was more relieved than I could say. I had been wrong. And I began to think of other people who had a possible motive for wishing Colonel Protheroe out of the way. The 7 suspects, I murmured. She smiled at me. Yes, indeed, there was that man Archer, not likely, but primed with drink so inflaming you never know. And, of course, there was your Mary. She's been walking out with Archer a long time, and she's a queer-tempered girl. Motive and opportunity. Why? She was alone in the house. Old Mrs. Archer could easily have got the pistol from Mr. Redding's house for either of those two. And then, of course, there was Lettuce wanting freedom and money to do as she liked. I've known many cases where the most beautiful and ethereal girls have shown next to no moral scruple, though. Of course, gentlemen never wished to believe it of them. I winced. And then there was the tennis racket, continued Miss Marple. The tennis racket, yes, the one Mrs. Price Ridley's Clara saw lying on the grass by the Vicarage gate. That looked as though Mr. Dennis had got back earlier from his tennis party than he said. Boys of 16 are so very susceptible and so very unbalanced. Whatever the motive for Lettuce's sake or for yours, and it was a possibility. And then, of course, there was poor Mr. Hawes, and you, not both of you naturally, but alternatively. As the lawyers say, me, I exclaimed in lively astonishment. Well, yes, I do apologize, and indeed I never really thought. But there was the question of those disappearing sums of money. Either you or Mr. Hawes must be guilty. And Mrs. Price Ridley was going about everywhere hinting that you were the person in fault principally because you objected so vigorously to any kind of inquiry into the matter. Of course, I myself was always convinced it was Mr. Hawes. He reminded me so much of that unfortunate organist I mentioned, but all the same, one couldn't be absolutely sure, human nature being what it is. I ended grimly. Exactly. And then, of course, there was dear Griselda. But Mrs. Clement was completely out of it, interrupted Melchett. She returned by the 6:50 train. That's what she said, retorted Miss Marple. One should never go by what people say. The 6:50 was half an hour late that night, but at 7:15, I saw her with my own eyes, starting for Old Hall. So it followed that she must have come by the earlier train. Indeed, she was seen, but perhaps you know that. She looked at me inquiringly. Some magnetism in her glance impelled me to hold out the last anonymous letter, the one I had opened so short a time ago. It set out in detail that Griselda had been seen leaving Lawrence Redding's cottage by the back window at 6:20 on the fatal day. I said nothing then, or at any time, of the dreadful suspicion that had for one moment assailed my mind. I had seen it in nightmare terms, a past intrigue between Lawrence and Griselda, the knowledge of it coming to Protheroe's ears, his decision to make me acquainted with the facts, and Griselda, desperate, stealing the pistol and silencing Protheroe. As I say, a nightmare only but invested for a few long minutes with a dreadful appearance of reality. I don't know whether Miss Marple had any inkling of all this. Very probably she had. Few things are hidden from her. She handed me back the note with a little nod. That's been all over the village, she said. And it did look rather suspicious, didn't? Especially with Mrs. Archer swearing at the inquest that the pistol was still in the cottage when she left at midday. She paused a minute and then went on, but I'm wandering terribly from the point. What I want to say, and believe it my duty, is to put my own explanation of the mystery before you. If you don't believe it, well, I shall have done my best. Even as it is, my wish to be quite sure before I spoke may have cost poor Mr. Hawes his life. Again she paused, and when she resumed, her voice held a different note. It was less apologetic, more decided. That is my own explanation of the facts. By Thursday afternoon, the crime had been fully planned down to the smallest detail. Lawrence Redding first called on the vicar, knowing him to be out. He had with him the pistol, which he concealed in that pot in the stand by the window. When the vicar came in, Lawrence explained his visit by a statement that he had made up his mind to go away. At 5:30, Lawrence Redding telephoned from the North Lodge to the vicar, adopting a woman's voice. You remember what a good amateur actor he was. Mrs. Protheroe and her husband had just started for the village. And a very curious thing, though, no one happened to think of it that way. Mrs. Protheroe took no handbag with her. Really a most unusual thing for a woman to do. Just before 6:20, she passes my garden and stops and speaks, so as to give me every opportunity of noticing that she has no weapon with her, and also that she is quite her normal self. They realized, you see, that I am a noticing kind of person. She disappears round the corner of the house to the study window. The poor colonel is sitting at the desk, writing his letter to you. He is deaf, as we all know. She takes the pistol from the bowl where it is waiting for her, comes up behind him, and shoots him through the head, throws down the pistol, and is out again like a flash, and going down the garden to the studio. Nearly anyone would swear that there couldn't have been time, but the shot objected the colonel. You didn't hear the shot. There is, I believe, an invention called a Maxim silencer. So I gather from detective stories. I wonder if, possibly, the sneeze that the maid, Clara, heard might have actually been the shot. But no matter. Mrs. Protheroe is met at the studio by Mr. Redding. They go in together, and human nature being what it is, I'm afraid they realize that I shan't leave the garden till they come out again. I had never liked Miss Marple better than at this moment, with her humorous perception of her own weakness. When they do come out, their demeanor is gay and natural, and there, in reality, they made a mistake. Because if they had really said goodbye to each other, as they pretended, they would have looked very different. But you see, that was their weak point. They simply dare not appear upset in any way. For the next 10 minutes, they are careful to provide themselves with what is called an alibi, I believe. Finally, Mr. Redding goes to the vicarage, leaving it as late as he dares. He probably saw you on the footpath from far away and was able to time matters nicely. He picks up the pistol and the silencer, leaves the forged letter with the time on it written in a different ink and apparently in a different handwriting. When the forgery is discovered, it will look like a clumsy attempt to incriminate Anne Protheroe. But when he leaves the letter, he finds the one actually written by Colonel Protheroe something quite unexpected. And being a very intelligent young man, and seeing that this letter may come in very useful to him, he takes it away with him. He alters the hands of the clock to the same time as the letter, knowing that it is always kept a quarter of an hour fast. The same idea, attempt to throw suspicion on Mrs. Protheroe. Then he leaves, meeting you outside the gate, and acting the part of someone nearly distraught. As I say, he is really most intelligent. What would a murderer who had committed a crime try to do? Behave naturally, of course. So that is just what Mr. Redding does not do. He gets rid of the silencer, but marches into the police station with the pistol and makes a perfectly ridiculous self-accusation which takes everybody in. There was something fascinating in Miss Marple's resume of the case. She spoke with such certainty that we both felt that in this way, and in no other, could the crime have been committed. What about the shot heard in the wood? I asked. Was that the coincidence to which you were referring earlier this evening? Oh, dear, no. Miss Marple shook her head briskly. That wasn't a coincidence, very far from it. It was absolutely necessary that a shot should be heard. Otherwise, suspicion of Mrs. Protheroe might have continued. How Mr. Redding arranged it, I don't quite know, but I understand that picric acid explodes if you drop a weight on it. And you will remember, dear Vicar, that you met Mr. Redding carrying a large stone just in the part of the wood where you picked up that crystal later. Gentlemen are so clever at arranging things, the stone suspended above the crystals, and then a time fuse, or do I mean a slow match, something that would take about 20 minutes to burn through, so that the explosion would come about 6:30 when he and Mrs. Protheroe had come out of the studio and were in full view. A very safe device, because what would there be to find afterwards? Only a big stone. But even that he tried to remove when you came upon him. "I believe you are right," I exclaimed, remembering the start of surprise Lawrence had given on seeing me that day. It had seemed natural enough at the time, but now Miss Marple seemed to read my thoughts, for she nodded her head shrewdly. "Yes," she said, "it must have been a very nasty shock for him to come across you just then. But he turned it off very well, pretending he was bringing it to me for my rock gardens." Only Miss Marple became suddenly very emphatic. It was the wrong sort of stone for my rock gardens, and that put me on the right track. All this time, Colonel Melchett had sat like a man in a trance. Now he showed signs of coming to. He snorted once or twice, blew his nose in a bewildered fashion, and said, "Upon my word." Well, upon my word. Beyond that, he did not commit himself. I think that he, like myself, was impressed with the logical certainty of Miss Marple's conclusions. But for the moment, he was not willing to admit it. Instead, he stretched out a hand, picked up the crumpled letter, and barked out, "All very well. But how do you account for this fellow Hawes? Why, he actually rang up and confessed. Yes, that was what was so providential. The vicar's sermon. Doubtless, you know, dear Mr. Clement, you really preached a most remarkable sermon. It must have affected Mr. Hawes deeply. He could bear it no longer, and felt he must confess about the misappropriations of the church funds. What yes and that, under Providence, is what has saved his life, for I hope and trust it is saved. Dr. Haydock is so clever. As I see the matter, Mr. Redding kept this letter a risky thing to do, but I expect he hid it in some safe place and waited till he found out for certain to whom it referred. He soon made quite sure that it was Mr. Hawes. I understand he came back here with Mr. Hawes last night and spent a long time with him. I suspect that he then substituted a cachet of his own for one of Mr. Hawes's and slipped this letter in the pocket of Mr. Hawes's dressing gown. The poor young man would swallow the fatal cachet in all innocence. After his death, his things would be gone through and the letter found, and everyone would jump to the conclusion that he had shot Colonel Protheroe and taken his own life out of remorse. I rather fancy Mr. Hawes must have found that letter tonight just after taking the fatal cachet. In his disordered state, it must have seemed like something supernatural, and coming on top of the vicar's sermon, it must have impelled him to confess the whole thing. "Upon my word," said Colonel Melchett, "upon my word, most extraordinary. I don't believe a word of it." He had never made a statement that sounded more unconvincing. It must have sounded so in his own ears, for he went on, "And can you explain the other telephone call? The one from Mr. Redding's cottage to Mrs. Price Ridley?" "Ah," said Miss Marple, "that is what I call the coincidence. Dear Griselda sent that call, she and Mr. Dennis between them. I fancy they had heard the rumors Mrs. Price Ridley was circulating about the vicar, and they thought of this perhaps rather childish way of silencing her. The coincidence lies in the fact that the call should have been put through at exactly the same time as the fake shot from the wood. It led one to believe that the two must be connected." I suddenly remembered how everyone who spoke of that shot had described it as different from the usual shot. They had been right, yet how hard to explain just in what way the difference of the shot consisted. Colonel Melchett cleared his throat. Your solution is a very plausible one, Miss Marple, he said, but you will allow me to point out that there is not a shadow of proof. I know, said Miss Marple, but you believe it to be true, don't you? There was a pause. Then the colonel said, almost reluctantly, Yes, I do. Oh, dash it all. It's the only way the thing could have happened. But there's no proof, not an atom. Miss Marple coughed. That is why I thought perhaps under the circumstances, yes, a little trap might be permissible. Chapter 31. Colonel Melchett and I both stared at her. A trap. What kind of a trap? Miss Marple was a little diffident, but it was clear that she had a plan fully outlined. Supposing Mr. Redding were to be rung up on the telephone and warned. Colonel Melchett smiled. All is discovered. Fly. That's an old wheeze. Miss Marple. Not that it isn't often successful. But I think in this case, young Redding is too downy a bird to be caught that way. It would have to be something specific. I quite realize that, said Miss Marple. I would suggest this is just a mere suggestion, that the warning should come from somebody who is known to have rather unusual views on these matters. Dr. Haydock's conversation would lead anyone to suppose that he might view such a thing as murder from an unusual angle. If he were to hint that somebody Mrs. Sadler or one of her children had actually happened to see the transposing of the cachets well, of course, if Redding is an innocent man, that statement will mean nothing to him. But if he isn't, well, he might just possibly do something foolish and deliver himself into our hands. It's possible. Very ingenious, Miss Marple. But will Haydock stand for it? As you say, his views, Miss Marple interrupted him brightly. Oh, but that's theory, so very different from practice. Isn't it? But anyway, here he is, so we can ask him. Haydock was, I think, rather astonished to find Miss Marple with us. He looked tired and haggard. It's been a near thing, he said. A very near thing. But he's going to pull through. It's a doctor's business to save his patient, and I saved him. But I'd have been just as glad if I hadn't pulled it off. You may think differently, said Melchett, when you have heard what we have to tell you. And briefly and succinctly, he put Miss Marple's theory of the crime before the doctor, ending up with her final suggestion. We were then privileged to see exactly what Miss Marple meant by the difference between theory and practice. Haydock's views appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. He would, I think, have liked Lawrence Redding's head on a charger. It was not, I imagine, the murder of Colonel Protheroe that so stirred his rancor. It was the assault on the unlucky Hawes. The damned scoundrel, said Haydock. The damned scoundrel. That poor devil Hawes. He's got a mother and a sister, too. The stigma of being the mother and sister of a murderer would have rested on them for life. And think of their mental anguish, of all the cowardly, dastardly tricks for sheer primitive rage. Commend me to a thoroughgoing humanitarian when you get him well roused. If this thing's true, he said, you can count on me. The fellow's not fit to live. a defenseless chap like Hawes. A lame dog of any kind can always count on Haydock's sympathy. He was eagerly arranging details with Melchett when Miss Marple, whom and I insisted on seeing her home. "It is most kind of you." "Mr. Clement," said Miss Marple, as we walked down the deserted street. "Dear me, past 12 o'clock. I hope Raymond has gone to bed and not waited up. He should have accompanied you." I said, "I didn't let him know I was going," said Miss Marple. I smiled suddenly as I remembered Raymond West's subtle psychological analysis of the crime. "If your theory turns out to be the truth, which I for one do not doubt for a minute," I said, "you will have a very good score over your nephew." Miss Marple smiled also, an indulgent smile. I remember a saying of my great-aunt Fanny's. I was 16 at the time and thought it particularly foolish. "Yes," I inquired. She used to say, "The young people think the old people are fools, but the old people know the young people are fools." Chapter 32. There is little more to be told. Miss Marple's plan succeeded. Lawrence Redding was not an innocent man, and the hint of a witness of the change of capsule did indeed cause him to do something foolish. Such is the power of an evil conscience. He was, of course, peculiarly placed. His first impulse, I imagine, must have been to cut and run. But there was his accomplice to consider. He could not leave without getting word to her, and he dared not wait till morning. So he went up to Old Hall that night, and two of Colonel Melchett's most efficient officers followed him. He threw gravel at Anne Protheroe's window, aroused her, and an urgent whisper brought her down to speak with him. Doubtless they felt safer outside than in with the possibility of Lettice waking. But as it happened, the two police officers were able to overhear the conversation in full. It left the matter in no doubt. Miss Marple had been right on every count. The trial of Lawrence Redding and Anne Protheroe is a matter of public knowledge. I do not propose to go into it. I will only mention that great credit was reflected upon Inspector Slack, whose zeal and intelligence had resulted in the criminals being brought to justice. Naturally, nothing was said of Miss Marple's share in the business. She herself would have been horrified at the thought of such a thing. Lettice came to see me just before the trial took place. She drifted through my study window, wraith-like as ever. She told me then that she had all along been convinced of her stepmother's complicity. The loss of the yellow beret had been a mere excuse for searching the study. She hoped against hope that she might find something the police had overlooked. "You see," she said in her dreamy voice, "they didn't hate her like I did. And hate makes things easier for you." Disappointed in the result of her search, she had deliberately dropped Anne's earring by the desk. Since I knew she had done it, what did it matter? One way was as good as another. She had killed him. I sighed a little. There are always some things that Lettice will never see. In some respects, she is morally colorblind. "What are you going to do?" "Lettice," I asked, when it's all over." "I am going abroad." She hesitated and then went on. "I am going abroad with my mother." I looked up. Startled, she nodded. "Didn't you ever guess Mrs. Lestrange is my mother? She is as dying, you know. She wanted to see me, and so she came down here under an assumed name. Dr. Haydock helped her. He's a very old friend of hers, He was keen about her once you can see that. In a way, he still is. Men always went batty about Mother. I believe she's awfully attractive even now. Anyway, Dr. Haydock did everything he could to help her. She didn't come down here under her own name because of the disgusting way people talk and gossip. She went to see Father that night and told him she was dying and had a great longing to see something of me. Father was a beast. He said she'd forfeited all claim, and that I thought she was dead, as though I had ever swallowed that story. Men like Father never see an inch before their noses, but Mother is not the sort to give in. She thought it only decent to go to Father first, but when he turned her down so brutally, she sent a note to me, and I arranged to leave the tennis party early and meet her at the end of the footpath at 6:15. We just had a hurried meeting and arranged when to meet again. We left each other before 6:30. Afterwards, I was terrified that she would be suspected of having killed Father. After all, she had got a grudge against him. That's why I got hold of that old picture of her up in the attic and slashed it about. I was afraid the police might go nosing about and get hold of it and recognize it. Dr. Haydock was frightened too. Sometimes, I believe, he really thought she had done it. Mother is rather a desperate kind of person. She doesn't count consequences. She paused. It's queer. She and I belonged to each other. Father and I didn't, but Mother well. Anyway, I'm going abroad with her. I shall be with her till the end. She got up, and I took her hand. God bless you both, I said. Someday, I hope, there is a lot of happiness coming to you. Lettuce. There should be, she said, with an attempt at a laugh. There hasn't been much so far, has there? Well, I don't suppose it matters. Goodbye. Mr. Clement, you've been frightfully decent to me always, you and Griselda. Griselda. I had to own to her how terribly the anonymous letter had upset me. And first she laughed, and then solemnly read me a lecture. However, she added, I'm going to be very sober and God-fearing in future, quite like the Pilgrim Fathers. I did not see Griselda in the role of a Pilgrim Father. She went on, You see, Len, I have a steadying influence coming into my life. It's coming into your life, too. But in your case, it will be a kind of rejuvenating one, at least. I hope so. You can't call me a dear child half so much when we have a real child of our own. At that end, Len, I've decided that now I'm going to be a real wife and mother, as they say in books. I must be a housekeeper, too. I've bought 2 books on household management and 1 on mother love, and if that doesn't turn me out a pattern, I don't know what will. They are all simply screamingly funny, not intentionally. You know, especially the one about bringing up children. You haven't bought a book on how to treat a husband, have you? I asked, with sudden apprehension as I drew her to me. I don't need to, said Griselda. I'm a very good wife. I love you dearly. What more do you want? Nothing, I said. Could you say, just for once, that you love me madly? Griselda, I said I adore you. I worship you. I am wildly, hopelessly, and quite unclerically crazy about you. My wife gave a deep and contented sigh. Then she drew away suddenly. Bother. Here's Miss Marple coming. Don't let her suspect. Will you? I don't want everyone offering me cushions and urging me to put my feet up. Tell her I've gone down to the golf links That will put her off the scent, and it's quite true, because I left my yellow pullover there and I want it. Miss Marple came to the window, halted apologetically, and asked for Griselda. Griselda, I said, has gone to the golf links. An expression of concern leaped into Miss Marple's eyes. Oh, but surely, she said, that is most unwise just now. And then in a nice, old-fashioned, ladylike, maiden lady way, she blushed. And to cover the moment's confusion, we talked hurriedly of the Protheroe case and of Dr. Isoptic Stone, who had turned out to be a well-known cracksman with several different aliases. Miss Cram, by the way, had been cleared of all complicity. She had at last admitted taking the suitcase to the wood, but had done so in all good faith. Dr. Stone, having told her that he feared the rivalry of other archaeologists who would not stick at burglary to gain their object of discrediting his theories. The girl apparently swallowed this not very plausible story. She is now, according to the village, looking out for a more genuine article in the line of an elderly bachelor requiring a secretary. As we talked, I wondered very much how Miss Marple had discovered our latest secret. But presently, in a discreet fashion, Miss Marple herself supplied me with a clue. I hope dear Griselda is not overdoing it, she murmured, and, after a discreet pause, I was in the bookshop in Much Benham yesterday. Poor Griselda, that book on mother love has been her undoing. I wonder, Miss Marple, I said suddenly, if you were to commit a murder, whether you would ever be found out. What a terrible idea, said Miss Marple, shocked. I hope I could never do such a wicked thing. But human nature being what it is, I murmured. Miss Marple acknowledged the hit with a pretty old ladyish laugh. How naughty of you, Mr. Clement. She rose, but naturally you are in good spirits. She paused by the window. My love to dear Griselda, and tell her that any little secret is quite safe with me. Really, Miss Marple is rather a dear.